And good afternoon, everybody. We are live on TVO.org. We are live on Twitter, twitter.com/theagenda. We're going to bring you live streaming gavel-to-gavel coverage all afternoon long here at Markham, Ontario, where Ontario's Progressive Conservative Party members have gathered to pick a new leader. To say this is an astonishing turn of events, to say that we are undergoing unprecedented events, really doesn't capture what's been going on in the Ontario PC Party since the 24th of January. You'll remember that was the night that Patrick Brown had a press conference, the former leader, saying that the allegations against him that were about to be broadcast by CTV News were false, that he was going to try to fight for his job. There was a conference call that night. The caucus members essentially told Brown he had to resign. He did so later that evening, or I guess it was early the next morning at 1:30 in the morning via Twitter. And ever since then, this party has been plunged into what can either be described as chaos or a unique opportunity to renew its leadership with very little time before the next election. Let me just set the scene for you right now. They're about to get underway here with their official program. The opposition leader, not the opposition leader, the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party of Alberta, or the new Conservative Party, United Conservative Party of Alberta, Jason Kenney, the former Stephen Harper cabinet minister, is expected to be the guest speaker here. He will be giving a sort of rah-rah speech to the troops. He finds himself in very similar circumstances to Ontario's Progressive Conservatives, in as much as he leads a party that is widely expected to take over after the next Alberta election. The folks in this room, of course, are widely expected to win the next provincial election, but Kathleen Wynne, Andrea Horwath, and Mike Schreiner, the leaders of the Liberals, New Democrats, and Greens, may have something to say before that takes place. In any event, all of the candidates who are running for the leadership of the PC Party, all four of them, will give speeches this afternoon. We'll cover those speeches, and then we will have various guests come up here as well and have some discussions with them. Should we get John Michael to come up now? Hey, John Michael, come on up. If you're a follower of TVO.org, John Michael McGrath is a name you will know. He, of course, is one of our columnists on TVO.org. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for dropping by. We have essentially set the scene as we get you mic'd up. I'll just sort of kill a little time here. We've essentially been setting the scene for the fact that we're going to hear a speech from Jason Kenney. We're going to hear the candidates. Vic Fedeli, who is, of course, the interim leader of the PC Party, will be speaking as well. And basically, I guess I just want to ask you, you've been running around the hall, you've been talking to people. What do we expect today?
We expect to see a leader eventually. The big question that everybody has is how many ballots this is going to take.
It can't go more than 3, obviously.
Well, it can't go more than
candidates.
3, but nobody seems confident that they're going to get a first ballot win, for example. This is not going to be somebody romping in with a large majority. We're going to see at least 2 ballots, and I think most people are thinking 3 at this point. And then we don't know what will. I spoke with some people on Elliott's team. Nobody seemed jubilant, let me put it that way. A sort of quiet confidence, but nothing.
I should say, you're doing a marvelous job with the microphone, which seems to be falling off all the time. Don't worry about it. Just keep working on it. That's fine. It looks like, I mean, this is basically at this stage of the game a Christine Elliott, Doug Ford contest. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. The Tanya Granick-Allen team does not. Their votes will move to someone who, and they could potentially make Doug Ford the victor with their support. But that's the role that Allen and Mulroney are going to play here today.
This has been really quite an astonishing turn of events to get us to this day, because as we went back to January 24th, Patrick Brown resigning in the middle of the night in an astonishing pandemonium-filled news conference at Queen's Park. He tried to get out of the race to clear his name. People told him, Patrick, you signed up most of the members of this party. Get back in there and clear your name, as we look at Doug Ford entering the hall now. Brown got back into the race. Then he got out of the race again. This has just been sort of one astonishing move after another, hasn't it?
Well, I haven't been watching Ontario politics as long as you, Steve, but certainly I've never seen anything like this in this province or federally. I can't think of what could possibly top this, really.
Doug Ford, as many will remember, was going to run for mayor of Toronto. And he had it all teed up to challenge the current mayor, John Tory, this fall in the municipal elections. But he obviously decided, once Patrick Brown lost the leadership of the PC party, that his better play was to come to provincial politics.
Yeah.
You got to hand it to him. He's one of the front runners of this thing, or he's probably going to be on the last ballot of this thing.
Yeah.
So he probably made the right move.
Yeah, I think once that leadership position opened up, Doug Ford was on everybody's list for somebody who was going to jump in to the race. And certainly, when I was at Queen's Park in the days after Brown resigned, everybody knew that Doug was going to get into this race. The bigger question, I think, is what happens next. He is publicly committed to seeking a seat in Etobicoke North. But if he doesn't win, could he decide that he wants to try his hand at the mayoral race after all?
That's always an option. He has said he's going to run in the north end of Etobicoke, but we shall see.
Yeah.
Caroline Mulrooney has just entered the hall to a large applause from her cheerleading section. There she is again. Ms. Mulrooney, as everybody knows, is a rookie candidate. She has the nomination. She's the only nominated candidate of the four in this race, actually. She likes to tell people that she was the one who decided to get into the leadership race before they even knew that it was going to be a thing. She had made her commitment to the PC party early. Yeah. How do you think she's performed?
I don't think she has performed up to the expectations that a lot of people had going into the race. She obviously had the name. She's a woman of her own accomplishments aside from her name. She had gotten a lot of positive press when Brown introduced her as a star candidate. But she really seemed to struggle to distinguish herself in the race. I think once Elliott entered the race, it seemed to suck up a lot of the oxygen that the Mulrooney people were, quite frankly, hoping for. And, she is, I think we expect to see her at third place on the first ballot. She has not really risen to the front rank of this contest.
We should just say that she has been a superstar when it comes to raising money. She raised almost $1 million in very short order, no doubt helped by her father, the former Prime Minister of Canada. Elliott's team was not far behind. Ford and Granick Allen much further behind. As we look at pictures of who's entering the hall now.
That's Christine Elliott.
There's Christine Elliott.
Yeah.
Big question for Christine Elliott, John Michael, tonight will be, is the third time the charm? This is a party that has managed to reject her twice before, and whether or not she can bring it over the finish line this time is the big question here today. It would be, certainly for her and for her troops, heartbreaking to go down to a third consecutive defeat. How do you like her chances today?
Well, certainly she's the best prepared she's ever been for this kind of a contest. I think the reality is that she's moved further from the center than she had in prior races, and I think that's helped her. She's run as a more conservative candidate for a conservative party, and I think that's probably going. If she, in fact, comes out on top today, it's going to be because she abandoned at least the appearance of maybe being too moderate for the party's base.
We should just reset the scene here. We are coming to you live this afternoon at a hotel in Markham where Progressive Conservative Party members have gathered. They have had, I know there have been a lot of concerns about voting, and we should talk about that for a moment, John Michael.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people, because of Canada Post's delay in getting PIN numbers out to voters, there were a lot of people who were disenfranchised and were not able to vote. Having said that, there were 65,000 people who did vote.
Yeah.
That is a record for this party. For people who didn't get to vote, they will make claims that this process disenfranchised them and therefore is legitimate. What do you think of those claims?
Well, the court, the Toronto court, that a PC member who was aligned with Doug Ford, they challenged the process yesterday, and the court, the justice did not agree with that decision, saying in that decision, and I'm going to not get the words exactly right here, but something like, no election is perfect, and just because the process was a bit sketchy, to use a word, does not mean that the result is invalid or that the process is fundamentally illegitimate. You are going to have a hard time if you're a PC member who wants to challenge this. You're going to have a very hard time making the case in any, I think, sort of judicial setting that the leader should be removed or that this process should be restarted. Courts have been really, really leery of weighing in on that kind of stuff. And I don't think anybody in the Conservative Party is going to say that they think this went perfectly, but given the constraints that they had to face with 6 weeks to go from leader to leader, effectively.
That's a great point to emphasize. The Ontario Tories are trying to do in 6 weeks what most parties take 9 months to do.
Yeah.
So it was a tall order to begin with.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I wasn't sure we'd be here today. The day after Patrick Brown resigned, I thought maybe we were going to end up...
We should take a moment here and let's join O Canada and then pick up the coverage after.
I'm Caroline, and I'm launching my candidacy for the leadership of the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario.
This is why, today, I'm announcing I'll be running for the leader of the Ontario PC Party.
Here to provide that strong voice for those who have been disenfranchised. Am I ready? Absolutely.
And I have the experience to take our team to victory. I look forward to doing that and bringing the PC Party to victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice Chair of the Leadership Election Committee, Jeremy Adams.
Well, good afternoon. And let me tell you, it's a great day to be a progressive conservative in the province of Ontario, because today we move one step closer to defeating Kathleen Wynne on June 7th. 44 days ago, our party began the fastest leadership contest in provincial history. Under the spotlight, with an election looming, we rallied. We have 4 candidates who said, we are ready to lead. We have hundreds of volunteers who said, we are ready to lead. We raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and sold tens of thousands more memberships to our great party. And why? Because people are sick and tired of the Liberal government at Queen's Park, and it is time for a change. We have shown the people of Ontario that we are ready to lead, and that Ontario is ready for a progressive, conservative government. Now, later this afternoon, we'll find out who will be the next Premier of the province of Ontario, and I know you're all excited to hear the results, which, as a matter of fact, are being counted and tabulated right now. Before that, though, we have an exciting program for you. We'll hear from our guest speaker from the great province of Alberta, followed by our interim leader and the MPP for Nipissing, Vic Fedeli. At the conclusion of Vic's remarks, take a short break, have some fun, come back to hear the results we've all been waiting for, the results of one of the most important leadership elections.
Okay, folks, we're going to check in and out of the speeches as they happen here on the floor. At the moment, as you can see, they're going through some housekeeping. So let's go for, well, you know what, Aaron, let's get a two-shot here so we can just introduce Aaron O'Toole, who's the Member of Parliament for Durham, who's got his Christine Elliott button on. How do you like the looks of your candidate's chances today?
She's done very well. She's hit the ground running. We focused on organization. She already has trust of Ontarian voters. She was Patients Ombudsman, 9 years as an MPP, Deputy Leader of the Tory Party. I think people know her and trust her, know she can beat the Liberals. And so the campaign's gone well. Today will be the next step in winning the election in June.
Aaron, we're going to hear from you a little later in the program, but I think Jason Kenney's coming up right now, and I suspect our viewers want to hear a little bit from here. Here's the leader of the United Conservative Party in Alberta. Here's Jason Kenney.
Well, thank you, fellow Conservatives. Look at the energy in this room. I can feel it, and I can tell you, Kathleen Wynne's Liberals can feel it, because I am looking at the next government of Ontario. So I just want to start with one question for you, friends. Are you ready to work hard? Are you ready to unite? And are you ready to defeat this tax-hiking, job-killing, debt-doubling, corrupt Liberal government? So awesome, friends. I am here to convey a simple message to you. Canada needs Ontario. For Canada to be strong, Ontario must be strong. Our country can only be truly prosperous if Ontario is prosperous. Ontario has always played a special role as the older brother of Confederation, or as Justin Trudeau would say, the gender-neutral sibling of Confederation. And Ontario has always been the industrial heartland of our country. But over the past 16 years, the Liberals have been presiding over the gradual deindustrialization of Ontario's once dynamic economy. Relentless tax increases on everything, a quadrupling of hydro rates, a cap-and-trade scheme that has you sending hundreds of millions of hard-earned dollars to California and places around the world. Spectacular waste of tens of billions of your tax dollars, all leading to a $311 billion debt, the largest subnational debt in North America, a government that has been mortgaging your future deliberately. And add to all of this, years of corruption and insider dealing, and it's no wonder that you have the least popular premier in Canada and in Ontario history. Now, to top it all off, your Liberal government seems to be in a competition with Alberta's NDP to see who can be the greatest enabler of Prime Minister dress-ups, fumbling, tax-raising, debt-hiking Ottawa government. So, friends, let me be blunt. We need you. All Canadians need you to turn this province around. But let's be honest. There's no point in sugarcoating this. You've been through a very tough couple of months. Perhaps the toughest time in the history of the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario. You've gone through weeks of anxiety and adversity. But I am certain that you will overcome this time of trial, and that this afternoon, with the election of your leader, you will emerge stronger, united, and victorious in the election just weeks away. And I say this for three reasons. First of all, Ontarians are desperate for a common sense alternative to the Wynne Liberals. Secondly, you're ready. And thirdly, because we've come through tougher challenges before. Now, I don't need to make the case against the Ontario Liberals in this crowd, so let me focus on your readiness and how history is on your side. First of all, you have a phenomenal, diverse, talented, principled team of candidates ready to be the next government of Ontario. And yours is a party that reflects the diversity of today's Ontario. Let me pause there to say how important this is, because this is something on which I worked for so many years in our national party. But it is essential that if you are to regain the trust of Ontarians and get this province back on track, that it must be a party that reflects not just the diversity, but the values of new Canadians who made the entrepreneurial choice to become Canadians, to become Ontarians. There are no Canadians more naturally, intuitively conservative in their values and their aspirations and the way they live their lives than those who have come here from around the world to pursue economic freedom and opportunity, so many of them having left behind corrupt, statist, and dysfunctional economies, and have come to Canada seeking the freedom of a country where hard work can translate into success, an opportunity society. Families who come here who understand that the basic institution of society is not an overbearing bureaucratic state, but the family itself and resilient individuals. Those are the values of new Canadians. Those are conservative values. Here we are, weeks from the next election, and you are prepared financially, and in fact, I'm told that your fundraising has actually increased in recent weeks, showing growing confidence in this cause. And you have common sense policies focused on reigniting Ontario's economy to create a prosperous opportunity society for all. And let me just pause for a moment, as an Albertan, to say how happy I am that all four of your dynamic leadership candidates are going to join, which one of them is the next Premier of Ontario, will join with me in fighting Justin Trudeau's carbon tax. Thank you. And just to pause to say that this tax is, punishing consumers is not an environmental strategy. Making widows turn down the heat at home when it's 25 below outside doesn't make the environment better. This is all economic pain and no environmental gain. So you're on the right track. And building on the strong work of your courageous interim leader, my friend Vic Fedeli and his team, give him a hand. I know that Vic and his team have had to make some tough decisions that not everybody agreed with in recent weeks, but that was the burden of leadership that fell to him. And I want to say, Vic, on behalf of Conservatives from coast to coast, thank you for stepping up to the plate and making these recent changes to prepare this party for its next leader and for victory in the next election. And finally, friends, history is on your side. Because while you've been through a few tough weeks, let me tell you, we've been through a few tough years in Alberta. With an accidental socialist government that was elected because Conservatives were divided. And this is the most important message I leave you with here today. When Conservatives are divided, tax raisers and parties of the left always win. But when Conservatives are united, we can bring common sense policies to government. That is an absolute truism of Canadian political history. Let's not forget, it wasn't long ago that we were divided at the federal level, fighting amongst ourselves, giving the Liberals automatic access to the keys of power. But you know, it took strong leadership and the support of the grassroots to overcome that division, to put our country ahead of any political party, as Peter MacKay and Stephen Harper and all of us did in uniting the new Conservative Party of Canada that gave good government to Canada for a decade. And let me tell you a brief story about our experience in Alberta. 20 months ago, I decided to leave my seat in Parliament after nearly 2 decades because we were hopelessly divided. We were in a situation where we might have given a second term back to a destructive socialist government that drove Alberta into its deepest and longest recession since the Great Depression of the 1930s. A government that is quadrupling Alberta's debt, that has caused tens of billions of dollars of investment to flee, that has moved Alberta from the job creation engine of Canada into the highest unemployment outside of the East Coast. A government that has done fundamental damage to opportunity and prosperity in my home province. And I wasn't prepared to sit back and watch the consequences of a second NDP term as they changed the structure of our economy and changed Alberta's political culture. And so we challenged 2 political parties to put the province ahead of any partisan interest and to put aside their individual differences and to unite. Our campaign was called Unite Alberta. We had to go through, in fact, 4 campaigns to do it last year. But I am pleased to report to you that the result is that the United Conservative Party of Alberta is now the most popular political party in Canada. And now, with that sign of hope, of overcoming adversity and disunity, I encourage you, my fellow Ontario Conservatives, to unite Ontario. This country is counting on you. You cannot get this wrong. 16 years of government that has done damage to your economy. It cannot carry on. This has been the heart of Canada's economy since the beginning of Confederation. You've lost in recent elections. You've learned from those mistakes. You have a dynamic and diverse team. You have common sense policies. You're on the side of the taxpayers. You've got the organization in place. And now all that is left is your answer to what happens on this stage this afternoon. And so I am here to ask that whoever is chosen by the members, that all of you as progressive Conservatives support the democratic choice of your membership. Let's be clear. Kathleen Wynne is at home watching this, hoping for one result on this stage this afternoon: disunity. And many of you will have voted for candidates who are not successful this afternoon. But as I say, Ontario's future depends on respecting the democratic choice of the members and coming together as a team. Are you ready to come together as a united team? Will you support the leader elected today? Can Canada count on you to get Ontario back on track? Then, friends, as we say in Alberta, get out there and get her done. God bless you. God bless Ontario.
That's Jason Kenney, the leader of the now united Conservative movement in the province of Alberta, giving a plea for party unity regardless of the outcome of today's leadership election vote. Hi, everybody. We are in Markham, Ontario. Steve Paikin, host of The Agenda, alongside Marissa Maslink, who is the president of the Ontario PC Campus Association. Marissa, just start by telling us what's your mission here today.
Listen, I think the main mission is to win government on June 7th. I think what we're seeing here is a strong movement. We have a room full of strong, dedicated progressive conservatives, and we're just here to win government. That's it.
Who'd you vote for?
I was way too busy with school. I couldn't vote for it. But you know, we have 4 great candidates, and I'm excited to see who wins later on.
You're going into politics someday, obviously, because you just learned how to not answer a question very well. Okay, this is the interim leader of the PC party. The guy who once upon a time said there was a rot inside the party that he was going to get rid of. Let's hear from Vic Fedeli, MPP from Nipissing.
Good afternoon. It looks even more impressive from here. This is a spectacular crowd. I want to say thank you to our keynote speaker and the future Premier of Alberta, Mr. Jason Kenney. Jason, you are a cornerstone of our country's conservative movement. You've changed the face of the Conservative Party of Canada, reaching out to new Canadians, members of our cultural communities. And now you have done what many said was impossible. You united the conservative movement in Alberta around a principled, compassionate, and free enterprise party that's focused on the struggles of an ordinary Alberta. And soon enough, your party will defeat an out-of-touch tax and spend government. Sound familiar? I want to say thank you to our 4 superb candidates. For the 4 of you. Congratulations. Very nice. And thank you to all our volunteers and supporters here with us in Markham, and to everyone watching at home. And thank you as well to all of the members of the media who are here with us this weekend. I mean, wow, can you believe it? It's as if the media kind of figured out that we're not just electing our leader, we are electing the next Premier of Ontario. That's what we're doing. In this room, in this party, we've turned a page. In the 1980s, Ronald Reagan, always the optimist, used to say, it was morning in America. Well, my friends, today it is again morning in the PC party. We'll let other people and other parties talk about the past. We are all here. All of us are here to focus on our future. And so one of my last acts as your interim leader, I'm honored to share with you an update on the state of our great party. Because when I took on this responsibility, we made a commitment to ensure our party was in the best possible shape for our new leader. And make no mistake, the Ontario PC party is strong. The Ontario PC party is united. The Ontario PC party is ready to win and get to work making life better for all Ontario families. In the last 45 days, we have proven how inside and outside of our party and every corner of our province, members and grassroots rose to the occasion, generating real momentum, real excitement, and real energy for our party. Consider this. Throughout this leadership race, our party membership has jumped. This election saw a record turnout of members cast their ballot for our next leader and Ontario's future Premier. The turnout beat the first ballot of 2002, where members were literally selecting the Ontario Premier. Our volunteers have increased 21-fold. Our fundraising numbers are at record highs. Think about this. Virtually every single night, we raise more money on the phone than we did the night before. That's what's happening. Every single activist, that's you who are doing that. That's unheard of in the midst of a leadership campaign as well. Every single activist metric for our party is stronger today than it was 6 weeks ago. So make no mistake, our members and our supporters are excited, they are optimistic, they are looking forward. Our future is bright. And for Kathleen Wynne and the Liberals, the clock is at 5 to midnight. So we have with us in this room today 4 outstanding candidates for leader. Tanya Granic-Allen, Christine Elliott, Doug Ford, and Caroline Mulroney. All four have been working around the clock, not just on their own campaigns, but also by putting our party on the best possible footing to win on June 7th. Each of you, in fact, all of you, and all your supporters have given the members of our party a real choice and a real shot of energy and inspiration. You all have made us very, very proud. And even more importantly, I know that each of you are prepared to unite. You are prepared to lead, and you're certainly prepared to win on June 7th. Like everyone here, I would be proud to serve with any of you, and I look forward to running under your banner as I seek another term, shameless plug here, another term as MPP for the great people of Nipissing. I know that my optimism is shared by our members of caucus who are here, who are also looking to do their part to ensure that our new leader is indeed elected the next Premier of Ontario. So while some have been focusing on what we'll call inside baseball, our team at Queen's Park and our candidates on the ground, yes, to the candidates on the ground, have remained focused on holding Kathleen Wynne and the Liberals accountable. We've stood up. I think Jason has a part of my speech, because we stood up against a flood of big government, political corruption, and insiders putting their interests ahead of Ontario families. We've held firm against a government that has stifled business, eliminated jobs, and turned its back on our most vulnerable. A government that has no real beliefs other than clinging on to power for themselves and their insider friends. They're forever robbing Peter to pay Paul, as long as Paul is a Liberal insider. This is a government that will do, say, or promise anything to get reelected. So my message to everyone here is this: our work does not end today, because whatever differences as progressive conservatives, our differences are small compared to everything that unites us. The real campaign, the real test still lies ahead of us. None of us should underestimate the challenge of bringing a province back from the brink of collapse after 15 years of Liberal rule. In order to do this, we must first win an election. And that's against a government this corrupt, this desperate, and this untrustworthy. Victory is not going to fall to us. We are going to have to earn it. So my closing requests to you in my final address are these: do not believe the polls. Our opponents will not be giving up. Do not let small differences that are inevitable in a leadership campaign distract us from our shared purpose our shared common cause. Let me say that one more time. Do not, please, do not let the small differences that are inevitable in a leadership campaign distract us from our shared purpose and our common cause. Let's do everything we can to ensure our party represents the best of Ontario and is welcoming and accepting to all people of all backgrounds. Let's ensure our party remains united in rejecting misconduct of all kinds and holding ourselves to the highest ethical standards. And most of all, stay together. Stay united, stay strong. Because uniting is not something that simply happens to us. Uniting is something we do. We share a room and a party with 4 candidates and their supporters. And there can only be one winner. That's what happens in elections. And tomorrow, there will be disappointed people in our party. That's natural too. But we need all of you if we're going to succeed on June 7th. All of you. All of you. All of you will have a role in electing a progressive, conservative majority government. We are not just asking you put our party first. That is not enough. We are asking you to put our province first. We are asking you to put the families that are struggling to pay their hydro bills first. We are asking you to put the seniors stuck on outrageous wait lists first. We are asking you to put the mothers and fathers who are finding it harder and harder to find work first. We are asking you to put our job creators who are being chased out of Ontario first. We are asking you to put the children and grandchildren who suffer under Kathleen Wynne's crushing debt first. We are asking you to put Ontario first. Today, we need to do that because today people in Ontario are hurting. They're working harder and harder and struggling to get ahead. They're looking for real change. And only us, only the Ontario PC Party, united and energized behind our new leader, can deliver it. Today, it is morning for the Ontario PC Party. On June 7th, it can be a new dawn for Ontario. I'm excited about the future. You're excited about the future. Let's do this.
We're continuing our coverage of the 2018 Ontario PC Party leadership. We're here at a hotel in Markham, Ontario, just north of the city of Toronto. I'm here with Marissa Maslink. She is the president of the Ontario PC Campus Association. How many students do you think have been involved in this leadership convention?
Thousands, definitely thousands. I think we realize that what Kathleen Wynne is doing right now is affecting students the most. So you see it in full force. They're mobilized and they're energized and they're ready to go and bring change to Ontario.
You're a student at the University of Ottawa?
Yes, I am.
How many folks involved at the University of Ottawa for any of these candidates?
I would say around 100. Collectively for all the candidates, probably around 100.
What's the pitch you make to get young people involved in something that most young people in this province think is a big waste of their time?
Listen, and like I said, the decisions and what's happening right now at Queen's Park affects students the most. And I think what we're starting to realize is that that's affecting us the most. What's happening right now is that they're going to the doors, they're volunteering for candidates, they're volunteering for the party because they want to bring that change to Ontario and for their futures.
Marissa, why are you a conservative?
Listen, I believe that every individual on this earth has potential to be something great. And I think what the conservatives and progressive conservatives propose is less government intervention in our lives for us to be successful with the government telling us what to do. And the values I was raised with as a child definitely relate to the Progressive Conservative Party.
You know what that expression is, right? If you're a conservative before you're 30, you have no heart. If you're not one after you're 30, you got no head. That's the expression.
Yeah.
Would you agree it's unusual for younger people to be attracted to the conservative message when it seems, at least over the past many decades, that and our current Prime Minister is an example, they mostly go for the Liberal or NDP parties.
See, I disagree with that. Yes, they get the airwaves, they're promoting shiny objects in the airwaves, but our youth members are the most dedicated members of any political party. They're the ones that are managing campaigns. They have leadership roles in the party and within local campaigns. Yes, the Liberals and AP give the shiny objects for youth to get attracted to, but what's unique about our movement is that we're strong and that that this is ours for the taking and that we need to be active.
I wonder whether you have found in your travels, because I know certainly many people probably over the age of 55 have found this, that they didn't get their registration letters in time, they didn't get their PIN numbers on time, and they couldn't vote. Have you found that to be a factor for young people in this province?
Definitely not. What was interesting is that some students have two addresses, where that residency university and or at their home address and their home riding. But there was a good communication flow between both. There was good communication flow. They understood ways in which they can get their registration PIN and their ballot. So from what I hear, the students had no problem in voting in leadership.
So to the best of your knowledge, most of the students who wanted to participate and vote for the next leader of the PC party were able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't have to tell you, I've heard from like dozens of people, which obviously is a small representative sampling, I suspect, of broader numbers of people who were not able to participate at all. And I wonder if you therefore think there is some question about the legitimacy of whoever wins today, because a lot of people were not able to vote.
Definitely, I think that was the result of kind of the expedited process, and it's definitely not going to be perfect due to the fact that it was a very quick process. And it's very unfortunate that not everyone had the chance to vote, but I'm glad to see that we're all here and the vote is still happening today, and that we will have a leader tomorrow that will be able to hit the ground running and bring change to Ontario.
Can you tell which of the four candidates seeking the PC party leadership has attracted the most support from the most university-age students?
There's definitely different sections of youth that are involved in the campaigns. It's tough to say that there's one candidate that all the youth are flowing to, but we see a strong youth presence in all the different campaigns. So it really shows that our movement is very strong among students and youth.
I hear you, but of course Caroline Mulroney is the one who is saying she is the choice of the next generation. And so certainly her expectation is that most young people are with her. Do you know if that's the case?
Again, it's tough to quantify. I think there's a strong youth in all the campaigns, so I'm glad to see that there's such a strong youth movement here.
And are you going to tell, if I ask you one more time, you're going to tell me who you voted for?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't get my registration PIN there.
Are you kidding me? You are kidding me.
But yeah, there was a mix-up within my address. I didn't have my unit number, but I'm glad to see that so many other people did.
Are you not just furious about the fact that you couldn't vote?
I'm glad other people got the opportunity to vote.
You're putting a very brave face on it. Marissa, I want to thank you for dropping by our booth here at the convention, and enjoy the day.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's Marissa Maslink, and she represents the Ontario PC campus associations all across the province of Ontario, I presume, for all the young people who want to get involved, not just in politics, but in progressive Conservative Party politics. Okay, we are expecting Vic Fedeli, who is still the leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition and will be right until the 7th of June, which is Election Day, because even though they are electing a new leader of the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party here today, that new leader will of course not have a seat in the Ontario legislature. This is, I think to my knowledge, the first time ever that any party, any major party, is having a leadership election without having a candidate with a seat in the legislature. And speak of the devil, as I was just pointing out the fact, Mr. Fedeli, that you are probably in a few hours' time no longer going to be the leader of the PC party, but you are still going to be the leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition and leading off question period every day. Have I got that right?
You have that absolutely correct.
And what does that mean? I guess I want to take a step back at this. You very famously at that press conference said, when you took over as the interim leader of the party, that your prime mission was to get rid of any rot in this party.
Yes.
What's the status of the rot today?
Well, I think we're, what I said in the speech today was my mission was to turn over a party that was ready to take us and the new leader into the next election, and that's where we are today. So obviously we're looking forward, and how do we do that? And so more of our message is talking about bringing relief to families now. We know that the structure is ready to take us into the election. We're going to pick a new leader, and off we go.
You mentioned it twice, maybe even 3 times in the speech. that you know that there are broken-hearted people who will leave this hall today who support candidates who will not win.
Yep.
I presume you felt a need to reinforce that message so many times because you're aware of the fact that some people are going to leave here, they're going to be upset about the fact that a lot of people didn't vote, they're going to be upset about the fact that their candidate didn't win, and they may not be able to get over that so easily. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think the real message is we had more than 60,000 people participate in the vote. That's unheard of in our party, and that just tells us the level of excitement, because people know they're not just voting for the next leader of our party. We honestly feel we are actually voting for the next premier of the province of Ontario, so there's a lot of excitement. But there can only be one winner. We've got 4 great candidates, only one of them is going to win. So you've got 2/3 who didn't, or sorry, former finance critic. We have 3/4 who didn't, weren't successful. They're, you know, I believe that the whole idea is to come united. We all have a common goal. I said it in my speech. There's one mission ahead of us, and that is to win in June so that we can bring relief to families.
What will you say, Mr. Fedeli, to those people? And one of them was just in that chair. She was running the student campus associations across the province of all the universities and colleges. She didn't vote. She didn't get her information in time to vote. What do you say to all the people who wanted to have a vote today, some of whom went to court trying to get the right to vote? The courts didn't see it their way. They feel disenfranchised.
Well, I know, again, we had 60,000 people who did get to vote. And so when you have such a contracted election, you know, the fact that we had so many new members sign up in such a short period of time, 60,000 people vote in an election, it truly is unheard of. That's more than double our general election turnout. We have to know that all we really need to do now is turn to the next battle, and that's the election. The leadership race is won, but we've got to get to the June 7th election so we can bring the relief that the families of Ontario need. That's where they need to focus. That's what we said. Despite our differences, and they're small, let's focus on what we have in common, and that's the desire to bring relief to families.
Do you think there will be any questions of the legitimacy of the outcome of this race by the end of business hours today?
Oh, I know our party. We are going to unite. We just simply have to. We know that races are heated and there's lots of excitement in them, but the real that's the battle. The real war is winning the election in June, so we can get to help these families. That when we knock on doors, you know, when I knock on doors, they're still telling me they have to decide whether to heat or eat, and you get heartbroken by these stories that you hear when I go home into my riding of Nipissing and hear the stories face to face.
Who did you vote for?
Well, that is going to remain my private enjoyment. Both Patty and myself, we each went about it separately and voted online.
Did you vote for all 4 candidates?
I'm not going to share anything about my vote. I remained absolutely neutral throughout the leadership race, and I will remain neutral to the end. But okay. I will be supporting, as I hope everybody here will be, whomever our new leader is. We will all be rallying behind that person. That's what we need to do in order to help families come June.
Let me ask you a very personal question, and that is, when Patrick Brown first stepped down as leader, the caucus unanimously, I think, decided you should be the guy that should be the interim leader of the party. Initially, it looked like you might be the guy to take the party all the way to the election.
Yep.
A number of members raised a stink, obviously, said they wanted a leadership convention. As a result, you heard that and decided you weren't going to go for it. How hard a decision was it for you to stand down and not lead this party, as you clearly wanted to, into the June 7 election?
Well, it was a difficult decision, but one that Patty and I made together. I felt I had a bigger role for the party. You know, we've lost 4 elections in a row, and I want to make sure that we're going to win this next election. And how I can personally best serve the party is to be that interim leader and do the things that I felt were necessary to do in order to make the system ready for the election. And so I decided to put my personal goals behind and put the party first. And I think we're in great shape. We're going to pick a great leader today, and we're going to win in June. We're going to form a majority progressive conservative government, and we're going to start the long process of turning Ontario around.
this party may have ended up, after it's all said and done, with, I don't know, somewhere between 175 and 200,000 members. Obviously not all of them will have voted for whoever wins this contest today, but you have a lot of members in this party. A lot of the members of this party came to this party over the last 3 years because of a guy named Patrick Brown. What is his status with this party today?
Well, I'm truly looking towards the future and towards the election. I'm thinking about the nominated candidates that we have. I'm thinking about our caucus members. Well, I would rather be focusing on the future, to be perfectly honest, and you'll have to ask him his status.
He is at the moment, though, a nominated candidate for your party in one of the ridings in Barrie.
You will have to ask him about his status.
Okay, well, at the moment his status is he's an independent MPP because you threw him out, right?
Well, look, my focus today is in uniting the party and looking towards winning in June.
Okay. What kind of a conservative are you, Mr. Fedeli?
I've always called myself a fiscal conservative. When I was mayor of the city of North Bay, we had a terrible finance structure. We had the lowest reserves in Ontario. There were a lot of issues that really needed help. My goal was to turn that financial ship around so that we could spend the money on the things that were important in the community. We're the only community of our size that had a municipality invest in social housing. So that's a project that I led.
I tell you the reason I asked the question is because you do say you could support any of the four that were to win coming out of today. Caroline Mulroney is clearly seen as a red Tory, a progressive conservative. Christine Elliott maybe a little more over to the right. Doug Ford considerably more over to the right. Tanya Granick-Allen, as it relates to social conservatism, has her spot on the political spectrum as well. Those who know you would say that you line up ideologically a lot more comfortably with Elliott or Mulroney and not Ford. Which makes me ask the question, if Ford wins, you really think you can unite around him?
Oh, I think all of our caucus members and our candidates are going to unite around whomever the leader is. I absolutely believe that. Again, despite whatever small differences we may have, it's the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is to help turn the province around, and we're all going to unite behind a leader so that we can get there in June and begin to do. This is going to be a long process to turn Ontario around. Whatever small differences we have, I believe we'll all get over them very quickly.
You've said that expression, small differences, numerous times, except
I believe it.
Well, I'm sure you do, but the four candidates who are up there, not all of them believe it. Some of them, of course, during the course of the leaders' debates, the two that were held, seem to suggest there were much bigger differences among these four than perhaps you suggest. Are they not right?
Well, that's a lot of it to do with the pitching throughout the election, and part of it is to, they need to win their members as well, and I just know that come leadership race finale, when we have a leader, that's what we will do. We will put those differences beside us because we'll unite to our common goal. And when you look at Ontario as a lifelong entrepreneur, I do see businesses leaving Ontario. I see businesses being rejected from Ontario, and we know we need to stop that and turn it around. So we're going to need to rally behind our leader and get to that spot so we can do that.
Gotcha. I know others want to have at you today, so I thank you for coming to our little makeshift booth here.
Always a pleasure, Steve.
Nice to see you again, and enjoy the day.
Thank you.
That's Vic Fedeli, who is the MPP for Nipissing, who is still, right up until the 7th of June, the leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, as the title is called, on the floor of the Ontario Legislature. He will, of course, kick off question period for whatever question periods are left. But as of probably 4:30 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, he will cease being the leader of the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party, because that's what they're setting to pick today. Just the party leader. Under most circumstances, the party leader also becomes the leader of the opposition at Queen's Park, because of course the leader almost all the time is an MPP. Not the case today. Okay, this is a guy, as we get him mic'd up here, who has had one of the least enviable jobs in Canadian politics over the last 6 weeks. Hartley Lefton is a guy who has been trying to do in 6 weeks what most parties get 9 months to do, namely run a process that picks a new leader. How's it been?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Steve. It's been quite a ride. We've had a really engaging time last 44 days. We've seen 4 candidates really present their programs for the PC Party of Ontario and for Ontario, and I'm looking forward to the announcement in a little over an hour.
Who'd you vote for?
You know, I can't tell you that.
I got to ask.
I voted for you as a write-in.
You did you? Well, if elected, I will not serve. How does that sound?
Fair enough.
I want to know about what clearly has been the biggest issue to emerge over the last few days, which was a class action lawsuit aimed at your party, led by John Nunziata, the lawyer and former MP for the Liberal Party, which suggested that because a number of people, and we don't know what the number is, were unable to vote because they didn't get their registration done in time or didn't get their PIN numbers done in time, were disenfranchised and feel bad about it, and therefore think this process is either a little or a lot illegitimate. Could you speak to that allegation?
Sure. The reality is, Steve, that no process is perfect, and this would certainly fall within that bucket. We were very energized by the 64,053 members who were able to vote in the process and who did vote, which represents an all-time high in Ontario politics. We're going to have to look back when this is over and take a look at what went right, and a lot of things did, what went wrong, some things did, and work to do better next time. But for now, we're very excited by the 64,000 plus members who voted and by the energy in the room. People are really excited for the new leader to be announced and for the next election.
We should point all of this into perspective. 65,000 plus people voted this time. The winner of this will be, eventually, the leader of the opposition.
Yes.
In 2002, this party had a leadership change after Mike Harris left. The winner of that convention was Ernie Eves, became premier right away. How many people participated in that effort?
Well, in the first ballot, a little over 44,000, and the second ballot, about 34,000. So these numbers that we see this year dwarf 2002, they dwarf 2004, they doubled 2009, they dwarf 2015. These are unprecedented record numbers in the Conservative Party. And if you look to the Liberal and NDP parties, which are not exactly apples to apples, a far higher level of engagement. They have 2,600 or so delegates electing them. We have 64,000 members who are electing in this process. A much more democratic, much more open process, and you see the level of engagement.
Are you glad you took this job?
In some ways.
That's a long pause, I have to tell you, Hartley.
No, it was a long pause. In a lot of ways, yes. It's been a great experience. It's been a very good experience. I think I owe my two kids about 6 weeks of bedtimes, but I'm looking forward to paying off that debt. But in the meantime, it was a great experience in that respect to be able really to contribute to the process in a serious way. Watch the debate that you hosted with the candidates, the other debate in Ottawa. It's been a really good process, and we're really excited and looking forward to June 7th.
I asked the question, of course, because I have heard many people curse your name over the last few weeks because of all of the, the adversarial things that have happened during the course of this campaign, not getting their registration letters, not getting their PIN numbers and all of that. The difficulty many people had who are not, say, completely computer savvy in trying to be able to vote. Are you still sold that this is the best way to have run this leadership convention?
Well, what we've seen, Steve, is a process in 44 days that's led to unprecedented numbers of ballots in the box. It's a volunteer-driven process that has led to unprecedented levels of ballot security and integrity. So there are a lot of really strong features of this process. Certainly some weaknesses, certainly some things that we look to do better next time, but overall this process has worked out, I think, generally very well, and the proof is in the 64,000 votes in the box.
We have learned from the American election experience 14 months ago, 15 months ago, that funny things can happen online. How 110% sure are you that the integrity of this online-only voting process is pure?
Well, we're working with best-in-class vendors, and they do a lot of work all over the world. We're exceptionally confident that the process is secure. We're exceptionally confident in the result that will be announced, and we look forward to that. There's no question about that at all.
You're convinced there have been no shenanigans along the way?
On the voting side, no shenanigans. Absolutely.
Okay. Once people have voted, and we remind everybody, I guess, that this is a preferential ballot. You don't just vote for one, you don't put an X beside one candidate's name, although you can, but you can vote for up to 4, and you can rank the 4 candidates in your order of preference. Is there at any point, once that is done, and once you've pushed send and it's taken part, that the party actually prints off the results of those and actually has a paper ballot at the end of the day?
Yeah, so the way this works, Steve, is that once you go online and you rank your up to 4 candidates, that ballot is submitted by a secure channel and a unique PDF is created. That PDF has effectively two pieces of information. One piece is the rankings, the other piece is the riding in which you live. That PDF is stored, and then at the end of the process, we printed all the ballots, and then we're scanning all of them to count them. So yes, there's a paper ballot printed, and that allows for an audit record, it allows for a verifiable result, which is something that, to your last question, leads to our high degree of confidence in the process.
So at some point, at the end of the day, there actually are 65,000 pieces of paper with Progressive Conservative Party members' preferences indicated.
That's correct.
That is correct, okay. That's significant, don't you think? I mean, obviously for people who think that this system is rife for attacking or shenanigans, you will actually see people's concrete ballot results in hand.
I was sent earlier today a picture of what 64,053 ballots look like, all taped up and secure. And I should also say that our process is reviewed by auditors. A Big Four accounting firm that is reviewing our process, the whole count process, the print process, and they ultimately will sign off on what we've done, which will give an added level of comfort and confidence for party members and the media who may be a little cynical that the person who's ultimately announced this afternoon will have the confidence of the PC Party of Ontario members.
Let me ask you one last question about this, and that is that you know that before the court decision came down saying that this process was kosher and going ahead, the Ford campaign put out a pretty blistering tweet saying that they feared the system was rigged, they feared that due process had not taken place, they feared that whatever was going on behind the scenes, they were really upset about those who were going to be disenfranchised. After the court's decision came out, the Ford campaign put out a second statement saying, okay, we're all coming together and we're satisfied with where things are at. Did you have a hand in those two very different points of view?
Well, I certainly agree with the second point of view. I think that we've seen with all four candidates, calls for unity and calls for the party to come together in advance of June 7 against two common opponents. There's a degree of consistency in this room and the party generally that we need to get together for June 7. The process was short. The aftermath will also be short because we're into an election in 8 weeks. And so I'm confident that given what the leadership candidates have said, the party will come together and we'll have a strong result on June 7.
Now your job as the head of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee ends when?
I assume in about an hour and a half or so.
So as soon as the results are announced, your mission's over?
I think so. And then I'll serve at the pleasure of the next leader.
Gotcha. I want to thank you for coming up to our little makeshift stage here and taking our questions, and as I say, enjoy the day.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me, Steve.
Okay, not at all.
Take care.
That's Hartley Lefton, who's a lawyer at Denton's and suddenly found himself pressed into duty as the head of the Leadership Organizing Election Committee, LEOC as they call it in the PC Party, Leadership Election Organizing Committee, LEOC. It has been his job to be in charge of a process that was supposed to send out 190,000 or so letters to PC Party members in the hopes of taking part in a two-stage process. The first was to get a registration letter, the second was to get a PIN number. You then took that PIN number, went to a website and voted. We now know that while 65,000 people plus did do that, and were successful in making that happen, there were a lot of people, and no one knows the number, but there were a lot of people who for a variety of reasons were not able to do that. Either they didn't get their registration number from Canada Post in time, or they had a difficult time trying to navigate their way through the website. John Michael McGrath is here. Let's bring you into this conversation as well. I heard from people who said that they got a PIN number and they couldn't tell whether it was a 2 or a Z, or they couldn't tell whether it was an O or a 0. And it made it very hard for them, maybe they're not as computer savvy as others, to participate. Did you hear much of those kind of complaints?
I've heard those complaints. I think there was a predictable problem that, you know, I think the Tory membership skews maybe a bit older than some of the other parties. They are not necessarily the most tech savvy, so there was that sort of problem. Some campaigns, the Elliott campaign, really did a lot of work to set up sort of local voting centers where members could, you know, go to a community center or whatever, or riding office for, you know, if there was like a nominated candidate in that riding. They would go to that candidate's office and they had staff there to help them out, but that was always a very sort of partial solution to this problem. One of the other issues that has come up is that a number of people who thought they were party members because they had just voted in the federal leadership, federal Conservative Party leadership race, a number of people thought they were also registered as Ontario members when they went through that whole process, and were not. And so some of the people who were complaining quite vocally, and I think Hartley Lefton said this on Twitter, that some of the people who were complaining that they, I'm a member, I should have been able to vote. Turns out they were not in fact on the membership list.
Well, let's follow up on that, because one of the things that I think we have learned that has emerged from this process is that the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario, and this doesn't make them different necessarily from any of the others, when a membership comes to an end, you buy a membership for a year. When it comes to an end, there's no automatic renewal that takes place. And a lot of people who thought they were going to be members in good standing and therefore able to vote suddenly found that they weren't.
Yeah.
And they wondered why they weren't getting their registration letter to vote and their PIN number, and it's because their membership expired and nobody told them. They got to figure that out, don't they?
Right, well, and that was part of the defense that Patrick Brown mounted when people raised questions about how many members he had in fact signed up. He had, only months before he resigned, said that there were 200,000 members or close to it. And then in January, Vic Fideli used the number of, I think it was 130,000 then, and Patrick Brown defended his prior claim, saying that we always knew that on January 1st, a whole bunch of people's memberships were going to expire. They did not necessarily think that it was going to be quite so important and momentous as that those expires have turned out to be.
Gotcha. Okay, John Michael, thanks for this update. We want to get you back out there on the floor, getting intelligence, so you can come back here later and tell us what you've learned.
I will be back.
Okay, thanks a lot. That's John Michael McGrath. You can read his stuff on tvo.org. That's our website, where he has a column, usually once or twice or thrice a week, maybe sometimes even more than that. Let's get you up to date. We are live streaming from the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party 2018 Leadership Convention. This is a different convention from the kinds you may be accustomed to, where delegates come to a hall and vote on a first ballot for a certain candidate. And then once the results are known, one candidate might want to go to another candidate and try to bring as many members over as possible, making deals in between ballots. None of that is going to happen today. This is a very different kind of contest. The Tories have used it for 27 or 28 years. I believe Mike Harris in 1990 was the first time that these new kinds of rules were employed for the purposes of choosing a leader. The Tories have what is admittedly a complicated situation in place, and let me take a moment or two to explain it while we wait for Jason Kenney, who gave the keynote speech earlier today, to come up here. Here's how it works. It's one member, one vote, but it's not one member, one vote, and whoever gets the most votes wins, as long as they get to 50% plus one. That's not how it works. The Canadian Alliance used that system to elect Stockwell Day 10 or so years ago, 15 years ago, I guess. That's not how this system works. This system is a point system. There are 124 ridings in the province of Ontario. Every riding is worth 100 points. The four contestants are going after all of the members in those ridings, and they will get whatever percentage of vote they can accumulate as points in that riding. So obviously, if there are 100 members in a riding and candidate X gets 50 votes, they get 50% of the votes, that's 50 points. If candidate Y gets 20% of the votes, they get 20 points. What it means is that a riding, let's say in downtown Toronto, where there may only be 50 Progressive Conservative Party members, that riding is worth 100 points. Let's take another riding, maybe in central Ontario, where there might be 4,000 Progressive Conservative Party members. That riding is worth 100 points. So you can see it is definitely to the advantage of the candidates not to spend a lot of time signing up thousands and thousands and thousands of members and trying to get your share in a very popular Tory riding. You'll actually get a bigger bang for your buck if you can sign up maybe 25 out of 50 members in a riding where there are almost no Tories, because you get the same amount of points. That makes this different from a delegated convention. It also makes it difficult to determine whether the polling that we're seeing is completely accurate to what the points will reveal on the first ballot. And that's why we're hearing, for example, that Doug Ford and Christine Elliott are 1-2 or 2-1 on the first ballot when it comes to popular support. I think Main Street polling has done the only public polling, the only polling that's been made public so far, Main Street's polling had them both at around 35 or 36% of the total vote cast. That was on the basis of polling 17,000 out of 65,000 voting members. What we don't know is how those 35, 36% of the total votes will roll out when translated into points. It could well be that there are some candidates who've got a heck of a lot of votes in one riding, but that might only get them 50 points, whereas another candidate may have very few votes in another riding, but may get them the same 50 points because it's a smaller riding. That's why the polls may not be all that helpful in helping us figure out who ultimately leads. For what it's worth, Main Street's polling has been saying that Elliott and Ford are 1-2-2-1 at around 35, 36%. Caroline Mulroney much further behind at 19, 18, 17%, something like that. And then Tanya Granick-Allen, widely perceived to be the fourth place candidate in this race, running anywhere from between 10, 12, 13% of the total votes cast. Again, because it's a preferential ballot, here's what happens. You go on the website, you make your choices. I want candidate A first, B second, C third, D fourth, or you only vote for one. There's no obligation to vote for 4 candidates. The computer takes all that into account, and then with the push of one button, figures out who's won. In other words, it figures out how the first ballot will lay out. The bottom candidate, widely perceived to be Tanya Granick-Allen, drops off, and all of her votes are reapportioned to the other 3 candidates who stay in. Allen's votes are widely perceived to be overwhelmingly in favor of Doug Ford. The same process takes place on the second ballot. If it rolls out according to what most people here are saying, Caroline Mulroney will drop off, and then all of her votes will be reapportioned to both Elliott and Ford. The numbers I am hearing in that case are probably 60 to 70% of Mulroney's votes on the third ballot go to Elliott. Maybe 30 to 40% go to Ford. The question then becomes, does Elliott have either a big enough lead on the second ballot for Mulroney's voters to put her over the finish line on the third, or is Ford far enough ahead on the second ballot so that when he gets a smaller share of Mulroney's votes, it's still enough to put him over the top on the third ballot? I hope you're following all that. The algorithms of the computer, though, are such that as soon as they push send, we're going to know, or they're going to know who's won right away, because the computer instantaneously reapportions those fourth place and third place votes on subsequent ballots. That doesn't mean they will announce the winner, of course, right away. They are going to try to draw out the suspense. They'll announce the first ballot results. Then they'll take a little time, let the tension mount, announce second ballot results. If there's no winner on the second ballot, they will then take a little more time and announce the third ballot results. There only can be 3 ballots with 4 candidates in the race, and that means we should be done, as long as everything goes according to Hoyle, by about 3:30, 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's what they're saying. There can only be 4 votes. Let me take a look now over here at Harrison Lohman, our producer, and we've got Jason Kenney, who is the leader of the United Conservative Party of Alberta, the keynote speaker at this convention, who's going to join us now on the set once again. Good to see you again, Mr. Kenney. Nice to see you. Well, I want to focus on the overarching message, at least as I took it in your speech, which was there may be differences on this floor, but you guys have all got to get your act together and unite as one conservative force to take on Liberals. Mr. Kenney, there's been a lot happen in the last 48 to 72 hours that could really put a monkey wrench into that plan, starting with people being unable to vote because they couldn't get their PIN numbers,
right,
et cetera, et cetera. How much damage do you think that's going to do to efforts to get united?
Well, my speech was about how we've overcome adversity nationally when Conservatives were divided, and provincially in Alberta through overcoming that division. But I'll tell you, Steve, we actually had similar problems in our voting system in our merger referendum last July and our leadership election in October.
We should remind everybody, the merger of the Progressive Conservative Party of Alberta and Wild Rose.
Correct.
Which you won.
That's right, and I had 4 campaigns last year: PC leadership, a merger referendum, United Conservative leadership, and a by-election. So I had just about enough politics last year. But the point is, we were using a similar system, mailing out PIN numbers to people, and then people had to verify their identity by sending in an electronic scan of photo ID, and I think actually 2 pieces of ID.
Yeah, all the same here.
Exactly, so it was a cumbersome process that reduced the turnout from what it would typically be, because I think every party has become so focused on preventing mischief and fraud.
Yes.
So what you get is a higher level of integrity in the results, although you may have a lower level of participation. Parties are going to have to figure out the right balance between the two, but we went through exactly the same problem.
How long did your process last, though?
Well, we didn't, maybe a couple more weeks. So formally it started, it was about 7 weeks.
But when you won the leadership of that United Conservative Party, I mean, the timelines surely were not as tight as they have been for this party.
They were tight, but not quite as tight.
So, I mean, that does raise the question of whether or not the added tightness of this process brings less integrity to the final result.
Listen, at the end of the day, they had to get this leadership done quickly. They had to do it following the rules. And my understanding is that by the lion's share of people who have not registered or voted are in a handful of ridings where there were very large bulk membership sales in the nomination process. And so I must say I'm not surprised. It was the same thing in Alberta, where you had these bulk membership sales. We also had lower participation. But listen, at the end of the day, you're going to have tens of thousands of members voting, probably an historic participation in terms of turnout, and the result will reflect the will of the members.
I want to ask you about a guy that, frankly, I don't know whether you know him well, and I ask you this question because the two of you were both in Stephen Harper's caucus as members of Parliament for the Federal Conservative Party for almost 10 years. His ghost kind of haunts this hall. Patrick Brown brought a lot of money, a lot of good candidates, a lot of very high opinion polling, and a lot of members to the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party. And then he was out as leader, and then he was back in as leader, and then he was out again as leader. What do you think all of that has done to this party?
Well, I addressed it from the stage. I said, let's not sugarcoat it. This has been probably the toughest period in the history of the Ontario PC Party. There's no point in denying that. All I can say is there was some exercises, I think, really bad judgment by Patrick trying to step back in. That created an unnecessary distraction. I think finally he did the right things in letting in walking away from it, letting the members decide with a fresh start.
Did you ever reach out to him and advise him of that?
No.
No.
But I suppose I did indirectly through mutual friends. I just think this whole situation was so regrettable. But listen, here's a chance for them to start fresh, start anew, and I think they have time to do that and put it together before the election. We've been operating under super tight timelines in Alberta. Our election is just it's a little over a year from now. But we had to put together, again, get the two political parties merge together, elect a leader, do all of this in less than a year. So you can do things if you're focused. We've done it in Alberta.
Since you are a Conservative Party leader of a province, I'm going to ask you this question. Do you think the next Conservative Party leader in the province of Ontario should sign Patrick Brown's nomination papers and let him run?
You know I'm not going to bite on that, Steve.
It's going to be ask anyway.
It's going to be up to the leader to decide. All I can tell you is I'm making it very clear in my party that there's going to be rigorous screening for prospective candidates. We're going to look at everything from their financial background to any potential ethical or legal misconduct, to anything that could be politically embarrassing. And if they don't pass a very rigorous test, or they're found to lie or to us, they won't be permitted to proceed as candidates. I had to deal with a former MLA who's had some, an independent MLA who left our caucus. I had to make a tough decision not letting him back in because he misled me about certain outstanding legal issues. So I think you have to set a very high bar. The public expects that of us, and I'm sure the next leader understands that.
Which of the four candidates seeking the leadership today do you know the best?
Personally, I don't know any of them really well. I do know Christine Elliott, perhaps. I mean, I've only briefly chatted with Caroline and Doug. Christine, through Jim Flaherty, my former colleague, I do know a bit, and I think they're all great people.
Do you have a view as to which one would stand the best chance of beating Kathleen Wynne on June 7th?
Again, I'm not here to endorse a candidate. I've got to be neutral. But they're all energetic. They've all got their own unique strengths. And my message here today is whoever wins, the party's got to come behind the leader and support them in a united way.
I asked the question because Angus Reid had some polling out just the other day which showed that the big blue tent gets a little bigger if Christine Elliott is the leader. It gets a little bigger if Caroline Mulroney is the leader. It gets a whole heck of a lot smaller if Doug Ford is the leader. And I wonder whether you think that's an important point to note for people who are voting in this.
I'm sure it's one of the factors they've taken into consideration. I'm sure looking at those polls would be one factor. All I can say is my style of leadership is constantly reaching out. And I did that federally for a decade. A lot of that time, frankly, most of it was spent here in Ontario, reaching out to new Canadians. I've spent my whole day greeting people who I helped to bring in to the Federal Conservative Party who are in this hall here today. Many of them new Canadians. I'm proud of that achievement. Whoever the leader is, they've got to keep reaching out.
You and Patrick Brown actually had that in common, in as much as you were the guy widely perceived to get the lion's share of the credit for making the Federal Conservative Party far more multicultural than it ever had been. Patrick Brown, to his credit, did the same thing in the province of Ontario. My question is, in this party's haste to put the Patrick Brown chapter behind it, as you said, everybody wants to look forward, do you think his achievements are going to get short shrift? And he did achieve some things for this party.
Well, I addressed some of these achievements, including a very strong financial situation, a great team of candidates, and a party that reflects the diversity of Ontario. And it's the whole team that's responsible for that, and I think Patrick deserves part of that credit. But obviously, there's been a serious inflection point in the history of the party in the last 2 months, and they've got to move forward. They cannot be encumbered by the last 7 weeks of anxiety and adversity. They've got to move on.
My last question for you is a question I asked you 16 or 17 years ago when I wrote my very first book and interviewed you for that book. Is William Wilberforce still your favorite?
Oh my goodness.
Historical figure of all time?
Yeah, I would say he is. His picture's on my wall, and you have an amazing memory, Paikin.
I have an ability to remember the most arcane and irrelevant information. Although I did enjoy interviewing you for that first book. I do remember that many times ago.
You got to come out and cover Alberta politics sometime.
I'd enjoy that, I think.
All right, thanks, Steve.
Jason Kenney, it's good to have you on our
Thank
platform here today. Thank you. That's the leader of the now united Conservative forces in the province of Alberta, Jason Kenney, who of course was a former cabinet minister during the Stephen Harper years in the federal parliament. He was the keynote speaker earlier today, and of course brought forward the message that so many speakers here today are going to be saying, which is, regardless of the differences that Conservatives may have in this hall, at the end of the day, they believe their differences are less than the differences that they have with Kathleen Wynne and the provincial government, which they think are significant. And the key is to be, in their view, united once they leave this hall. That is always a tall order at the best of times, and these are not the best of times for the Ontario PC party. We know the difficulties that this party has been embroiled in since the 24th of January when Patrick Brown was confronted by allegations in a CTV news story. The caucus got together on what was supposed to be secret conference call. Somebody taped it. We saw what emerged from that conference call later. A very strong effort to get him out. Brown did leave. He later got back into the race. He ultimately, 10 days later, left the race. The race is now left with 4 candidates: Christine Elliott, Doug Ford, Caroline Mulroney, Tanya Granick-Allen. 4 candidates. Interestingly enough, I think unprecedented, none of them are sitting MPP in the Ontario legislature, and also 75% of the leadership candidates are female. I'm not sure we've ever seen that from a major party ever before. Okay, look who's here now.
Hi there.
Jacqueline Dobson is here. You are, how would we describe you?
You can call me a conservative commentator, a Jacqueline of all trades, whatever you like.
Jacqueline of all trades, that's good. Did you vote?
I did.
You were able to vote?
I was able to vote.
Any problems voting?
No, I would say the only issue was on the Thursday morning when it did open up on March 2nd. I didn't exactly know when or where I was supposed to vote. That email rollout came in later in the day, but other than that, I had no issues. I feel bad for the people that did, but I think given the short timelines, these unprecedented circumstances, there was only so much that could happen. And we were at first concerned that only 28 caucus members might choose the next leader of the PC party or the next potential premier. And then we had over 50,000, and now over 65,000 members have participated in the process, and that's good enough for me.
We don't know how many people, of course, couldn't vote because either they didn't get their letters on time, didn't get registered, didn't get their PIN, I mean, a whole host of reasons. I had one guy tell me that he saw a letter come in from the PC party, he thought it was junk mail and he threw it out.
Yeah.
It was only later that he realized, oh my God, that's my PIN number and now I can't vote.
Yep.
Do you think the fact that whatever the number is of people who couldn't vote casts any doubt about the legitimacy of the outcome of this process?
I don't think so. I think given the unprecedented times that we are in, the fact that we don't have 2 years like we typically do to groom a new leader to get ready for the election, we have less than 2 months now before the writ drops to go into a general election against Kathleen Wynne. It was time to get the show on the road. And as I said, we had over 65,000 people that did participate in the process. That's more than any other voter turnout that we've had in PC leadership history. I think this is all great news. Yes, there were some bumps along the way, but as I said, this was unprecedented times where we all had to pull up our bootstraps and come together very quickly.
The first thing I usually do when I talk to people at a convention is look to see if they're wearing any paraphernalia or buttons to indicate who they're supporting. You're not.
I'm not.
So I'm going to ask.
Sure.
Who'd you vote for?
So I voted for 2 people. I deliberately only put 2 people on my ballot. My first choice was Christine Elliott. I think she will be turnkey to be a premier. She knows the legislature, but more importantly, she knows Kathleen Wynne. And that's who we all got to be thinking about right now going into the next election. And secondly, I voted for Caroline Mulroney. I think she, compared to Christine, I think she has a bit of work to do, but I think the foundation is there and a lot of things can be learned. Given that this was such a short leadership, she didn't have a lot of time to get going, but the more that I did see her, the better I thought she was getting.
I'm interested that you only voted for 2. You could have voted for 4. Why did you not rank the other 2?
Because I don't think that they were right to lead our party going into an election this close. I live in Etobicoke. I'm a proud woman from Etobicoke.
You are in Ford Nation.
And yes, I did not vote for Mr. Ford.
Why not?
He made a very short-sighted comment, I thought, about a week ago about minors and having parental signatures needed for abortions. I don't think that that was the right move to do this close to a general election. I think what a lot of people need to think about is all the infighting and drama that was happening within the party during this leadership. The Liberals were taking note of, and they're putting it away in a war chest, and they'll be ready to use it once the writ drops, and I think that would be a big comment, and that could very much cost us the election.
A couple of follow-ups. Caroline Mulroney was obviously putting herself out there as kind of the choice of the next generation, which is you.
Which is me.
I mean, if you're not a Mulroney voter, a young woman, then who is? And yet you only put her second.
I did put her second. I don't think I'm the average young woman. I mean, I am a big Politico. I used to work at Queen's Park. I know the process. And so because of that, I aligned more with Christine Elliott, who has that legislative experience. But as I said, I think Caroline is well on her way of getting there.
Did she disappoint you with her performance? Maybe
I
not
was I wasn't disappointed. I was a bit underwhelmed.
Underwhelmed.
I was a bit underwhelmed. I got more whelmed as the leadership went on, but as I said, we didn't have a lot of time to really gear up and get going. I think either of those two, though, will position us very well going into the general election.
You heard Jason Kenney and Vic Fedeli both say that regardless of who wins, this party has to coalesce around the new leader, because obviously the Liberal government would love nothing more than for this party to fracture over who wins.
For sure.
The fact that you could not even see a place on your ballot for Doug Ford's name makes me ask this question. If he wins, what do you do?
If he wins, of course, I will still support the party, and I think once he does and he realizes that he has to lead a caucus and it's not just going to be like City Hall where you're kind of your own one-man island, I think things will fall into place a bit more. But one reason why I stayed impartial during this leadership campaign, one was because I didn't know any of the candidates very well, but secondly, I wanted to see how they performed. I wanted to see how they interacted with each other, and I found Doug was a bit boisterous. He was a bit too boisterous for me, a bit too abrasive, and going into a general election, once again, in less than 2 months, we don't have enough time to build up all these patches. Right? Of course, I will stand behind whoever comes in. I'm not going to be one of those people that says, oh, because I didn't get exactly what I want, I'm going to vote Liberal. But the way that these ranked ballots go, it's better to give only the people that you want to win your support. Otherwise, once someone falls off the ballot, someone you may not want may actually get your full support.
I have talked to a lot of people, and the conclusion I have come to, and you can tell me if you agree with this or not, is that there's quite a gender gap on Ford's support. Men really like his give him hell, Harry message.
Yeah.
A lot of women were quite offended by the attack he put on Christine Elliott at the Ottawa debate in particular, where he basically accused her of flip-flopping on carbon taxes, being a patronage appointment of Kathleen Wynne's when she was the patient ombudsman. How did you find those attacks against Elliott by Ford?
Well, that's what I mean. I thought that was a bit too abrasive. I was not a fan of that, especially because at the outset of this campaign, they kept saying how they were such great family friends, right? And that to me really showed me his true colors.
You didn't like it?
And I did not like it, no. And going against Kathleen Wynne, although she was low in the polls and although her policies may be out to lunch, when you listen to her speak, when I would listen to her speak in the legislature when I worked there, I liked listening to her. She's warm, she's charismatic, she's empathetic. And going against Doug Ford, I don't know what that outcome would be. But I have heard from Liberal insiders that I do work with now in the private sector and public affairs that they are the most worried about campaigning against Doug Ford. David Hurley mentioned on his podcast, actually.
I heard that podcast. That was a really terrific discussion he had.
Yeah, just because he's
They're
so out
worried
there,
about
he's
Ford.
so different.
Yeah.
I would rally behind him, but in this case, I felt very strongly about these two women that have come forward, and that's why I only gave those two my support.
Well, let me ask you about math, because at the end of the day, this all comes down to math.
It's all a numbers game.
It sure is. Jacqueline, here's how most people think this thing's going to roll out, right? Ford or Elliott, 1 or 2, 2 or 1 on the first couple of ballots. Granick Allen obviously dropping off on the first ballot. Mulroney dropping off on the second ballot. If there is a third ballot, what percentage of Caroline Mulroney's support goes to Christine Elliott, and is it enough to carry her over the finish line? What are you hearing in terms of what percentage of Mulroney's voters will go to Elliott?
I've heard that the majority of
Majority, like 50% plus 1, or better than that?
A bit better. I would say between 55 and 65, just because of the fact that, I don't know how to say this as a woman, but Ford has been so abrasive to both of them, I would say. Even in the Ottawa debate, he was calling Caroline a parachute candidate, no experience, blah, blah, blah. And I feel a lot of people who have gravitated towards her campaign also don't like that style. So I think it would be enough to put Christine over the top.
That means that either Ford's lead on the second ballot had better not be very big, or obviously Elliott's lead on the second ballot, she's got to be in the lead for her to win this thing. If Ford's got a decent second ballot lead, there's probably, what you're telling me is, if I read the math right, you're telling me there aren't enough third ballot support votes for Elliott to win this thing.
No, the opposite.
You think there are?
Yes.
Provided she's got that second ballot lead or is real close to Doug Ford. Gotcha.
Yeah.
How are you finding the whole experience here?
You know what? I mean, look around. This is, 2 months ago, we thought this party was going to be in shambles and in chaos, and today...
Well, it was.
It was, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think I left the house for 2 days after that one press conference. I was in a bit of PTSD. But this is exciting. There's energy, there's unity, there's excitement, there's momentum here. I think I saw Deb Matthews wandering around in the back. She was wearing black. I think that was deliberate. I think she thinks there might be a Liberal funeral coming up in
I'm pretty sure
June.
she doesn't think that.
Well...
Given that she's the co-chair of the Liberal campaign, I'm pretty sure she doesn't think that.
Well, maybe she won't say that.
I think you're being facetious, but anyway.
Perhaps. But no, I think this is a great day to be a progressive conservative. I am so excited that we are here today. I'm excited that an injunction did not go through, because what we need to do, as I was saying, we have less than 2 weeks, and we got to come together behind whoever the leader is and get ready for our main goal, which is defeating Kathleen Wynne beginning of June.
How many conventions is this for you?
This is my fourth.
Your fourth leadership convention. How does it compare to the others?
I would say that this is hard to compare to the others just because it's been so last minute, and it's been such a short timeline.
It's quick.
And it's been quick.
Yeah.
But it's been good. I mean, besides the lack of parking outside, I'd say everything has been good. There's no Comic-Con outside, so
good.
No Pikachus jumping around everywhere.
Oh boy, those Pokemon references, not bad.
Yeah.
Jacqueline Dobson, it's good of you to join us here on our set here in Markham, Ontario, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline Dobson describes herself as a conservative commentator, and we are grateful that she could spare some time for us here today. Okay, a reminder, we are in Markham, Ontario at the 2018 Ontario Progressive Conservative Leadership Election. This has been one of the strangest, most astonishing campaigns in Ontario political history. You know, of course, that they are trying to do, basically in 6 weeks, what most political parties take 9 months to do, and that is sign up members, raise money, give candidates a chance to jump into the race, hold a vote, and do all of that across a vast province that, were it a country, would be one of the biggest countries anywhere in the world. This is a difficult and tall order, but the PC party thinks, all of the glitches notwithstanding, it has done a pretty good job of this. 65,000 people voted in this convention. 65,000 people were able to vote. I hasten to add that that was twice as many as voted at the convention in 2002 that made this guy the Premier of Ontario. Ernie Eves, it's nice to see you again. Here's the 23rd Premier of the province of Ontario, Ernie Eves.
Good to see you.
Did you get to vote?
Yes, I did.
You going to tell us who you voted for?
No, I'm not going to.
You're not going to tell us?
voted for.
Can you tell us who you didn't? First of all, did you vote for all 4?
That's a personal question.
Also, okay, I'm not going to get anywhere on this one. Do you think there are any issues around the legitimacy of the outcome, given how many people didn't get to vote?
No, I don't. I mean, look at this. There's no doubt the process was not perfect, but I think everybody knew that we were going to try to do this in 44 days. There were going to be some glitches. I mean, take myself for example. We were going away. I was going away with my grandkids for a couple of weeks in Florida. Mail didn't come before we left. Had to get somebody to go to my house, send the envelope, scan the envelope, send it to me, scan the letter, send it to me, so I get my code to vote online, which fortunately we were able to do. But, you know, if you didn't have those little things in place, I could easily see how you could be missed out. Also, there'd be people that probably have moved since the last time they bought a membership. I mean, I bought one for 5 years at a time, so you know, you could easily move if you don't bother to notify the party that you've moved. They don't know where you are. They send it to your old address. So I can see how all this created problems, no doubt about it. But having said that, I don't think the problems were insurmountable. I mean, yes, nobody likes to see anybody be potentially disenfranchised from the right to vote for anything. But it wasn't perfect, but given the time restrictions, I think they did as well as they could do.
I had a conversation the other day with your good friend Bob Runciman, who is a senator with whom you served in Mike Harris's government.
Bob Runciman.
The guy who basically got you to come out of the private sector.
Yes, he did. I was going to say I owe something to Bob Runciman. I don't know if that's good or bad.
No, you were pretty mad at him at the time, if I recall. He basically very strongly scooped you and said you were coming out of the private sector to run for the PC leadership 16 years ago. He said he thought the outcome of this convention could very well raise questions about legitimacy, because even he, when I spoke to him, had not yet got his PIN number and could not vote. This is a former interim leader of the party. Tim Hudak, only a few days ago, a former leader of the party, only a few days ago, got his information together so that he was able to vote. This is something that is a concern to a lot of people, don't you think?
It is. It is a concern to a lot of people. I can think of people I know personally just got theirs, literally, 2-3 days ago. So they had to scramble to make sure they could vote, but they did scramble to make sure and they voted. But I understand that there are going to be some, unfortunately, who could not. The other side of the coin, though, is, what, about 65,000 people voted, which is almost unheard of in a provincial leadership. Normally, under a normal circumstance where you had 6 months or a year to prepare for this, I'm sure none of these glitches would have happened. But the reality is the party was in where it was. There is an election coming up on June the 7th, and they had to get their act together and find a leader ASAP, so they did.
Which of these 4 candidates for leader do you know the best?
Well, I probably know Christine Elliott the best, just because, obviously, I've spent some time with Christine Elliott and Jim Flaherty, and she was at Queen's Park for 9 years.
This is a party that has twice rejected her for leader. Do you think that brings any tarnish to her in this race?
No, I don't. I think, there's an old saying in politics, you could be in the right place at the right time or the wrong place at the wrong time. I know all about that. So,
well, you were both.
Yes, I was. So I think it all depends on where you are and what the issues are and what the political climate is at the time, who your opponents are. There's so many varying factors. I think Christine's extremely well respected by everybody. at Queen's Park virtually. Although maybe after this, if she's fortunate enough to win, Liberals might not admit to that, or Kathleen Wynne may not. But look, we have four very strong candidates. I mean, Doug Ford is very outspoken. I mean, he's kind of brash in his approach. Some people say it reminds them of Donald Trump south of the border. But you certainly know where Doug stands on certain issues. There's no doubt about that. And I've known the Ford family for a long time. I knew his dad. I served with his dad at Queen's Park. And
you'd be okay if he won?
A very decent. I'd be happy if any of them won. I mean, but you know, the reality is only one is going to win. I've been very impressed with Caroline Mulroney. She's spoken extremely well. She's obviously a very intelligent woman. She comes from a political background. She has a seat that she's running in the next election, which is
unlike any of the others.
Yeah, well, true. And she's really worked very, very hard. I've been getting like 6, 7 emails a day from Caroline Mulroney about, hey, I'm in Owen Sound at 2 o'clock. I'm in Collingwood speaking at noon. I'll be in Caledon this evening, blah, blah, blah. So she's obviously worked extremely hard. And Tanya Granick-Allen has quite frankly surprised me. She performed very well in both the debates. I may not agree with her on some issues, but again, you know exactly where she stands. She's very well spoken, and she's been a lot stronger candidate than I think a lot of people anticipated.
You're a good person to ask this next question to, because when you came back out of the private sector to run for the leadership of the PC party in 2002, you didn't have a seat either.
No,
like
I didn't.
all of these guys. None of the four of them have a seat. So you won the leadership and then had to find somewhere to run. Now obviously you had more time to do it because the election was not going to be, whatever, 88 days away the way it is this time. Have any of the candidates sought your advice on where to run? And if they haven't, what would you recommend on that score? We know Doug's going to run in the, Mr. Ford's going to run in the north end of Etobicoke. But if Christine Elliott wins, she can't run in her old seat. What does she do?
I don't have an answer to that. I was fortunate in that, you know, we had a house in Caledon, so I was living in that constituency to start with. I was quite well acquainted with the people in the riding, and David Tilson at the time decided he was going to step down. He ran federally, and he's still there. He's still he's still in Ottawa in the House of Commons. So I was lucky. There's no doubt about it. You talk about being in the right place at the right time. Or the wrong place at the wrong time. I was very fortunate. But I'm sure Christine won't have a problem finding a constituency to run in.
Well, there's only a couple of dozen left out there that have not been nominated in, and she doesn't have a direct connection to any of them. Is that a problem?
You know what happens in politics.
Tell me.
If somebody becomes a leader, I think there may be somebody who has second thoughts about running perhaps, or a few months down the road decides they're going to quit. And they do what I would say is the right thing and make room for the leader. Now, the people living in that constituency have to be amenable to that, obviously. You're not going to get elected in the by-election, which I believe happened to John Tory.
Let me ask you what advice, I mean, I presume at some point the next leader of this party is going to call you, is going to call Mike Harris. I mean, that's Bill Davis, that's what you do. You call former leaders and you get some advice. For the new leader of this party, whoever it is, 88 days to go until the next election, against somebody who's low in the polls right now, but whom everybody agrees is a pretty formidable campaigner. What's the advice?
The advice is not to take anything for granted. Reach out to unify the party, reach out to people that work for the other three candidates, get them involved in the campaign, give them something responsible to do, and make sure that everybody is on the same team rowing together, because you're going to need that, especially in this shortened time frame. In any leadership, there are disagreements that go on. And usually they're not among the candidates themselves so much as they are the people behind the scenes working for those candidates. I found the losses are often much more bitter for them than they are for the actual candidate. You know, when you're in politics, you know that there is a good chance you could lose, and not everybody wins. And so you're sort of prepared for that in the back of your mind. But I think sometimes people get so enthusiastic about supporting a particular candidate that they just can't seem to let that go. And that is going to be a challenge in the short time frame that we have between now and June the 7th.
You've been out of politics for more than a decade now. You miss it?
Oh, you always miss certain aspects of it. There's no doubt about it. No, I was there for almost 24 years, 12 of it in opposition, 12 of it in government. Been there, done that sort of thing, served in almost every position you can possibly serve in, from the lowest, crummiest office at Queen's Park to the Premier's office, so there's not much else to do. But I think what you really miss, as Bill Davis said about politics, is that, first of all, every day is exciting. Every day that you know you're going to have 6, 10, 12 issues that didn't exist the day before. You're exposed to many more things than you've ever been exposed to in the private sector. It's very interesting, but it also gives you a real opportunity to make a difference in the lives of Ontarians. And there aren't many occupations that can say that. And I think it's a real honor and a privilege if you have the opportunity to serve and work for the people of the province of Ontario.
As you did, as the 23rd Premier of the province and as a Minister of Finance in Ontario who brought down, I want to say 7 or 8 budgets. What was it?
5 budgets, 6 if you, well, first of all, 5 budgets of my own, 6 if you count the first economic statement I did, which Mike Harris didn't want to call a budget, and 7 if you count the last one that actually I did most of, but Jim Flaherty presented it.
Gotcha. Well, you were there a long time. That's a good point. I would be remiss if I didn't ask you to please pass along, since we're here on TVO, our best regards to your life partner, Isabel Bassett, who's a former chair and CEO of TVO, and we thank you very much for sparing some time for us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you again, Mr.
Thank
Eves.
you. Thanks, Steve.
That's Ernie Eves, former Premier of the province of Ontario, former Minister of Finance Ontario. Back in 2002, it was Ernie Eves who was in first on the first ballot, and first on the second ballot, and won on the second ballot, defeating, among others, Jim Flaherty, whose widow, of course, is one of the candidates here today for the 3rd time of the leadership of the Ontario PC Party. Okay, let's reset as we bring John Michael McGrath back in here. Have you been out to get on the floor of this convention hall and pick up some tips on what's going on out there?
Well, there's some nervousness, I think, is the best way to put it. The big concern that everybody has is that the candidate be electable. A winnable candidate is the phrase that I'm hearing a lot.
What is that code for?
Well, I think it's code for people aren't entirely sure about Doug Ford. Christine Elliott obviously has a long and established provincial record, and with Doug Ford, obviously he motivates a large chunk of the base, and he makes Conservatives feel good about being conservative. But there's the wider question of how will he play in a general electorate. Obviously we've seen some polling to suggest that he brings in a lot of negatives as well as a lot of positives. There's a concern that he could cost the party more votes than he brings in, frankly. So that's one of the phrases that I am hearing a lot, that anxiety over could the choice end up hurting the party in the general.
Well, we've mentioned this before, but it bears repeating. The Angus Reid polling organization just crunched some numbers, I guess, about a week and a half ago. They put them out a couple of days ago, and it showed that if Christine Elliott is the next leader of this PC party, the potential universe that will consider voting for her is plus 45.
Yeah.
For Caroline Mulroney, it's plus 25. For Tanya Granick-Allen, it's minus 20. For Doug Ford, it's minus 55, I think. The big blue tent gets a lot smaller. In other words, fewer people would consider voting Progressive Conservative if Ford is the leader.
Yeah.
Now, surely everybody in this hall knows about those numbers.
Well, but the Conservatives have had a history of, I don't know if you want to call it electoral self-sabotage, but there is a history of people choosing the thing that makes the partisan spirit stronger and may perhaps alienate some voters. I think one of the things that's of concern is that I think a lot of people are also reading the polls showing that no matter who they pick, the Tories are in a strong position with 40 or 45% of the popular vote. I would, if I were a Tory advisor, I would be telling them, A, the poll today is no guarantee of success on June 7th.
Ain't that the
but
truth?
Also, even as far ahead as they are in some polls, you don't want to give up any points that you have, and it would not take a lot to make this a more competitive race, and we know that votes don't always translate into seat count. very directly. And you don't have to get fanciful to think of a scenario in which the Tories give up 5 or 10 points, and suddenly, instead of a majority in the House, they're looking at a minority and two very hostile parties across the bench from them.
Okay, John Michael, we're going to let you get out there again and find out some more intelligence and then come back and visit us again, okay?
Okay, thanks so much, Steve.
John Michael McGrath, who writes on TVO.org, that's our website. We remind you, we are live streaming all day long on TVO.org/theagenda and on Twitter.com/theagenda. Live streaming gavel to gavel coverage of this 2018 Ontario PC Party leadership race. This has been, any way you slice it, one of the most extraordinary races in Ontario political history. We had Ernie Eves here a moment ago. He ran for the leadership under a different set of circumstances, although interestingly enough, he also was not an MPP when he ran for leader back in 2002. Look who's here. I'm going to hold that up at the end. That's my surprise at the end. Here's Mike Harris. Nice to see you again. There's Mike Harris, the 22nd Premier of the province of Ontario. Headset is on, he's all plugged in. Mr. Harris, I take you back to 1990 when you were a leadership candidate against Diane Cunningham.
Yes.
In, I think it was May of 1990.
Somewhere around there.
You found yourself...
You're the historian, you know all this stuff.
You got thrust into a general election very soon thereafter.
Yeah.
So the circumstances are somewhat similar, and I would ask you, what advice would you have for a leader who won a leadership today and found themselves in a general election campaign 2 months later?
Well, you know what, they've had an opportunity over the last little while, you know, to help get ready, and they all have their experiences. But I mean, my advice, and I'll tell you what's changed too, my advice is you embrace the other three candidates, you embrace all their supporters. You heard today from Jason Kenney, from Vic Fideli. United, this province is hungering for change, and the Progressive Conservative Party, I think, are the best ones to offer it. But I'll tell you what's different. In 1990, we were in third place. We had no money, we had no policy, we were last in the polls. And the David Peterson government at that time was still pretty popular, and Bob Rae was second most popular. Yep. So what's changed? They've got money, they've got policy, they have a platform that leaders say they want to tinker with, but by and large, I think a solid platform. They're the most popular party, and the government, the last I checked, about 80% are saying enough of Kathleen Wynne. We've got to put this province back on track. So they have a lot of things going for them. I wish I'd have had that going for me in 90. I'd have been Premier sooner.
On the other hand, if you had, you wouldn't have been able to make history the way you did by going from third to first in one election, which nobody had done in 72 years. The pressure's on these guys. They're expected to win.
Look, they're going to be nervous. There's pressure on them, that's fine. But you know, you learn pretty quickly on the job. I've got great confidence that, and any one of these leaders, I think, can trump Kathleen Wynne. I mean, I got to tell you, I've never seen such a disastrous administration, so anti-private sector, anti-freedom, really, government that I've ever seen, and big government, you know, wanting big government, big taxing, big spending. So I think, you know, my son Mike Jr. wants to run. He's got an 11-year-old kid. I think he'd make a better Premier today, without any experience, than Kathleen Wynne or that band that's there now.
You know, of course, he'd be the third Mike Harris to be an MPP if he wins.
Well, there we go. We need more Mike Harrises. Not everybody will agree, I'm sure.
Now we got to
get he's a little smarter than I am, so
we'll get the curler to run after that. Tell me this: you know, the People's Guarantee, which was the platform that Patrick Brown brought forward, had a lot of promises in there that were to be paid for by a carbon tax. This party made its views known, or at least the candidates did, that they're not for that carbon tax.
Right.
What's your view on it?
Well, I think everything has to be in balance, right? So Patrick Brown, I think, felt that the feds were going to bring in a carbon tax. If he didn't, better I do it than Trudeau. I'm not sure he's wrong on that. I think he probably would have done it better than Trudeau, but he said it's revenue neutral, and we will give back to the people. So I don't know where you know, the new leader's going to go or where the party's going to go, but I'm pretty sure they can fight Trudeau all they want. My guess is there's going to be a federal liberal carbon tax. Trudeau's committed to give the money to the province. There's the money to pay for your promises.
Okay, how about this? Doug Ford's father was a member of your caucus, so you know the Ford family presumably pretty well. Christine Elliott, of course, was married to Jim Flaherty, who was also in your caucus. You're friends with Brian Mulrooney. I'm sure you know his family very well. Tanya Granick-Allen maybe less well. Which of these four people is prepared tomorrow for the task of being Premier of Ontario?
Well, you're right. I know three of them quite well, and I know the three families very well. And I got to be honest with you, I think any one of those three are ready. I can't speak for the fourth. I don't know her very well at all. And I don't know what a political experience really she has, and broad support on all of the issues that she has. But any one of those three, in my view, can be ready, and I will help them get ready. And I think any one of the three will make a fine Premier of this province.
Who did you vote for?
Well, you know what? I'm going to, tomorrow morning, be with the winner. And
will you have voted for that winner?
I'm support. I hope so, but you know what? I think it was important for me to not take a position. We've had enough distractions in this party, let's face it. This whole process hasn't been 100% smooth. I think it's been 95% good. I haven't impressed with this new process. To be honest with you, it was a challenge. 45 days, unprecedented. But this new process is the way of the future. There is, when a vote does get cast, and not all of them that wanted to could, including my youngest daughter didn't get to vote, and I'm sorry for that.
Why is that? She didn't get her pin in time?
No, she didn't get her pin in time. But having said that, when the votes were cast, there was integrity in that vote like there has never been before in any of our leadership contests. And secondly, you know, I think the result is pure. You know, you in the media poll 1,000 people and say, here's the result. They polled 66,000. That's a pretty representative number.
I hear you, but one of those 66,000 is a guy named Bob Runciman, whom you know well,
yes,
and whom I spoke to on the phone the other day. He was a cabinet minister in your government. And he said the legitimacy of this result is in question because people like him, a former interim leader, didn't get their pin and didn't get to vote.
Well, his vote's the same as my daughter's vote that didn't get to vote. I think you will find, on average, I have absolutely no hesitation in saying that there was no tinkering with the process. It was all third party, was independent. Some people, unfortunately, didn't get to vote, and I think the party is very sorry for that and has to make sure that doesn't happen again. But the integrity of the result, I have 100% confidence that it wasn't going to change, that those that didn't vote are probably in the same representation of those that voted.
Let me ask you one last thing, and that is, for all of her bad polling numbers today, I haven't spoken to a Progressive Conservative Party member who doesn't believe Kathleen Wynne is a formidable campaigner and that nothing ought to be taken for granted. What's the secret to beating her?
Well, I don't know. Obviously, the party hasn't found that before, but I think the population is pretty fed up right now. She is a formidable opponent. She is a socialist. She believes in big government. She believes government can do things better than the private sector. I think now, over this period of 15 years, 16 years, it's been demonstrated that government can't and won't and is not able to. There are things that they just keep fouling up, whether it's electricity or whether it's you know, the gas plants, whatever they seem to touch. And that, you know what, you need transparency, you need competition, you need private sector involved, and they have stifled the private sector out of this problem. You talk to any entrepreneur, any business person, large or small, they feel threatened by this government. And that's why we have big deficits, why we have debt piling up, why our kids and grandkids are you know, we're bankrupting them with this. This has to be fixed. You heard Jason Kenney talk about a thriving, active private sector. That's what we campaigned for in '95 with the Common Sense Revolution. The net result, far more jobs, far more tax dollars into the Treasury, even at a reduced rate. So it's been done before, it can be done again, and I think this party can do it. She's a great campaigner. If you believe in big government, if you believe in socialism, if you actually think it works, even though there's no demonstration anywhere in the world where it has, then she's your choice. Hopefully, the 80% that don't want her now won't want her on June 7th.
I would conclude our conversation merely by saying that the Progressive Conservative Party has actually lost 7 of the last 9 elections. And you're looking at the only guy who won the 2 that they did win. That's Mike Harris, 22nd Premier of Ontario. Good to see you again. Thanks for visiting us here on our set.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thanks,
Mike Harris. Okay, everybody, let's reset the scene. We are at, where are we here? About 3:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are awaiting the first ballot results from the Ontario Progressive Conservative Leadership Convention. So long, Mr. Harris. We expect, of course, Doug Ford or Christine Elliott to be first or second or first on the first ballot. Razor thin points between the two of them. Caroline Mulroney is expected to come third. Tanya Granick-Allen would, we expect, be the fourth candidate. She would have to, by rule, drop off, and whatever percentage of voters she has would then be reallocated to the other 3 candidates. What then happens on a second ballot, we shall see. Oh, thanks for the water, Chad. Okay. Can we now introduce a guy who set a record when he was first elected as an MPP in the Ontario Legislature? That's Sam Oosterhoff, who was 19 when he got elected. Youngest MPP ever. You're 20 now, aren't you?
That's correct, Steve.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a funny thing about time, it never stops moving.
I hear. Sam, who are you supporting today?
I'm supporting Christine Elliott. I put my support behind her several weeks ago and have been really excited to see the level of enthusiasm, momentum on her team, and it's an exciting day to be here. I think we'll see a big W coming down the pipeline.
Caroline Mulroney, of course, said that she is the choice of the next generation. That means you. What didn't you see in her that obviously made her, I presume, your second choice?
Yeah. So, you know, I actually think that with Caroline, she's a wonderful woman. I love Caroline dearly. I think she has a lot of potential, but I didn't see the strength that we need to see heading into an election. We don't need someone just who's in a good opposition leader. We also need someone who can be premier. I think that Caroline has a really strong future in our party, but I don't think that she necessarily represents what people need to see right now. I think that we need to see someone who's a firm, steady hand on the tiller with only a couple of months before an election. And I think Christine has not only the experience and the enthusiasm, but really the knowledge of what's going on here in provincial politics in Ontario to lead us to a big W come June 7th.
Sam, I know that you are a proud social conservative, and Tanya Granick-Allen is a proud social conservative. Why did she not get your vote?
So it's interesting that you should say that. You know, I've never called myself that term. I've only ever described myself as a comprehensive conservative. And the reality is that I think Tanya has done a really good job of speaking for issues that are important to her, and I agree with her on some of these issues. And I have a lot of respect for anyone who would put themselves forward. But I think we also need to have someone who, while respecting the broad coalition of the party and the various members from different backgrounds who are part of that, someone who can move us forward and someone who can have a really positive vision for what Ontario can be. And I saw that in Christine. I've seen also that we need to have someone like I said, who can hit the ground running on day one. With the greatest respect to Tanya, I think Christine's the person who can do that. From today on, I think we're going to see Christine out there working the ridings, making sure that June 7th is a victory for the Ontario PCs.
So I should confirm this. You've said Christine Elliott you voted for first.
That's
correct.
Did you
fill in the whole ballot?
I did fill in the whole ballot.
So who was your second pick?
My second pick, I'm going to keep that between me and the ballot box for now.
Why is that?
Well, you know, I think it's important to play a positive political game. I think we've seen some other leadership contestants play some divisive politics, quite frankly. And I think that at the end of the day, we need to make sure we're focusing on our candidates' virtues, the positive sides of our candidates, and not taking down other candidates. I don't wish to denigrate any of them. I think whoever might be the winner today is someone I'd be proud to get behind, and someone I'd be proud to support for leader of our party and the future Premier of Ontario.
I'm going to infer from your comments, though, that you did not like the attacks Doug Ford perpetrated against Christine Elliott, particularly in that Ottawa debate. Is that right?
That is correct. I think we need to have a positive vision of what conservatism looks like. We need to come together as conservatives. I like to say that one of the reasons conservatives lose is because we sit around in a circle, we shoot each other either in the face or ourselves in the foot. And I think that one of the ways we do that is by denigrating other conservatives or attempting to label them with certain negative labels. And I don't think that's helpful. I think we should be selling ourselves and what we're about. And I was put off by some of the comments that were made by other leadership contestants.
Sam, do you have any sense, let's presume it rolls out the way most people think, which is Elliott, Ford, Ford, Elliott, Mulrooney, Granick Allen.
You might be surprised at that order.
Okay.
The last two, I think you might see
You might see them reversed?
Yeah.
Maybe Granick Allen ahead of Mulrooney?
You never know. Her people are passionate, right? As someone who understands and is a member of parts of that community, I've seen this sort of enthusiasm you can have from various organizations that can sign up people quickly, whether it's through churches or through ethnic organizations or the like. I think we might be surprised by who comes in third today.
Okay, if that's the case, do you think there are enough votes for Elliott in Mulrooney and Granick Allen supporters to take her over the top?
Well, quite honestly, I think a lot of it is going to come down to second choices, right? And I think where Tanya ends up is going to be very important. I think a lot of her second choice will go to Doug.
How much of it do you think?
It would be hard to say, but probably 60 or 70%.
You don't think north of that?
I think that there are more people in Tanya's coalition than just those who are deemed social conservatives. I think there is a broader base than people might realize. She has appealed to others. I know in my riding people who are not social conservatives who have said that they're supporting Tanya because they feel she really brings a shoot from the hip, honesty to the stage that they really like. So I don't think it's necessarily a given that all of those will go to Doug on second ballot, right? And I think that it is possible to see perhaps north of that, but I wouldn't say necessarily north of that. So Doug, I think Doug can win if he gets north of that, and if she does places second, or third, if Tanya places third. But if Christine is fourth, or if Mulrooney's fourth, then it'll be interesting to see what that looks like.
And again, what percentage of Caroline Mulrooney's vote would you expect to go to Elliott?
I would say between 60 and 70% as well, maybe a little north of that.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing as well. Sam, you're on the Provincial Nominations Committee, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you've got one of these behind-the-scenes roles as well, which is why I'm going to ask you this question. We were supposed to get first ballot results 40 minutes ago. There's a technical problem. They're delayed. Do you know what's going on?
Unfortunately, I can't say I do. I've been speaking with various activists and people in the room. I'm not completely sure about the reason for the delay. I think it's unfortunate. Sadly, in this race, we've seen some other technical problems. I think that we'll definitely need to learn from and make sure they're not repeated. But I can't say I have a particular reason that the results haven't been coming. Maybe it's just so very close. But I guess we'll see in a few minutes, hopefully.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
You know that a lot of people have been concerned about the fact that the initial registration letters didn't get out soon enough, the PIN numbers didn't get out soon enough. A lot of people were disenfranchised. We don't know how many. And of course, there was the court case yesterday in which a number of people, I think 160 or something like that, filed a class action lawsuit to prevent today from even happening because they were disenfranchised. Question, do you think there will be any questions about the legitimacy of the outcome of this convention, given how many people didn't get to vote?
I think the integrity of the voting system is something that's paramount, and I think we have seen LEOC do a really good job of making sure that this is a secure system. And I don't think the legitimacy could be in good faith questioned based on the fact that all camps have been impacted by the delay. I think of my grandmother hasn't had a chance to vote. She never received her PIN, and she was supporting Christine. I know others who have supported other candidates who haven't received theirs. I think it impacts every candidate equally, so I don't think there's a favoring of any one particular leadership camp in this discussion. So I would say that it would be a bit foolhardy to guess that this will be a cause for actually a valid challenging of the results, but I hope that other leadership camps won't be divisive about this afterwards if they happen to lose. I know I've seen some of Doug's language surrounding this, and with the greatest respect to Doug, I don't think that's helpful.
Well, he changed it.
Did he change it?
After, I mean, you're quite right that before the court case was heard, Ford was saying this system is rigged. Yes. We have big doubts about the outcome. We're going to raise a stink. Not in those words, but after the court case decision was announced, he did say, okay, we've got to unite and got to go forward, and he took a lot of that back. Let me just take a moment here to tell everybody at home who may be watching this, I am advised that Ford campaign and Elliott campaign lawyers are now behind the scenes meeting with PC party officials to find out what is going on. We are at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Eastern Standard Time, and we were led to believe, according to my charts here, that we were going to get first ballot election results a long time ago. And there is obviously some technical problem, something has come up back behind the scenes. We don't know what it is. We're trying to find out what it is, but it has delayed first ballot results. Obviously, we'll get those to you as soon as we've got them right now. How many leadership conventions is this for you?
This is actually the first one that I've actually been at, I might say. I voted in the prior one. I supported Patrick Brown for the leadership of the party. But this is the first one that I've actually been at, so it's an provincially, I should say. But it's definitely exciting. There's an enthusiasm in the air that's very different from a policy convention. It's different type of people who are coming out today. It's less policy wonks, more activists, I guess you could say. So it's very exciting to be here.
I will say one of the things that I have noticed is that there are a lot of young people on the floor here. Yeah. And you have actually quite a few, you have a few anyway, nominated candidates who are only in their 20s, as you are right now as well. What do you think that says?
Well, I think there's a recognition among today's youth of the lies of the left. Whether it's dependency on government or this myth that government can solve all your problems. People have been let down by successive years here in provincial politics of leftist governments that have really, with whether it's tax hiking or nanny statism approach to governance. I think there's a new generation of young conservatives who have really grown up in, an era of the Wynne McGuinty Liberals. When I was born, Mike Harris was in power, but the last election we won, I was 2 years old, right? So I've pretty much only ever known a Liberal government here in the province of Ontario, and that shaped my perspective as well, and I think it's shaped the perspective of a lot of the young people that you see here today who have seen the failure of this Liberal government to really improve their lives, to grant them opportunity, and to provide a path to prosperity that young people are looking forward to. So it's been exciting for me to see all these young people get involved, and ultimately I think it's because they recognize that whether it's skyrocketing debt or the cost of hydro or the cost of housing, you look at, if you're a young person trying to buy a house right now, get a job, look at an example like the amount, we graduate 9,000 teachers a year for 4,000 teaching positions. That's great if you're one of the 4,000, but it really sucks for the other 5,000. Young people are aware of this. They've seen that education isn't linked to employment, that there's a lot of precarious employment, and they're beginning to recognize that after 15 years in government saying everything's fine, we'll fix it, the Liberals haven't done a whole lot to actually help them, and they're looking for alternatives, and in the Progressive Conservative Party, they're finding a positive alternative that's talking about values, it's talking about opportunity and about responsibility, about sacrifice and hard work, and I think those are values that that resonate with young people. They're looking for authenticity. They're looking for someone who's going to be honest with them about what the future may bring, and I think that's what's drawing them to the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party.
Well, I will say that in the last House, which you are in the dying days of right now, you had a piece of history. You are the youngest MPP ever in Ontario history, and you sat in the same legislature as the oldest MPP ever in Ontario history, Monty Quinter, who they had a big tribute for the other night and who is coming to the end of his political career after 33 years as an MPP. Sam Oosterhoff, thanks for sparing some time for us.
Thank you very much.
We're going to release you now because I hope you're going to go back into those back rooms, find out what the heck is going on, then come back and tell us.
We'll get a result. Take care.
Thank you very much. We just want to bring you up to speed with what's going on here at the 2018 Ontario PC Leadership Convention. They are in a holding pattern right now. And here's the problem. We were supposed to get first ballot results about 50 minutes ago. It's 3:40, what time is it now? It's about 10 minutes to 4 Eastern time, and the first ballot results are long overdue. Apparently there are Team Elliott and Team Ford lawyers behind the scenes, for some reason meeting with party officials. We're not sure yet about what, but clearly there is an issue. We don't know if it's a technical issue or something else, but there's a problem. And as a result, we don't have any results to share with you yet. Remember, this is a preferential ballot, so everybody has voted for all of their preferred candidates, first, second, third, and fourth, which means that as soon as they push one button and tell the computer to collate all the results, they know who's won. You don't have to vote one ballot, then wait, and vote a second time, and then wait, like at a delegated convention. All the votes are in. So once they push send, they know who's won. They know that the bottom candidate drops off, and those votes are reallocated to the other three candidates. And then if there's no winner on the second ballot, the third place candidate drops off, and all of those votes are reallocated with the other two candidates. So they know as soon as they push send who's won. I don't know what's going on, but we just had Sam Oosterhoff, the MPP from Niagara West Glanbrook here, and we've sent him back to the back rooms to find out what's going on. In the meantime, those of you who are prolific tweeters will recognize Bobby Armstrong. How many followers you got?
About 126,000.
That's not bad. Bobby is here representing Team Ford.
Yes, sir.
And how many leadership conventions is this for you?
Actually, sir, to be honest, I'm a rookie. This is my first one.
Your first one. Why did you pick Doug Ford?
He's a populist. He represents the common man. 40% of his traditional supporters are NDP voters. He fights for the little guy. He's anti-establishment. I think more people need a voice like Doug Ford and a heavy hitter to come out. Which camera's the best?
The camera will find you, Bobby. You just talk to me.
So, I like Doug Ford. He ran a great campaign.
Did you vote for him?
Yes, sir. Number one.
You had no problems voting?
Yeah. Well, I was actually, if you looked at my Twitter feed, because I look at yours a lot, you're like a professor to me. It's like a dream come true coming on TV with you. I actually stayed up late at night and made instructions of how to do it, put it down, retweet, sent it to Doug's account. He retweeted it out, so I was indirectly helping everybody with this process.
So you did Doug Ford number one.
Yeah.
Did you vote number two?
Yeah, Elliott was my number two because she has a lot of experience. I think,
Who'd you do number three?
I took Granick Allen.
And did you vote for Caroline
I
Mulroney?
put Caroline at number four just because, she kind of just walked onto the scene. I think potentially she has the most upside and potentially one day could be Prime Minister. Forget Premier. As Brian Mulroney said, anybody can sit in Queen's Park. You see that one? So,
Bobby, tell me this.
Yeah.
We've had a few guests on our get-together here already say they weren't keen on Doug Ford's personal attacks against Christine Elliott. Why did he do it?
Which specifically are you referring to?
Well, certainly during the Ottawa Leaders debate that Althea Raj moderated,
right?
He came out hard and said, which Christine Elliott are we going to get? The one who was against the carbon tax or for it? The one who was for sex ed or against sex ed? The one who took a patronage appointment from Kathleen Wynne or didn't? I mean, he hit hard, and she was really upset about that.
Well, Steve, you know what? To be honest, I think it was fair for him to do that. I know sometimes if we were in a boxing ring, you'd be trying to knock me out. And you'd be doing the same, and at the end, maybe you'd buy me a beer, I'd buy you a beer. But if you looked, we had a good video which proved on your show that she had said different things, and we posted it, hashtagged it out, let's get it done. The rest is history. Doug was dead to right. He had her out at the plate on that one. 1, 2, 3, it's over, and that was it. We had her.
Tell me this. The Angus Reid polling organization came out with some numbers a few days ago.
That's right.
And the numbers showed that if Christine Elliott is the leader, the numbers of people who would consider voting Progressive Conservative gets bigger.
Right.
If Mulroney is the leader, it gets bigger, although not as much. If Ford is the leader, the universe of potential Conservative voters gets cut in half. Are you not concerned about that?
I'm a little concerned about that, but the problem is, the way I see it is, I don't want to attack the media here, but the media has been always throwing little barbs and jabs. I think it can even be done with polls. I will speak to it like this. I don't want to take a slobber knocker on TV here. Overall, I think the executive looked at it, and Christine Elliott overall matches up best against Wynne. From the beginning, I told Doug, straight to his face, on the phone, I said, look, they want a woman to go against Wynne. You're polling at 11%. He said, no, it's just the media. I want to run. So he said, let's turn the ship around. We turned the ship around. He ran the best campaign. But overall, she does match up best against Kathleen Wynne, and that's potentially maybe part of the reason for Angus Reid. I'm not an expert on polling like Nick Kuvalis or what's the other fellow's name? Greg Lyle.
Oh, Greg
Thank
Lyle
you.
as well, or
Thank
Nick
you.
Nanos.
I study your show a lot. You've been very helpful. Steve Paikin's helped me learn a lot about politics.
Bobby, tell me this. If Doug Ford is the leader of this party after today is over, do you think that enhances or doesn't the chance of the PCs winning the next election?
You know what? For me, it's not about that. I think any one of them beats her, straight up, Kathleen Wynne. But in terms of, it is somewhat risky in terms of that he's a guy, and she can play that card on being bullied. So I think the way the executive looks at it, they would kind of like a woman overall to go against Kathleen Wynne. That's my personal opinion, not confirmed, but maybe that's why they cut it short. In court the other day, they cut it short. I would have liked to see a lot more people able to vote. Overall, Ford had the faster car. It looks like he's getting a little blocked. It's like Daytona. He's receiving some blocks on the outside. But overall, Doug Ford, he has nothing to hang his head about if he comes in second today. I'm praying that he can win it.
Bobby, I want to just say for the record, because you and I met for the first time today.
Right.
But you and I have known each other on Twitter for a little while. And you're a guy who loves to take shots on me on Twitter.
I do.
And I'll tell you something, I enjoy it. So thanks for coming on.
But I defend you when I need to, and when you're right.
You give me that handshake there, pal.
Because you're still the best in the business, 35 years, and I want a copy of that book on William Davis.
They're available at bookstores everywhere.
Okay, I got $45 right now. I can pay you.
That's okay. Have a seat. We're going to unmic you, and then we're going to get somebody else.
I got $45.
That's Bobby Armstrong, who is a tweeter extraordinaire, political activist, and as you saw, in favor of Team Ford for this leadership event. Okay, we're going to get another interviewee in that chair in just a second, but let's bring you up to speed on what's going on. If you just joined us, it's 4 o'clock Eastern Time here in Markham, Ontario, where we are assembled along with, I would say, probably 400 or 500 Ontario PC Party members on the floor of this convention hall. We are in stasis at the moment. For some reason, lawyers for Team Elliott and lawyers for Team Ford are behind the scenes having meetings with the organizers of this convention. We are delayed getting results from the first ballot, and nobody seems to know why. Let's see if I can find out from this person here. This is Jillian Smith. Hi, Jillian. You were on our program not too long ago. You are the nominated candidate in University Rosedale.
That's right.
Running for the PC Party. Do you know why we are so late in getting any results here?
I wish I did. I'm relying on you.
Okay, so we're all in a bit of a cloud right now as to find out what's going on. Tell me how you marked your ballot.
I chose Caroline as my first choice and Christine as my second.
No third or fourth?
No third or fourth.
Now you could, of course, vote for 4 candidates. Why did you choose to only vote for 2?
First and foremost, I wanted to choose the 2 that I thought would represent University Rosedale the best. And beyond that, Caroline has been a dear friend to me for many, many, many years. I respect both women. I think both women would be excellent leaders of our party, and I'll stand behind them.
You know, the knock on Caroline Mulroney is that there were very high expectations of her coming in, and the conventional wisdom is she didn't meet them. What's your view?
I'm very proud of my friend. To come and to take this on, have it thrust upon you to take the mantle and run for it for the last 44 days, run harder than I've ever seen before. I'm very proud of what she's done, and she's got a long road ahead of her. We started in this together, we were nominated around the same time. I look forward to hopefully both of us being elected together, and we can go on and do great things for Ontarians.
You heard 2 speeches here earlier today. One from Vic Fideli, the interim leader, the other from Jason Kenney, the leader of the United Conservative Forces in Alberta. And the message from both of them was pretty clear. This party cannot afford to indulge in post-convention acrimony because your candidate didn't win. All right, you didn't put Doug Ford on your ballot at all, so I have to ask you, if he's the leader, how are you going to feel 88 days from now going into an election campaign with him as the leader?
Well, I am a proud progressive conservative, and I signed up as a progressive conservative. I've knocked on all the doors in my riding. In fact, I'm on my second pass on the way through. And it's not about us, it's about the people of Ontario. So if we have the right platform, we have the right team, let's focus on that, and let's focus on what really matters, which is the people. And so the message of unity is well put and well taken.
Well, you say if you have the right platform and the right leader. At the moment, you have no platform. And at the moment, you know, it's possible you'll get a leader today who apparently you don't have enough confidence in even to mark as your 3rd or 4th choice. So I repeat the question, how are you going to go into an election campaign potentially with Doug Ford as leader and be happy about it?
I'm going to continue to knock on doors the same way I've been doing since July of last year. It's about the people I would like to represent. It's about them, not me.
This is your first convention?
It is.
How are you finding it?
Well, I don't have much to compare it to, so it's certainly interesting, nerve-wracking.
Did you have any trouble voting?
No, I didn't.
You got your registration letter, your PIN, that all came in fine?
Yeah.
Did you have any people in your would-be riding that you hope to represent who called the campaign office and said, I can't make head or tail of this?
Just a handful, and we were able to sort it out.
I raise these issues, of course, because there was a class action suit brought against the party.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of people, including 2 former leaders of the party, Bob Runciman and Tim Hudak, who said that they had a great deal of difficulty getting a chance to cast their vote. Hudak finally got his ballots, I think, a couple of days ago. Bob Runciman I talked to about 3-4 days ago. He still hadn't got his PIN number. Do you think there will be questions about the legitimacy and integrity of the outcome of this process, given how many people can't vote?
I certainly hope not, because when you look at how many have, it's more than ever before. And we don't shoot for perfection in a general election either. I wish we did. I mean, we've got voting rates and sliding ever downwards. I'd rather see those go up. So the enthusiasm behind it, let's not let perfection get in the way of the good.
One of the reasons you're a nominated candidate in the downtown Toronto riding of University Rosedale is because a guy named Patrick Brown helped bring you into the political process. What's his status with this party right now?
To be honest, I don't know.
If he wants to run as a PC candidate in one of the ridings in Barrie, is that okay with you?
Yes.
He's still got your confidence as a potential future PC MPP?
I think he needs a chance to be able to sort through what he needs to sort through, and he's got a lot of support in his own riding, and those people need to be listened to.
The last time you and I talked about this was on television, actually, the day after his resignation. One of the most extraordinary scenes any of us have ever seen in provincial politics. I think I asked you at that point whether or not you'd had a chance to touch base with him, and I don't think you had at that point. We're several weeks later now. Have you had a chance to, no contact yet? No? Okay. I asked because a lot of the people who participated in this leadership convention were brought into the party by him. A lot of the money that is in your party's coffers was brought in by him. A lot of the candidates who are running, yourself included, were brought in by him. It feels like he's a bit of a ghost in this hall, that people just sort of don't want to talk about him. Is that fair?
I've seen a lot of things over the last little while that don't feel quite fair. But I think, again, I think we have to focus on the larger picture, which is what is best for the people of Ontario, and how do we present a sensible, reasonable center-right alternative for the people of Ontario to be able to choose from.
One of the ways that people will make that decision is that presumably they will make a judgment about what you're offering. And at the moment, I don't know if we know whether the People's Guarantee is still the platform of the PC party, whether those 160 plus resolutions passed at that policy convention are in fact the planks of a PC party platform. What are people supposed to judge you on when they vote on the 7th of June?
Well, that's what I'm hoping that the leader, whoever our leader is, will come out and make abundantly clear what his or her vision is for the party going forward. But the platform as voted on by our members continues to be the platform until it's not.
And you're running on that? Comfortably so?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to let you go because I'm hoping you're going to get into that back room, find out what the heck's going on.
I'll do my best.
And then come back here and tell us.
Oh.
I mean, as a nominated candidate, I think you can blow the doors down and say, I demand to know what's going on, can't you?
Well, I'd like to think so, but I don't think that's quite
how it is. Well, give it a try, Jillian. Let's see what happens. That's Jillian Smith, the PC nominated candidate. Good of you to stop by and join us here today.
Thank you.
Probably knocked on, I don't know, 30 or 40,000 doors over the last several months that you've been campaigning. And we thank you for stopping by.
Thank you.
Now go find out what's happening and report back to us, please. Here is the latest. We're going to get Jillian unhooked from her microphone. John Michael McGrath, whom we've had on a couple of times already, maybe 2 or 3, will get hooked up himself. He apparently has been nosing around and has some information to report on us, to us rather. It is now 7 minutes after 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We were supposed to have first ballot results quite a long time ago. We understand that there are Ford and Elliott lawyers behind the scenes arguing about what we're not sure, but clearly there's a problem. Are you all hooked up?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, report, what's going on?
As far as we can tell, the problem is that the results are incredibly close. Some of our colleagues are reporting that it's within 0.5%.
Is that on the last ballot or the first ballot?
That I don't know. Apparently, one of the machines malfunctioned, so there's now issues with the technical veracity of the counting. It's not clear that we're going anywhere anytime soon because the combination of the closeness of the vote and the disputed nature of the count has as you say, the candidates are talking to their lawyers right now, and I'm hearing some reports that the Ford campaign is deeply unhappy at the moment, and I don't know what we would take of that necessarily, except that perhaps they're behind, and this, as we say, razor-thin margin.
John Michael, we are going to have a hashtag on Pauline Nerd moment right now,
yes.
Okay? There is a beautiful tradition at Ontario Progressive Conservative Leadership Conventions of technical problems. It started, I just happen to have this card here. I don't know which camera can get a close-up on this. If you want, zoom in on that guy. That's Bill Davis. Bill Davis ran for Ontario PC Party leader in 1971. And at that convention, which was held at Maple Leaf Gardens, there were voting machines that were state-of-the-art. They were brought here from Chicago by a guy named Windy O'Neill. It was supposed to get rid of paper ballots and have a very high-tech, newfangled way of choosing the leader. The machines broke down, as may be the case here today. The result was the behind-the-scenes people at that convention ran from the Gardens to Toronto City Hall. This is before your time. Took a standard ballot with all the names of the leadership candidates on it, mimeographed them all by hand, printed off thousands more ballots, ran back to Maple Leaf Gardens, and they had to do the whole ballot again, over. As a result, this convention went until 2 o'clock in the morning. Bill Davis won it on the 4th ballot by 44 votes. And one of the reasons he won was because of those broken machines. A lot of people from Northern Ontario who wanted to get the last bus home left the convention early. Many of those Northern Ontario voters were supporting Alan Lawrence, who was the second place candidate. Lawrence lost by 44 votes. Had the machines not broken down, who knows if Bill Davis would have won that convention. I tell you that story because mechanical breakdowns of voting machines is a tried, tested, and true fact of life at Tory conventions, it seems.
Yeah.
Do they have any sense about when we're going to get to the bottom of all this?
The last time I checked before coming on camera here, no. I have heard nothing about when we will hear anything. There's a pack of reporters about 100 meters that way who are all crammed in a hallway waiting to get some sense of what is happening and when. Obviously, when we know, we will let people know.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there's potentially two different things happening here. One is if you've got a technical breakdown, that's really the nightmare scenario for the party, because of course they've paid a fortune for what they said was absolutely state-of-the-art equipment as it relates to online voting. Yeah. Because of course nobody's allowed to fill out paper ballots at this thing. All the voting was done online.
Yeah.
Unlike, I should say, at the previous Conservative Party convention federally, where you could vote online and also by filling out a ballot at the event on the day of it. They don't have that here. All the votes are done. Let's just, oh, is this who's on standby? Okay, standing by for a second. If there's a technical problem, that's one thing. If the results are so close that one side is challenging the veracity of the numbers absent any technical issues, that's another thing.
Well, and that makes the whole question of party unity, which, we saw those speeches earlier today. Everybody's emphasizing unity. No matter who wins, you got to come together as a party. And there's a totally legitimate concern that if we're within 0.5%, 0.1%, and there's this question of whether the ballots were counted right. Obviously, Doug Ford is already on the record as saying he doesn't believe this process was fair to his voters. He may be within his rights to raise a ruckus. We don't know whether he will even be here when the votes are announced.
Well, we do know that the Quinto Maggi's polling organization, Main Street, I think, Main Street Polling,
yes,
Main Street Research, has come out with, I think, the only 2 publicly published polls in this campaign, and they did show, if memory serves, a razor-thin margin of difference between Ford and Elliott on the first ballot. So we're expecting a very tight first ballot result, right?
And several people here in the room today, people in the party have said that from different campaigns have said that they expect the exact same thing. They knew this was going to come down to the wire. I think I said earlier today the Elliott team was optimistic, but not boisterously confident by any means. And we're just going to have to see what what actually comes forward.
Well, we have seen, for what it's worth, and again, I harp on the history too often, I'm sure, but Christine Elliott's forces were actually very confident going into the last leadership event in 2013 against Patrick Brown. As it turned out, their confidence was very misplaced. She ended up losing that leadership convention, I think 62-38 in terms of percentage of total points. It wasn't close at all. And of course, the time before, when she ran in 2009 against Tim Hudak and Frank Cleese, she expected to at least challenge for the leadership, maybe come second. She eventually came third.
Yeah.
So her supporters in 2 previous leadership conventions have vastly overestimated how much support she actually had once the numbers became known. They don't think they've done that a third time.
No, but I think the question that they had going in was how much of Ford's rhetoric around raising hell and railing against elites, how much of that was resonating with voters, and whether it was going to pay dividends, and it seems like it has.
Okay, I'm going to unburden you from that microphone so you can hopefully blast down those doors back there. Demand to go in there and find out what the heck is going on, okay?
I'll try.
Okay, John Michael McGrath, our guy from TVO.org. Hopefully we'll be able to find out, maybe talk to some party officials and find out why we are so delayed with first ballot results here. We're now going to get set up one of, again, the younger forces in Progressive Conservative Party circles. Several moments ago, we had Sam Oosterhoff in that chair. You'll remember Sam is the youngest MPP ever elected in Ontario history, 19 years old, when he won that by-election to replace Tim Hudak in the riding of Niagara-West Glanbrook on the Niagara Peninsula. We have another very young candidate about to join us now. Eric Melillo is here. He's the riding president, as opposed to a candidate in Kenora Rainy River. You're supporting Caroline Mulroney. Why don't we start with this? Eric, the book on Mulroney, and you tell me if you agree or not. The book on Mulroney was she came into this leadership campaign with a lot of people saying a lot of very positive things about her, but she has, over the course of the 6 weeks of the campaign, not met expectations and underperformed. Your view?
I wouldn't say that Caroline has underperformed. I mean, when she came up to Thunder Bay, I had the opportunity to go see her, and she brought in a huge crowd to the Sleeping Giant Brewery there. She's raised loads of money. She's filled rooms across the province. I've seen that they've had to add chairs in different facilities, so I wouldn't say that she's underperformed. I think that she has a lot of strong support throughout the province, and I think it's shown. Actually,
there's a former federal Conservative Cabinet Minister, Greg Rickford, who is the candidate provincially now in Kenora, and he's supporting her as well, is he not?
Yes, he is.
And Rickford is, he's a big player, obviously, in Northwestern Ontario, and I guess the thinking is that Caroline Mulroney is supposed to do very well in Northwestern Ontario. That's the conventional wisdom, anyway.
Yep.
You agree?
I do agree. I think Rickford's endorsement obviously helps. He's definitely been a strong voice for the region. I think he's a formidable presence for the Progressive Conservatives in Northern Ontario. So I think that his support has helped drum up support for Mulroney, and from what I've been hearing, talking to the people on the ground in Thunder Bay and Kenora, wherever I've been, I'm hearing a lot of support for her. So,
Eric, I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to any of the people on the floor of this convention. Do you have any idea why the results are an hour late coming down?
I don't. I've been hearing a lot, and most of it is from Twitter, of course, because that's where we all get our news from.
What's Twitter saying?
Twitter's saying many things. I've heard that the vote was within 0.5%. I don't know who the two candidates were when it came down to, but so they're recounting. Of course, with the electronic voting, I'm not sure how you really go about recounting electronic votes.
Push a button, for goodness sakes. I don't know how you recount.
Yeah, that's not my problem to deal with. So I'm just taking every piece of information right now with a grain of salt, because of course, in moments like this, rumors start to spread pretty quickly.
Right.
And I'm just going to wait and see how it goes.
How old are you?
I'm 19, 20 soon.
You are 19 years old.
19 years old.
What is a 19-year-old doing involved in Progressive Conservative Party politics?
Well, why shouldn't a 19-year-old be involved in Progressive Conservative Party politics,
There's no
Steve?
reason. No, don't misunderstand the question. I'm thrilled that young people are involved in politics.
Yes.
Why the attraction for you?
For me, I've always had an interest in politics. I remember, whether it's my parents or teachers in elementary school, they'd be telling me, I was always asking questions I had no business asking at the time. I've always been interested in the issues and what people care about, the bigger things, I guess, than I should have been thinking about when I was a little kid. And it stayed with me. I've always had a passion for it. And I mean, why the Progressive Conservative Party for me? It's the party that's going to, I think, lead us into the next generation. It's going to keep my cost of living low. It's going to ensure that when I graduate from school, I actually have a job instead of just a degree and no economic situation where I can be successful. So that's why I was driven to the Progressive Conservative Party.
At what age in the first place?
At what age? I'd say it would have been probably around the 2011 federal election. So I would have been 12, 13. I started to figure out who I wanted to support. I'd always had opinions, but I never really pegged a party at that point. And then, of course, I got more formally involved in 2015 with Greg Rickford, helping him out, and I've stayed good friends with him in this point, and now we're ready to get him elected in Kenora-Rainy River.
Usually there's a person that a young person, a teenager, sees and, for lack of a better expression, falls in love with. And that person gets them into the political process. Who was that for you?
Well, I'd say my biggest mentor, I think, is what you were describing, is Greg Rickford. I showed up in 2015 when I was 16, 17 years old at the time, and I walked in on the first day of the campaign, and I went, he came, shook my hand, I said, I want to volunteer for you, and he took me under his wing just like that. We never looked back.
Okay.
He's taught me lots about his personal, the things that he, the skills that he thinks is the most important as not only a politician but someone representing their region.
You know, of course, that your riding hasn't gone conservative in probably almost 4 decades.
Yep.
What makes you think it will this time?
Because we have an amazing candidate in Mr. Rickford. I think the time is right. There's a desire for change in Kenora-Rainy River. I mean, in my lifetime, we've watched jobs leave the riding. We've watched everything really kind of come to a halt. I should say a screeching halt. And why should we keep doing more of the same if it's not working? So I think from the people on the ground outside of the PC membership, they're saying, yeah, it's time for a conservative voice in Northern Ontario, because quite frankly, the other sides haven't been getting it done.
That's Eric Melillo. He is the Riding Association President for the riding of Kenora-Rainy River. Greg Rickford is your candidate there. Yep. You're supporting Caroline Mulrooney today. Correct. And we thank you for sparing some time for us here at our platform in Markham, Ontario.
Pleasure to be here.
Good to meet you, Eric. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to continue our coverage here. You can't go anywhere until you get unhooked, so sit tight for a second. Resetting the scene here. The 2018 Ontario PC Party leadership election is happening right now in Markham, Ontario. We are in a holding pattern. Apparently, the first ballot results are so close together, it may be a case of a half a percentage point one way or the other, that lawyers for Team Elliott and lawyers for Team Ford are all, I should say, behind the scenes trying to figure out whether there is a technical problem, to find out whether or not what's going on we don't quite know yet. In any event, obviously when we find out, we'll let you know. And in the meantime, we're just talking to folks here on the convention floor. And one of them is a guy who I don't think I've ever met before, actually.
We haven't, Steve.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, finally.
Jim Karahalios has been one of the singular players behind the scenes in so many of the developments that have led the Progressive Conservative Party to where it is right now. And we should go through just a bit of a list.
Sure.
Because while most people in the PC Party seem to be concerned but content with Patrick Brown's running the nomination process he did, with his policy development platform such as it was, with the way he essentially ran his office and the party, you were at times a very lonely, unhappy voice, sending out e-blasts, telling people he had to go, that the process stunk, that the nominations stunk, and that you wanted to see it all change. And for the longest time, you were a lonely voice in the wilderness. The party even sued you.
They did.
And yet you seem to have won it all in the end.
Well,
tell us about it.
Yeah, so I'd never called for Patrick's resignation, to clarify that. But it's interesting, here we are, a few months later. I've got a lot of supporters that have signed up to 2 campaigns. Axe the carbon tax, take back our PC party. And it's amazing to see here a leadership campaign that has been dominated by 2 questions, the carbon tax and the governance of the party. For a long time, everyone said it was okay. Now we have, and Patrick Brown said the grassroots were all for the carbon tax of this party. We've got 4 leadership candidates here who are all opposed to the carbon tax now. And on the governance, all 4 of the candidates, including Christine Elliott, including Caroline Mulroney. Caroline Mulroney said there's a crisis in the party with governance. Christine Elliott acknowledged in the last debate that the party constitution has not been followed over the last couple of years. And just yesterday in court, we saw some party members come forward, and it's pretty much confirmed now that the party constitution is a legal document. So from carbon tax to governance of the party, those are the campaign themes that I was running on.
Let's pick those apart.
Yeah,
Jim.
sure.
On the issue of the carbon tax, the fact is, you may not like the fact that not very many people participated in the policy development process.
Right.
And full disclosure, my wife was one of them. But the fact of the matter is, the people who did show up to participate did ratify a carbon tax as one of the planks in the PC platform. They did. You were opposed to it. They wouldn't even let you into that convention,
No,
I
they
think.
threw me out. So finally, Jim Karahalios is back at a convention, Steve. It only took a couple years, but finally I'm back in.
But you were, but to say that it, I'm not sure if you're saying this, so you let me know. If your position is that the carbon tax as a part of the People's Guarantee was somehow illegitimate, I don't know how you can say that because the membership who chose to participate voted for it.
So 2 important things,
Please.
and I apologize, I'm going to clarify 2 things. The policy process is separate from the People's Guarantee. In the constitution of the party, the leader can put forward the platform they want for an election. The policy process had 1 resolution on carbon pricing, and it called for scrapping cap and trade. It did not call for the PC party to implement a carbon tax. It actually said, we're going to scrap cap and trade, which all the candidates agree with. And the second part of that was, when Justin Trudeau brings in his carbon benchmark, we'll return the money back to the taxpayer. So there was a nuance there that was missing in the gap. And Patrick used that opportunity to put into the platform that he's going to jump ahead of Justin and roll out the red carpet and bring in the carbon tax before Justin. But the membership never approved any policy.
Why did you oppose that?
Why did I oppose it? Because there's a political reason and there's a policy reason. Politically, the Ontario PC party should never be rolling out the red carpet for an increase in taxation from Justin Trudeau. We should be on the other side of that and defending the taxpayer. Secondly, I opposed it because the process was not following the Constitution. The Constitution of the party calls for an in-person convention where every member can put forward an idea. Patrick decided that any vote on a carbon tax would be off limits, and the voting would not take place at that convention that they threw me out of. It was going to be done online. So they transferred the entire system online. They called the question on the carbon tax off limits, and they parked that resolution that was approved at 2 local meetings. And then he ran around saying the grassroots approved the carbon tax. It was not true, Steve.
So that offended your sense of democracy.
Well, I think party constitutions and democracy are the basics. Before we can get into policy discussions, we have to agree that a constitution of the party that the membership signs up for is a binding document. It's not just a guideline that we can ignore and choose to pick and choose whenever we want, because what happens when we don't follow it is we end up in court on stuff that we should resolve or never stray from.
So to be consistent, your position then as it relates to the court case from yesterday was the injunction ought not to be granted and today ought to happen.
Look, that injunction, the minute they announced an online voting system, we saw how flawed it was with the policy process. The constitution of the party calls for 2 things: a secret vote for the leadership, and every member gets a right. The minute that online voting system was announced, and keeping in mind that the policy vote online was flawed, those campaigns should have went forward right away and demanded an in-person vote across the province. I know it was a short time period, but if you remember, you're a historian, Steve, so you remember when Tim Hudak was elected leader, it was almost the same window of time, 6 to 8 weeks, and they had in-person voting with a ballot box across the province. Those campaigns were right to question it, but they just came too late. And the judge yesterday said the flawed process, he validated that the process was not the best, it was flawed, but he said it was too late.
And
so
he
they
said
should have came forward.
And he said it would be too injurious to the 65,000 people who have already voted. They would suffer harm if it were delayed.
Because you can't delay it for 2 weeks when 64,000 people already voted. But if they went forward from the beginning, I think we would have saw an in-person voting system that would have been more in line with the Constitution than we saw yesterday. And look, I'm not the only one saying this. You're seeing on the stage today 4 candidates. Tanya Granick-Allen was first out of the gate to embrace the Take Back Our PC Party position on the governance. Doug Ford, Christine Elliott were both first out of the gate to embrace the carbon tax, opposition to the carbon tax, and it served them very well. And we're going to see the results today. I think it's not going to be about who wins the leadership. It's going to be about who lost the leadership. Because whoever loses is going to look back and say, why didn't I embrace these questions and concerns that the grassroots had earlier? Why didn't I embrace the opposition to the carbon tax earlier? Why didn't I embrace the concerns about the governance earlier? I would have had a head start going into this leadership.
Let me, you mentioned carbon tax and governance. We talk carbon tax, let's talk governance now.
Sure.
The PC Party, in its wisdom, decided that there were 2 nomination results that could not stand because of the, call it what you want, malfeasance, corruption, whatever, that took place. Only 2. Do you think there should have been more nomination results overturned?
So I've written a memo. You probably got it. There's 8.
I get all your stuff, Jim.
I know. There's 8 on the list that I could see where public information's been on the web, where call it corruption, call it straying from the party constitution, call it whatever you want. There's serious questions. So the next leader, I think it's injurious to go into a next election when you have grassroots members of 8 ridings, if not more, that are questioning the legitimacy of the candidates in those ridings.
Well, the Globe and Mail says it's a quarter of the nomination races.
And that's a big number. I don't even have that much of a list. And they're taking seriously what I've been saying. I've only got 8, and that's only stuff that's been reported. If it's a quarter, that's seriously damaging.
But do you think they should overturn the 8 nomination races that you feel are suspect?
So my earlier position, what I was calling for is hear the appeals, because by the Constitution, you got to hear the appeals. But justice delayed is justice denied. And I think most of that evidence is gone now. So at the very least, the 8 that I know about should be overturned, reopen the nominations. If those candidates actually won in a fair race, they should have confidence that they're going to win again. But we can't go in an election, I think, with the prospects of winning hampered by 8 candidates that came out of a process that's questionable.
Did you not seek a nomination in Cambridge yourself?
No, I did not. Immediately after Patrick was elected leader, I thought about it for a year. I had a lot of grassroots support. Shortly within 8 months, I was trying to stomach the fact that Patrick was against the carbon tax. I was trying to influence the process by talking to him. And I could see that the governance part of the policy process was not going to go the way it's supposed to go in the Constitution. And I decided not to seek the nomination. That nomination's actually kicked off. It's going to be in the 24th. So I'm not running an election. Look, I made a decision. I'm not running in this next election. And now I'm beholden to the supporters of Axe the Carbon Tax and Take Back Our PC Party. That support is who I owe everything to. I'm not for sale. I'm not selling them out. And I have to see that through. So opposition to carbon tax and governance of the party, that's where I'm at right now.
Jim, one last question.
Sure.
How did you mark your ballot today?
So Steve, I'm not a member of the party, believe it or not. They settled my lawsuit, but the party executive has not reinstated me, so I didn't have to make that decision. But I'll tell you, I'm really happy that Tanya Granick-Allen embraced the Take Back Our PC Party message. I'm happy that Doug Ford embraced the anti-carbon tax message. I'm happy Christine Elliott and Caroline Mulroney acknowledged the same. So I feel like I'm a winner across the board, Steve, 100%.
Gother. Thanks for stopping by our
Steve,
set.
for having me.
Appreciate your time. Not at all. After getting all those emails from you over the years, I'm glad I finally get a chance to meet you. That's Jim Karahalios, who, as you heard, was considering a nomination run in Cambridge, ultimately decided not to. But when people say to me, what influence can one person have on the political process? You should read about Jim Karahalios, because that's one guy who frankly had a huge impact on nomination races being forced to be relooked at, on the carbon tax, which was a significant part, obviously, of the People's Guarantee under Patrick Brown, and which now is a dead letter as far as the PC party is concerned, at least going into the election. If they win the election and they need revenues to support their program, we'll see what they do. Wouldn't be completely beyond the pale to think that they might change their mind on that. But at the moment, the Axe the Tax campaign from Jim Carhalio certainly at the end of the day proved to be successful. He may not be a member of the PC party, but he at least was at this convention. Okay, I don't know if anybody we're going to get on this set knows what the hell is going on, but to the extent that anybody might know what is going on, here's Kevin Gaudette, who's been a friend of the program and has been on again. Former nominated candidate for the PC party in the previous...
Twice defeated.
Twice defeated candidate. Okay, I wasn't going to bring that up, but okay. Kevin, we are late getting numbers. Do you know why?
There are some disagreements and concerns about the results. A really close race. A lot of due diligence is going on as a result of a very close race.
Okay, I don't understand that, because if this is all online computer voting, presumably the information goes in, you push a button, the information comes out. What's to argue about?
Campaigns have the right to request in certain circumstances that recounts occur in certain areas, and I believe that's possibly what's going on. I've not been in the room, so I'm just speculating based on other input that I've received. There's not been any technical problems. My understanding is that it's a really close race, and all the campaigns involved are ensuring that the results reflect exactly what they should reflect.
Well, now that is, okay, you just made some news for us, because we had heard rumors that there was a technical issue with one of the machines, and you're saying that's
not the case.
That is not the case. Okay, we're happy to confirm that. No technical problems here. This is strictly a result that is so super close that the lawyers are arguing about it right now.
That's my understanding.
That's your understanding. Okay.
And again, I don't represent the party, and I've not been in the room, but
that's what you're hearing.
That's my understanding.
Okay, well, that moves the yardsticks for us a little bit here. Kevin, you want to tell us who you voted for?
No.
Why not?
I have a client involved in the process, and as a result, I have to remain neutral, and have remained neutral, and part of that would be not telling you how I voted. Otherwise, I normally would.
Would you be content telling me whether or not you would be happy with any of the four winning?
I think that a couple of the candidates have a greater likelihood of becoming premier than others. The two front runners are understood to be Christine Elliott and Doug Ford. I think both of those candidates have a strong possibility of beating Kathleen Wynne going forward.
So you as a progressive conservative candidate would be, supporter, would be content if either one of those two were to emerge victorious?
I'm happy with the democratic process we have, and I'm going to line up behind
whoever
becomes leader, and I'll be happy with whoever wins, assuming the process gets completed and everybody's happy with it.
All right, well, let me ask you about that, because obviously the process did get completed, but not everybody was happy with it, not by a long shot. I want to know, because I've had so many people tell me this over the last 4 or 5 days who have not been able to vote and who have raised questions about the legitimacy of the outcome given the number of people who couldn't vote. Do you think there will be outstanding questions about the integrity of the outcome because of that situation?
The fact that a judge made a decision yesterday about the validity of the process, I mean, there was an opportunity for members to challenge it legally, and they exercised their right to do so. The judge rendered a decision validating the process, warts and all. As a result, I don't think there's any case going forward to question the legitimacy of the outcome.
No, clearly.
Having said that, nobody's happy that any members weren't able to vote. Understandably, in any process, though, there are people who fall through the cracks, even in a federal election. We have roughly, they said, 190,000 members. If you have database problems or mail problems, even a 3% failure rate, which isn't an unreasonable failure rate of a database, that would be 5,000 people who would be, and in modern media, social media times,
that's a lot.
It ends up being a lot.
Yeah.
So nobody's happy with that, but the judge decided that this process was valid.
In hindsight, and I know the timelines were very tight, but in hindsight, was it a wise decision to have all the voting done online as opposed to marking a paper ballot and counting it by hand?
If I wanted to armchair quarterback hindsight, I would say that what would have made the process probably smoother would have been more time on the back end. That instead of having 6 weeks, they put it out 1, maybe even to March 24th, 2 weeks from today. That would have provided opportunity for more call center opportunities for people to call in, and a longer period of time for whatever Canada Post glitches occurred and whatever mail problems we had to have been dealt with.
Now I gather the party constitution did not permit that, is that right?
So the rules for the election that were created, the leadership committee recommended a date, and the executive chose their date, and this is the date that the executive chose. They're the duly elected representatives of the party, and they chose an accelerated date, and one could argue this is what's ensued.
Well, I mean, in the way it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. If you have today, you obviously have longer time to run as the new leader to get set for the election campaign to come. If you're talking 2 weeks from now, that's a little less time to organize your campaign.
I mean, the cup is half full side of this would be, we are in uncharted territory here. Yeah. We had a leader resign, and then we had a race. We had to do it quickly. The election is imminent. It's 10 weeks from now. So you're right. I think your point that you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we had 2 weeks, the new leadership would have been deprived of 2 extra weeks of preparatory time. Yeah. And alternatively, we sit here and we spend longer times for you having to fill airtime while we wait for the results to come out. You just can't win, I don't think.
Well, I enjoy talking to you, so I don't mind the extra time. That's fine. The last time you and I talked on television was the day after Patrick Brown's resignation. It was a crazy, crazy time. My sense is, having talked to people in the hall, in some respects, the ghost of Patrick Brown is in this room. I mean, the fact is, you have a lot of the candidates you have because of him. You have very full coffers because of him. You have, I think he can take some credit for the fact that the PC party is as high in the polls as it has been over the last 2.5 years. Some of the credit. Some of that obviously is just anti-Kathleen Wynne sentiment. What are you thinking about when you think of Patrick Brown today?
Charitably speaking, I hope Patrick Brown finds a path forward in the future. You know, there's a lot of questions about how he lost his leadership, and a lot of other things have become public, and a lot of blood's been on the floor. And I hope for Patrick's sake that he's able to run as an MPP and that he's able to make a contribution in politics. I wish the man well. I think you correctly point out he's done a lot for the party. Criticisms notwithstanding, there are a lot of things that we benefit from. As you point out, there's money, there's membership, there's enthusiasm. The party's riding high in the polls, for which he deserves an appropriate amount of credit. And I think that we should not forget that. We should be mindful of the benefits.
So just so I'm clear, you think that he ought to be allowed to run for the PC party in his Barrie riding on June 7th?
So the process for him to run for leader, which he did and then stopped doing, was that he had to go through the provincial nominating committee. That's, again, a committee of the membership that have been asked to undertake the due diligence as to whether or not he should be a candidate. And in order to be allowed to run for leader, he had to pass that hurdle, and they said yes. So I'm going to say our process says he should run. I mean, I guess it's possible that that could be revisited, but as it stands, he's already been approved. So I'd like us to move forward and focus on the Liberal government and a need for change in Ontario.
Understood. How are you enjoying today? This is kind of an the whole last 6 weeks have been unprecedented, to be sure. How about today?
This is, look, it's Saturday of March break, and an awful lot of us have family that have flown to different places, myself included. I think perhaps you might as well. And we'd all rather be perhaps in a different place, but we are where we are. It's always fun to get our friends together and the Conservative movement back together. We have a good time when we see each other, and I cross my fingers that whatever the results are tonight, that people will line up as close as it might be behind the new leader and recognize we will have one goal in 10 weeks, and that's to replace Kathleen Wynne in the Liberal government.
Understood. Kevin, it's good to see you again.
Thanks
so much
Stephen.
For joining us here on the set.
Thank you.
At the, what hotel are we at again?
The Markham Hilton.
The Markham Hilton Hotel.
I know.
It's been a long day. Okay, that's Kevin Gaudet. Once a candidate for office, now doing work behind the scenes as this leadership election convention continues here in Markham, Ontario. We're going to get somebody else in the chair and see if he's got any information for us as to what's going on right now. If you're just joining us, it is about almost coming up to 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. We had expected to have first ballot results a long time ago, but apparently they are razor thin. You know, of course, that this is all online balloting. People have voted online. The computer, once you push a button, is supposed to just spit out the results. There shouldn't be anything to argue about, but apparently there is, because the returns have come in so razor thin between first and second place. We're told perhaps a half a percentage point difference that the lawyers are all in the back rooms trying to figure it all out. Let me see if this guy knows what's going on. Here's MP Peter Van Loan, who represents the same riding, York Simcoe, that Caroline Mulroney, one of the leadership candidates, is currently the nominated candidate in. Do you know what's going on and why it's taken so long?
No, we just hear all the same rumors that everybody's got floating around and nobody knows for sure.
A bit annoying, wouldn't you say?
Well, you know, it's, I've been at a lot of these conventions over the years, you know. I've been president of the provincial party, the federal party, and I'm trying to think back for a party convention that didn't go over time, and for one where it wasn't close to 50-50 on the last ballot. And that has been the practice.
That seems to be the case. Given, however, how unprecedented everything about this race has been, the resignation of the leader, his jumping back into the race, his getting back out of the race, the tight timelines, the complaints from people about PIN numbers and not having enough time to vote. Isn't it incumbent upon the people in that room in the back there to kind of get their you-know-what together ASAP?
Well, I don't know about the ASAP. Taking the time to do it right, I think, is the right decision. And I think that's obviously what's going on right now. And we will get a result, we'll get an answer, and then we'll move on. I think what's been interesting is if you talk to any of the folks that have been knocking on doors, nominated candidates, they'll tell you that through all that stuff you've been talking about, there might have been a little more increased interest at the doors, but the fundamental equation is the same. People want change in Ontario, and none of that's changed. And they've said, you know, I'll be voting for you. It doesn't matter who your leadership candidate is. They may have someone who they like better than someone else, but they're all there saying we need change in Ontario, and I'm ready for it.
Let me ask you to reflect on the conventional wisdom I hear about your provincial counterpart, Caroline Mulroney, the nominated candidate for York Simcoe, and of course running for the leadership here today. The book on her is that she came in with great name recognition, lots of money, and underperformed, did not meet expectations. What do you think of that assessment?
Well, I mean, we'll see what the result is, but to me, what's, you know, and there are people who ran her campaign, there's a strategy that was put in place, and I suppose after the fact, people can debate whether or not it was the right approach. But her intrinsic qualities are remarkable. She is a strong woman, she is smart, she's caring. I've been taking her around, we've held literally hundreds of meetings in people's kitchens and their living rooms and so on, community leaders in the riding and folks that have been involved in the past, and almost without exception, they come away impressed with how smart she is, how caring she is, genuinely empathetic, how well she understands the challenges. And York Simcoe is kind of a microcosm of Ontario. It's got a little bit of rural, a little bit of small town. It's got some suburban, a lot of people that commute to work in Southern York region or downtown Toronto. And in that way, and it's got all kinds of diversity that people don't realize is there, but massive ethnic diversity. So it's really a microcosm of Ontario, and that community has really embraced her, getting to know her. And if there was a problem, it's that 3 weeks isn't enough time for people to really get to know you.
That's why people say maybe next time, but not this time.
Well, we'll see what what comes out in the end. But at the end of the day, those intrinsic qualities, her intellect, her strength, her ability to stand up for people, how quick she learns, how quick she understands, I think she has a real, genuine feeling, I think, for what ordinary people are facing. None of that changes, regardless of the result today.
Peter, can you tell us how you marked your ballot?
Oh, I marked my ballot for Caroline Mulroney.
No, I know for number one, but how about...
I supported Christine Elliott as my next choice.
As number two?
Yeah.
Did you vote 3 and 4?
I voted for 3.
So who was your third choice?
Doug Ford.
And Tanya Granick-Allen didn't get a vote?
I didn't mark it, no. I've been around the party a long time, as I said, president of the provincial party, federal party, and I hadn't seen her. She's a strong performer, no doubt, but I'm kind of a party person, and I like to see people who have put some time into the party, who cared and committed to the party, and I hope we'll see more of her around in the future, but my votes went to people who I've seen and encountered working hard for this party over the years.
You're one of these guys who's got the genetic defect of having been involved and interested in politics since you were a teenager, I think,
Sadly,
right?
since I was 12.
Since you were 12, okay.
Been involved working as a volunteer.
So what number leadership convention is this for you?
I haven't done a tally, but I can tell you I'm very rarely on the winning side, and the only times I've been on the winning side were for John Tory and for Tim Hudak. And while I may have won the leadership, they didn't work out in the end. So. But when you go through things that way, you get quite accustomed to also seeing the importance of pulling together, being a team player, and if everybody does that, that's what leads to success in the long term.
Well, you may have just answered the next question I was going to ask you, but given that you have seen leaders emerge from this process many, 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 many times. What's the most important mission they have when they leave this hall tonight?
Well, obviously they have to get the party unified behind them, and that's a two-way street. It requires a certain amount of grace among those who, the winner, and of course it requires, I think, a real strength of character from those who are on the short end of the stick. Because it's very hard to go through any kind of election like this. You know, you can be the nicest person, the classiest person in the world, but something happens when you're running against people and you begin to see the worst in everyone, and you have to be able to overcome those very human tendencies to realize that no, they really are fine people. The people I ran against have great intrinsic qualities. We all want the same thing, which is a better Ontario, a better future for people here, and that the issues at stake in the next election are indeed so great that I got to set aside whatever petty personal slights may have happened, something nasty that was said that wasn't true. I got to put that all behind me. And I think we have in these leadership candidates people who are quite capable of doing exactly that, and I think you will see a unified party coming out of this.
Any concerns about the legitimacy of the outcome given how many people didn't get to vote?
Well, you know, I've been to a few leadership conventions in the olden days, decided by, you know, a margin of 5 or 6 or 7 votes. Provincially, those ones we had in the mid-'80s came down to like about 5 delegates gone the other way, and then you look at what happened at the delegate selection meeting, you could have those grievances. But at the end of the day, the process was there, there were appeal mechanisms, there was, you know, you had constraints. We had a timeline coming on us. I've been very involved in helping train the candidates and being part of the campaign team before Patrick stepped down, trying to get this stuff ready. Got a lot of work to do to get ready, and what we need for everyone to do is, starting and whenever the result gets announced, forget about what's happened, accept the result, and let's focus on getting ready for that major battle of taking on Kathleen Wynne and giving Ontario a new government.
Gotcha. Peter, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Pleasure to see you again. That's Peter Van Loan, who's the Member of Parliament for York Simcoe. That is, of course, the same riding in which Caroline Mulroney is a nominated candidate. She is, in fact, the only nominated candidate in this race for leader. Doug Ford says he will get nominated in Etobicoke North. Interestingly enough, Christine Elliott has told the Provincial Nominating Committee of the PC Party that if she has to put her name attached to a riding anywhere in the province, it'll be to St. Paul's. I can pretty much guarantee you she is not going to run in St. Paul's. St. Paul's is one of the safest Liberal seats anywhere in the province. Let's just turn around here and see what's going on. Maybe we're going to have a result here. Let's see. Hello, Kevin. Come on in here for a second.
Doug Ford won. Doug Ford won. Christine apparently left the building. Apparently it was a tie, but they got their lawyers to talk about it, and Doug Ford is the clear winner.
Of the leadership?
Yes.
You are saying Ford won the leadership?
According to everybody, yes. Doug Ford won the leadership, sir.
Well, I don't know if you guys heard that. Who are you?
My name is Igor. I'm the secretary for the Windsor West faction of the Conservative Party.
And you're telling us Doug Ford has won the leadership of the party?
Yes.
On the first ballot?
According to all the information I've gathered, he won based on first ballot. I believe that is correct. Yes.
Let's see, Igor. Do you know anything about this, Kevin?
Pardon me?
Is it over?
Well, that's what I hear. That's what I've been hearing.
What are you hearing?
Well, I heard that it was close. A lot of people were saying it could be even a tie. So it seemed like they were going back and forth.
Kevin Weatherby, nominated candidate in Dufferin-Caledon.
How are you?
Is it? I mean, what I just heard from Igor is that Ford won on the first ballot.
That's what I'm hearing too. That's what I'm hearing too. Yeah.
And Christine Elliott has left the building.
Wow, we've got our leader. We've got our leader.
That is an astonishing outcome.
Now, we still are going to wait for the announcement.
Yes, of course.
We get excited in these situations at conventions, but we will wait for the announcement.
We, of course, will wait for the announcement. If Doug Ford has won on the first ballot, that is a turn of events that no one saw coming, right? This was supposed to be Elliott, Ford, 36, 35% for each of them on the first ballot.
Yes, yeah. Well, and also I think it sends a strong message about our party. You know, there's been a lot of talk about will the party be able to be unified? How will we come out of the convention? First ballot would be a unified party, and it seems like we might have our answer right here.
Well, the Ford people, I don't know if you can get a camera on this. The Ford people are going nuts on the floor right now. The sign saying Ford, Ford, Ford. And if it's true that, in fact, Christine Elliott has left the building,
that we may see Ford Nation here firsthand.
we are awaiting results, and now I think we have some understanding of why it would have taken so long for all the lawyers to do their due diligence.
Absolutely.
Because if it's that razor thin, you want them to look at it pretty carefully.
I think before you leave the building. And again, the rules were, there's different contingencies. So of course it's a points-based system. Every riding has a set of points, but it does revert to total votes, and it does revert to things like, I mean, even a coin toss at the end of the day. So I could see how if there were lawyers involved, they'd be wanting to make sure that the rules were followed to the letter. But if it was a first ballot, none of that would matter anymore.
Now you're not just talking here as a nominated candidate in Dufferin-Caledon, you're on the...
Well, just as a quick correction, I am seeking a nomination in Dufferin-Caledon federally. So that's in the other world.
Forgive me.
That's okay. It's in the other world. But I am on the provincial nominations committee for the PC party, and I serve on the PC executive for Central West.
All right. So you know all these guys in the back room here.
I do. Yeah.
I'm going to ask the question directly.
Sure.
Elliott's people, if in fact she's lost a third straight convention, are going to be out of their minds.
Yeah.
And they are going to say that this process was flawed because too many people didn't get to vote.
Well, there's a Ford fan right there. Well, I think that what we have to remember is that, of course, 3 candidates were sort of talking about maybe extending it, and Christine, of course, was the only one who didn't extend it. So I think we'd have to watch for that. But I want to know one thing about Christine Elliott. She is a tried and true conservative, and I'm confident that she'll do whatever it takes to help CFPC government on June 7th.
Well, if she's left the building, that does not indicate that she's all too happy with the result.
Well, give her some time, and I think that she'll come around. And of course, if it is Ford and Christine have been close for a long time, so maybe they can bury the hatchet.
I wonder whether that friendship is still alive, given how Ford attacked her pretty blisteringly during the Ottawa debate, and then again in e-blasts after that.
Well, and the emails have been relentless on both sides. But parties go through this, and it's no different on both sides of the aisle. You have to sort it out, then you come out, you stick together, you carry on the banner, and I've been a big advocate of having this race from the very beginning, because we've had more members vote than in any other leadership. Wasn't without problems, but I'm hopeful that we can look at that going forward and make a better case next time.
I'm just, forgive my back here, everybody, but I'm taking a look at the floor of the convention hall here at the, are we at the Hilton Hotel in Markham?
Yeah.
This day started at 5 a.m. for me. I'm not even sure anymore. There is a big scrum over to the left-hand side of the stage. Somebody's giving an interview in there. I don't know who it is, but clearly there is a sense in the Ford camp, literally 20 meters from us right now, that Ford has won this thing on the first ballot. There have been no official results announced yet, but the fact that we are...
Oh, we got something.
Well, there's another cheer.
There's something.
The fact that we are 2 hours from when we first anticipated getting results suggests that there was a big fight in the back rooms over something, and that the results were obviously razor thin to require lawyers present and significant numbers of debates. But certainly the people over here in the Ford delegation think this thing is done, and that Doug Ford is the next leader of the Ontario PC Party. We're not saying it yet. That's what I'm hearing from the floor. And if that happens, it is in some respects for those people who hope for a return to a more Bill Davis-style, progressive, conservative, moderate, pragmatic party. It is a real blow to them.
It would be, and actually I'm reading a really good book on Bill Davis. I encourage everybody to
wrote
check
that
it
thing?
But no, and that is, that's one of the things I've thought was good about this race. The members had a clear choice. Not saying one's better than the other, but they had a choice of a different sort of brand of conservatism, if you will. And I mean, as you said, we're waiting for confirmation, but if this is a first ballot victory, again, 64,000 plus members voted, the most ever for a leadership in our history. If this is a first ballot, that's pretty resounding.
If it's Doug Ford's PC party, what kind of a party is that?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's too different. I mean, the People's Guarantee did have a 25% cut for income taxes, so there was a lot of stuff
22.
there. 22, pardon me.
Conservatives go exaggerating again.
Too caught up in the moment, thank you, 22. So I don't think that there's a lot to change. Obviously, all the leadership candidates, for example, wanted to back away from the carbon tax, but I think that you're going to see something very similar to what we always run on, which is accountable government and low taxes and a better regulatory environment for our businesses.
And if Christine Elliott is not the leader, does she run?
I hope so. I hope so. Christine's done a lot for this province, and as whether it was as an MPP or a patient ombudsman, deputy leader of the party, she is a stalwart in our party, and I hope she does run. I hope she continues to run for us, and I hope she wins, because she'd be a great addition to any cabinet.
Okay. Kevin, thanks for joining us here on the set.
Thanks for having me.
History will record that you were the guy sitting here when we got the word that it may be Ford's victory. And I'm not sure which of the two of us were more astonished to hear Ford had won it on the first, well, if in fact he has.
I couldn't think of anyone else I'd rather be spending it with.
Nice of you to say.
Thanks so much, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Kevin Weatherby, who is the Dufferin seeking the federal Conservative nomination in Dufferin-Caledon, and is also on the provincial nominations committee and the executive of the Ontario PC Party. How old are you?
30 years old.
30 years old. Another one of the young Conservatives that we have interviewed here today. A lot of younger people in this party going forward. Thanks a lot, Kevin. Okay, we are, again, if you're just joining us, we're at 5 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time at the Hilton Hotel in Markham, and this day the story gets more and more astonishing with every passing week. This is a story, as you know, that began on the 24th of January, where the leader, Patrick Brown, in an attempt to preempt a story on CTV News, had a press conference that was, in hindsight, very ill-advised. He stepped down as leader at 1:30 in the morning. It prompted a process that crunched into 6 weeks what parties normally take 9 to 12 months to do, namely a very fast leadership election. Patrick Brown jumped back into the race. 10 days later, he decided that he couldn't both clear his name and run for leader at the same time, and therefore jumped out. We have had 4 candidates in a very shortened, crunched campaign seeking to replace him as Ontario PC Party leader. One of the people who actually kicked the tires on running for the leadership is sitting beside me now. Here's Stella Ambler, who's a former Conservative MP from the House of Commons. What is going on here today?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. I thought I was okay. About 2 hours ago, I thought I knew what was going on and what was about to happen. And then this happened. And I'm not quite sure what this is.
We just heard Ford's got it on the first, is that right?
I'm hearing the same rumor, but obviously we're not getting any kind of official confirmation. The scrutineers and the folks in the vote counting room are not allowed to bring their phones in, so we're only hearing secondhand accounts and from people who've come out of the room and not being let back in.
And what are you hearing?
I'm hearing what you're hearing, which is that it's extremely close and that Doug Ford may have taken it and that the Christine Elliott team is asking for a recount.
Who did you vote for?
I'm not sure I want to say.
Did you mark your ballot for all 4 candidates?
I did not. I marked for 3.
Who did you leave off?
I'm not going to tell you that either.
You can't blame me for asking.
Nope, not at all.
Would you be content with whoever emerges as the leader?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. And I'm actually hoping that that's the case with all of the people who are here in this room and the 100,000 or so members of the party that we have out there. And I am hearing that some people are a little bit nervous and that they really. They're not sure about Doug Ford, but I'll tell you this, that this happens every time there's a leadership. There's always the person who you haven't chosen is always that unknown entity, the person who you think you could never possibly support, and that's because you've spent all of this time and effort and your imagination has only gone to one place, and that's the candidate that you want. And with it being so close, I'm not surprised that people who supported Christine Elliott or the others are saying, no, I just can't go with Doug Ford.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because despite Vic Fideli's and Jason Kenney's speeches that everybody's got to leave from this hall united around one goal, if Doug Ford wins this on the first ballot, you can't tell me that Christine Elliott's people are not going to be absolutely incensed.
I'm not sure if it's, I haven't been hearing that it's the first ballot, I'm hearing that it's the last ballot. Is that what you meant?
Okay, well that would certainly make more sense.
It would.
If he was the eventual winner,
yes,
that would make more sense than a first ballot victory, which is what I heard from other people here.
Okay, so this is it. The rumors are just out of control here. I would say that absolutely the unity message is very important. There are only, I'm going to say
88 days
till election day. You know, with that kind of time, we need all hands on deck. And this, you know, this just can't happen to our party. So
if it is Doug Ford who emerges victorious as the leader here today,
yeah.
You used to represent a riding in Mississauga.
Yeah.
Which is right beside Etobicoke, which is Ford Nation headquarters.
It is.
What do the people in your neck of the woods think about a Ford-led PC party?
You know, I actually think that he could pick up a lot of support that we haven't seen in a long time. I really do. I think that there are a lot of people out there who are saying things like, you know, maybe it's time for a scrappy premier, someone who is a leader in Ontario who gets the you know, the average working person in Ontario. And I think Doug could really position himself as that person and someone who just gets it, fights for the little guy. I think that's a really appealing narrative that he could put forward.
What was your view on his reintroducing the abortion issue into the leadership campaign?
I'm not sure that he did that specifically. What I know that what he did was he answered a question about parental consent for 12, 13, 14-year-olds. So in his very typical Doug Ford style, he did exactly what endears him to so many people. He said, "What? You mean a 13-year-old girl can get an abortion without asking her parents? I can't believe that." And so other people watching, their parents especially, are thinking the same thing. Really? Is that the case? And so he has that sort of common sense or common touch about him, the folksy manner, right? We saw it in the debate as well.
Let me follow up on that, because there were certainly people who saw his performance, particularly in the Ottawa debate, where he went hard after Elliott on a bunch of things. And I don't know what your experience on this is, but I've noticed a gender split. A lot of men thought, oh yeah, you know, there's Doug giving it again. Yeah. And a lot of women thought, I don't like that kind of attack. What was your view?
Well, things have changed so much in the last 6 months since the Me Too movement really took off, and so things are very different. But I also think that there's been a bit of a turning point, and what I mean by that is that I think we as women also have to be able, if we want to get into that arena of politics, we have to be able to take the punches as well as swing them ourselves every once in a while. And so, you know, it depends. I suppose some women said, oh yeah, he shouldn't be doing that. I think most said, no, that's what politics is.
You're in the arena and there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Stella Ambler, thanks for joining us for a little while here at the Markham Hilton Hotel.
Good luck. I hope you don't have to keep talking for any more.
I don't mind, actually. I enjoy talking to people, so it's okay for me. But
I'm glad.
But I can imagine that the participants in this thing are just...
They're anxious and very excited. And apparently there's a wedding here in an hour. So
so we all got to get out of here soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it very much. Stella Ambler. Okay, we're going to get somebody else. Which camera? Right here? No. Where am I? Over here? Which camera am I on? That one. It's been a long day. Stella's going to take off. She's going to go hopefully sneak into those back rooms and tell us what's going on. And we're going to get another person to join us here on the set. You know that all afternoon I've been telling you that we have been talking to many of the 20-somethings who make up not a bad chunk of the Ontario PC party right now. We had Sam Osterhoff here, who's a 20-year-old MPP. Ben Levitt is a nominated candidate in Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. He's 26. Jeremy Roberts is a guy who is a nominated candidate in the riding of Ottawa West Nepean. You're 26 also?
26 as well.
Seems to be a magic number around here today.
Yes, absolutely.
Jeremy, what's going on here?
Well, I mean, this is terribly exciting, and it's funny for me. It feels very deja vu because the last time I was at one of these was the federal Conservative leadership just last summer, and you know, it came right down to the wire there as well, and there were rumors flying every which way.
What are you hearing?
You know, I'm hearing it could be either or. You know, I'm hearing it might be a difference between who won the points and who won the popular vote. We'll have to wait and see. I'm so excited to find out.
Well, of course, the popular vote is irrelevant in this.
Exactly.
It's only the points that matter. And again, for people who may not follow the process, it's not one person, one vote, and whoever gets the most votes wins. Every riding is worth 100 points. You get the number of points dependent on the percentage of the votes that you got. Obviously, if there's 100 members in a riding and you get 50 votes, you get 50 points since you got 50% of the votes. It's possible, therefore, that the next leader of the PC party could have got fewer total votes, but more points than the other person. And that raises some issues of legitimacy as well, which is where I want to start with you. A lot of people have pointed out that because so many people weren't able to vote for a whole variety of reasons, didn't get their mail, didn't get their PIN numbers, etc., that the results of this convention will be somewhat illegitimate. What's your view on that?
You know what, at the end of the day, I have to commend the party because they had a pretty tough challenge on their hands here to organize a leadership convention, you know, this close to an election. I mean, I think today we're at 88 days till June 7th.
Correct.
So we're pretty, it's a pretty tight timeline, and so I commend them for being able to pull it together quickly. This electronic voting process has been a new experience. As a millennial, I have to say I think this is the direction we're going to be moving eventually, because that's a way that we can get so many more young people involved. You know, at the end of the day, I think the party did the right thing here. And I mean, you look at this crowd, it is an engaged crowd that's here today. We're excited to welcome our new leader.
Tell me who you voted for.
So I voted for Christine Elliott. I had the distinct pleasure of working for the late Jim Flaherty for 5 years and got to know the Flaherty family through my work with him.
Is that federally or provincially?
Federally. And I got involved in politics, Steve. I have a younger brother who has autism. And the Liberal government's record on supporting families with children with autism hasn't been a particularly strong record. And Christine Elliott has been so firm and so steadfast in her support for individuals with developmental disabilities. So I think she would make a fantastic leader. But at the end of the day, I'm ready to support any of the four candidates.
Any of the four?
I think all four of them are fantastic.
Who did you mark down as your second choice?
My second choice went to Doug. And you know what? Doug Ford really impressed me in this leadership. I'll admit, I'm from Ottawa, so I see Toronto politics from a distance. And obviously, you hear all sorts of interesting stories down here. And Mr. Ford, knowing full well that I was supporting Christine, came down and took an hour out of his day to meet with me and talk to me about what happened in my nomination race, talk to me about autism policy, and he called me the day of my nomination this past Wednesday to congratulate me. So that tells me a lot about him. He's a classy guy, and I think he'd also do a spectacular job.
Who'd you vote for third?
Vote for third, my gosh, I think that went to Caroline.
Caroline Mulroney, and did you vote for Tanya Granick
I
Ellen
did,
fourth?
I did, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You've raised the issue of your nomination race, and yours was, of course, one of the most controversial nomination races by the PC party back when Patrick Brown was the leader. The first result of your first attempt to get nominated went to your opponent, whose daughter worked in Patrick's leader's office. So there were some concerns expressed about whether the leader put his thumb on the scale for his employee's mother.
Sure.
As it happens, the executive took a second look at your race, decided that it had not been resolved fairly, called for a second nomination. You put your name forward. I gather Karma McGregor did not.
That's my understanding.
And therefore you won. Now her position today, I believe, is that the party didn't notify her that the result was being overturned and that there was a new nomination race to be held, and that's why she didn't compete. Are you expecting a legal challenge from her?
You know what, frankly, at this point, what the party told me this past Wednesday is they said, listen, whatever's happening in the background here, they said they are going to deal with that. They told me they just want me to focus on winning the riding going forward. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds, but frankly, my focus is getting out and knocking on doors. We had a spectacular launch event on Wednesday in Ottawa. Vic Fideli actually came down for the launch event, which was great, and had a crowd of 300 strong. I grew up in the riding, so we had a lot of family friends out, and so, you know, my plan is come tomorrow, get back to Ottawa and start pounding the pavement.
And as far as you're concerned, you're the nominated candidate.
I don't think I'd be wearing the pass with Ottawa West Nepean if I weren't.
End of story. Jeremy, good to see you.
Thank you
so
very
much.
Steve.
Nice to meet you today. I'm meeting you
Cheers.
for the first time. Thank you for dropping by our set and sharing your views.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now at 5:11 p.m. In the city of Markham at the Hilton Hotel. The PC party told us yesterday this whole thing would be over by now. That because of the computerized nature of the balloting, they would be able to push one button, they would be able to spit out the first ballot results. They would of course know the final results already, but for dramatic purposes, they would wait a little while, then give the second ballot results, wait a little while, bring out the third ballot results. But we are here, I think most people got into this hall, well I think things started at 1:30 p.m., so we're talking almost 4 hours ago, and still no first ballot results or any numbers to speak of. We're told, and maybe our next guest can help us figure this out a bit, here's Greg Rickford. He's a former cabinet minister in the government of Stephen Harper, now the nominated candidate for the PC party in Kenora Rainy River. Is that the name of the riding?
That is, yeah.
It's nice to meet you. I don't
nice
think,
to meet
not
you
sure
too,
we've met
Steve,
before.
yeah.
Have you heard what's going on here?
I mean, I don't have anything as definitive as I imagine everybody else does in this room here. I think obviously there must be some information out there that the Ford camp is pleased about the position that they're in, Steve. But you know, I think the other thing I hear is importantly is that we're well positioned to go out into the next general election and bring Ontario back to the place where a lot of us grew up under people like Bill Davis wanting to be great again. So.
Well, that does raise the question, Mr. Rickford, that if I can put this in here, there we go. It does raise the question that if Doug Ford is in fact the leader of this party, as the rumor that's just swept the floor here, the chances of this party being sort of fashioned after a Bill Davis style of modern, urban, ex-urban, a good coalition of the North, rural, progressive conservatism, may not be on. What's your view on that?
Oh, I think you have to give credit to everybody who runs in a leadership campaign. I think they ultimately know that the exercise in winning the leadership may be more singular than the exercise of winning a general election. This is a call for unity today. There's a field of excellent candidates out there, Steve. The Progressive Conservative Party, lost in this story perhaps, has put together a great team from one end of the province to the other. And we came in under a whole bunch of different circumstances that then subsequently changed. So I feel like that narrative is going to override and carry into the general election, and I think there'll be an opportunity for good people to give good advice to the leader once he or she is confirmed today, because we're still not there yet, despite the rumors, and move forward. I have called hundreds of people in my own riding and thousands across the region, and one thing is certain, and it's visceral. Folks want Kathleen Wynne gone. So I think we have to get together, make unity our central operating theme, and make sure that we can accommodate for each other's viewpoints. And frankly, a leader would be crazy to do otherwise.
You voted Caroline Mulroney on the first position?
I supported Caroline from the outset,
And who'd you vote for second?
Well, I'm not going to disclose those. Well, actually, I can. I just feel like Caroline was the focus of my efforts. I spent a considerable amount of time as her chair for the Northern Ontario, and so that's what I was focused on, Steve. And I made it.
Did you only vote once then?
I voted for Caroline.
Caroline only, and no other preferences.
I voted for Caroline.
Okay. You've heard both Vic Fedeli and Jason Kenney at this meeting say that this party has to emerge. It may have small differences, but it's got to emerge united if it's going to take on somebody who, even though 8 out of 10 people in Ontario today say they may want to change in government, I also hear conservatives say Kathleen Wynne's a formidable campaigner. She's sharp, she's empathetic, and she can connect with people, even though a lot of people don't like her very much right now.
Right.
If there's not a clean result from this convention, and I'm going to suggest that for a lot of people that will be the case, people, for example, who supported Christine Elliott if she loses, people who didn't get a chance to vote at all, how much harder is that job going to be?
I think progressive conservatives are ready to unite. I think, Steve, there's been, it's well documented, folks watching your show, as you've reported thoroughly on an incredible couple of months, and in fact an incredible half a year or more, that what we want at the end of this is unity. And if Doug Ford becomes our leader, then I think it's incumbent upon all of us to stand with him, to balance out a platform, and to go up against a formidable opponent in Kathleen Wynne. In fact, I would say the Liberal brand, the Liberal Party, Some of their members I've had relationships with in my previous capacity as the federal minister in Northern Ontario, and Michael Gravel is a person that I quite like, and an all-around good guy, and they have good standing in their respective political ridings. But we're focused on a government that's put Ontario into significant debt, has botched a number of key files. As a former minister in energy, natural resources, I saw that firsthand here in Ontario, and I think we're prepared to organize and unify around a leader and give it our best shot, and I feel good about that chance.
Regardless of who it is?
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't change anything for me. I think what we saw here, especially with Caroline, was a significant investment in what we think the future of the party looks like.
Well, let me ask you about another one of those next generation guys.
Yeah.
And I ask you about him because you, of course, sat in a caucus with him for 10 years on the federal Parliament Hill, and that's Patrick Brown.
Yeah.
His ghost, if you like, is kind of in this room right now.
Right.
You talked about the great candidates that he brought forward.
Yeah.
And he brought a lot of the new candidates in.
I joined.
You joined
in November.
Okay.
Yeah. And Patty didn't ask me. I dialed him up and come out to Kenora, and we appreciated that. I don't know if you know this, Steve, but Patty and I were long-standing friends. We were backbenchers for a long time in the Harper government. We played a lot of hockey together. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work that Patty did, and I feel like he was in a very difficult and unfortunate set of circumstances. I wasn't prepared to change my view on what was going to happen once the leadership dynamic changed. But I wish him all the best.
Do you think he should have stayed in the race?
I feel like it might have been better if he didn't come back into the race and spend some time fighting some of the battles that he rightly should have and the kind of due process that he deserves. I think he has a bright future to this day. He's a hard-working guy. There's a lot of people in this room who came on board as a result of him, Steve, and I think that has to be respected.
Does he have a bright future on the 7th of June? And by that I mean, does he get to run for the PC party in the next provincial election?
You're the only guy that's been able to get me to speculate, and I don't do a lot of that. Look, I can't speak to his fortunes. I live in one of the biggest regions and ridings in the country, and obviously busy running a law practice, raising a family, and being a candidate. Steve, those have been my priorities, and if there was any time after that, then it was all to Caroline, and I think there's a lot of people in the room who feel like she has a very high prospect of being a significant, prominent person in the present PC government on June 7th and the future of it.
Well, I don't know if you saw the piece that John Thompson, our Northwest Ontario Hubs editor, wrote a few days ago on TVO.org, but he basically said, you're kind of like the Leo Bernier of the North for this generation. And for those too old to remember, that was a guy who...
The Emperor of the North.
The Emperor
really,
of the
Steve,
North, yes indeed.
Yeah.
He could make it happen in Northwest Ontario, and he said that Mulrooney would probably do very well in Northwest Ontario because of your work on her behalf.
I don't have any results, but I'm hearing that she did reasonably well. Look, I've invested a lot of my time in the entire region of Northern Ontario. I had political profiles as the Minister of FedNor. We've done a lot of good things up there, and I'll never be able to fill Emperor Leo's shoes, Steve, and the fact that both of us remember that is probably dating us.
Just means I'm older than you, that's all.
Well, but dates us a little bit. I was fortunate to have Leo alive when I began my political career. He was my mentor, personal friend, and helped build the framework for how a Conservative could win in Northwestern Ontario federally for the first time ever. Leo was well respected amongst the Indigenous constituent, as I was, for our work there, not just in politics, but as a nurse prior. So when I think of people who I like to model my career after, it's guys like him, a serious lieutenant for Bill Davis back in the day. And I think we'll see some of that come onto the platform as this leadership, as we pivot from the leadership and the real business of putting Kathleen Wynne out of business.
Let me ask you one last question.
Sure.
When was the last time a Conservative took Kenora Rainy River?
Leo Bernier.
So we're going back almost 4 decades.
I think it's 30-something years, but yeah, it is.
So that's a tall challenge for you.
Oh yeah, even as a guy who won that riding twice and lost a narrow, razor-thin margin with a totally different dynamic than I think other ridings across the country had. I've never taken the voter or the electorate for granted. We
you
knock
have
on
great
every door.
You have great three-way races in your riding, don't they?
Yeah, we do.
I mean,
yeah.
unlike most ridings, where
Unlike
it's
most ridings,
a two-party race, it's a
yeah.
three-party race.
No,
where
it was a showtime,
Yeah.
and so we're knocking on doors, we're hosting events, a lot of people coming out, a lot of folks willing to support. You know, hallmarks of a good campaign like fundraising are all there and send a pretty strong signal to me that we're going to be very competitive. And after today, I assume, we're going to go out and put our platform out to Northwestern Ontario.
I should sneak in one more question,
Sure.
which is Patrick Brown said that one of the reasons he was able to win a by-election in Sault Ste. Marie, and one of the reasons that he thought you would be competitive in your riding, is because he visited the North 24 times.
Yeah.
Now, if you get a Doug Ford as the new leader of this party, who I'm not sure if he's ever been north of the French River, maybe he has, but he hasn't been 24 times in his life, how will he play in your neck of the woods?
Well, he did go to Thunder Bay, and he was well received there, actually, Stephen. It was probably a pretty smart idea. He came in there after the other two candidates. So, yeah, I think he'll resonate with folks, and you know, we obviously are focusing more on who our opponent is, and that's going to be the key exercise for us out there.
Gotcha. Thanks for stopping
Hey,
by.
It was great.
That's
Love
Greg
your
Rickford,
show.
former cabinet minister in Stephen Harper's government, now the nominated candidate for the Ontario PC party in Kenora Rainy River, which, as we indicated, hasn't been blue since the Emperor of the North, Leo Bernier, represented that part of Ontario. We're going back to the early 1980s was the last time that had happened. Thanks very much, Mr. Rickford. Okay, we're going to get John Michael McGrath mic'd up and back in this chair here, because presumably he's had a chance, he's had a chance to hopefully talk to some people and bring us an update on what's going on. We all got to this hall almost 4 hours ago, and we were reliably advised at the beginning of the day that this whole thing would be over by 4:30 in the afternoon. Well, where are we now? We're almost an hour past that right now. John Michael McGrath, who writes stuff for us on TVO.org, is here with us now. What do you know?
Well, CBC is reporting that Doug Ford has it. That it's
Say again?
CBC is reporting that Doug Ford has it. That Doug Ford has narrowly won the PC leadership. That Christine Elliott challenged it, asked for a recount. That recount is complete. Not every one of my colleagues here is reporting the same thing. Others are saying that it's not officially official yet.
So it's taking so long because the Elliott forces are challenging the result.
That they did challenge it and asked for a recount. I think you may have discussed this already, but the issue being that some ballots were not, it wasn't possible to tell which ballots were in which ridings for a small number of them, because they were tabulated by postal code, apparently, is one of the things I've heard. And not all ridings have the same postal, or not all ridings, or some ridings share postal codes.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Now that matters a lot, obviously, because this is not a one person, one vote, and whoever's got the most votes wins.
Right.
This is a point system where each riding is worth 100 points.
Yes.
And if you don't make sure that those votes are counted in the right riding, you may have got it wrong.
Yeah, well, and with, again, you know, this would not have mattered if somebody was running away with 55 or 60% of the vote, but we're being told this is a very, very narrow victory, and, you know, less than 1% in some...
Less than 1%?
Yeah.
My goodness gracious.
You know, this obviously raises huge questions for party unity going forward. You know, there were a huge number of people who really, you know, put their heart and soul into making sure that Christine Elliott crossed the finish line this time. And, you know, Doug Ford is not always the most collegial of people to work with. And it's going to be a huge factor in whether the party can unify, assuming that it's correct.
Let me, as I am wont to do another hashtag on Paulie nerd moment here from history. Look, the reality is it's called the Progressive Conservative Party because there are some forces in this party that are more progressive, and there are some that are more conservative. And, you know, it's usually about half and half.
Yeah.
And they usually have a fight at the end of the day to see who's going to be a little higher up this time than last time. We know in 1971, for example, Bill Davis was the conservative candidate.
Right.
Alan Lawrence was the progressive candidate. Mr. Davis made moves to the center to try to unify everybody after that, but we saw it with Mike Harris in 1990. He was the conservative candidate. Diane Cunningham was the more progressive candidate. Right after that victory, Harris gave Cunningham the deputy leader's job and got her involved in such a way as to make everybody feel, at least in the caucus, like they had a piece of the action there. You know, this is the way it always goes in the PC party. the Progressives and the Conservatives fight it out. Why it should be different today, well, it shouldn't be. That's the way it is.
Well, I think what is different is that Doug Ford ran by railing against elites. He spent this week saying that the party insiders were trying to steal the leadership from him. And this is, I think, less of a division between progressive versus conservative sides of the party and insiders versus outsiders. And, you know, how do you, if Doug is in fact the victor, how do you become the ultimate insider, the party leader, having just railed against the party leadership? He's going to need MPPs on his side. Obviously, you know, Patrick Brown had the same problem. He was not endorsed by the majority of the caucus when he won. They eventually, you know, all sort of followed him more or less. But Doug Ford has to get his party on side in, what, 3 months?
Well, the question then becomes, how badly do they want to win? You know, and that's always the question. That has been the question for the PC party for probably 7 of the last 9 elections, where some people are more interested in fighting within the family and seeing their side emerge victorious, and if it doesn't, they're taking their marbles and going home. Whereas, you know, others in earlier times, read 42 straight years of Ontario PC party government, were able to see the bigger picture and had the fights with the other parties as opposed to within their own party.
I mean, one of the other questions here is, I think a lot of people have been saying that Doug Ford is the candidate that the Liberals would most like to go against, because
watch out what you wish for.
Well, be careful what you wish for, absolutely. But even just in this campaign, in the last 6 weeks, he has given the Liberals clips that they are absolutely going to be using against him in the general, whether it was talking about reopening abortion or, you know, reopening the sex ed curriculum. The Liberals really want nothing more than to be able to hammer the Tories with the social conservative stuff that Patrick Brown had kind of put in a drawer for a bit.
Yeah. Okay, John Michael, we should unmic you and get you back out there and see what else you can find out.
All right.
I'd love to have somebody from those back rooms come out here and tell us what the heck is going on, but that might be too tall an order. John Michael McGrath, writing on TVO.org. Let's set the scene again for you here. It is now 5:30. So this convention officially started 4 hours ago, and we do not yet have even a single ballot's results. We were reliably informed by the PC party that the thing would start at 1:30. We'd have a couple of speeches, one from Jason Kenney, who's the leader, of course, of the United Conservative Party in Alberta, another from the interim leader, Vic Fedeli. Those 2 speeches would really put the notion of party unity into the very sharp focus that this party felt it needed in order to emerge from this process united to take on Kathleen Wynne. There is a very real question now as to whether that's going to be possible as a result of what we're hearing is just a razor-thin result of this convention. As I just indicated, it is often the case with the PC party that the Progressives and the Conservatives fight it out within the brokerage politics of this big blue tent, and usually one side wins it by enough that the other side comes along. That certainly was the case for most of the 42 years that the Ontario PC party was the government in this province, from 1943 to 1985. A lot of the Red Tories, I guess the John Robarts, Bill Davis style Red Tories, left the party when Mike Harris became the party leader in 1990. They thought the party had moved too far to the right. Some of them came back when John Tory was the leader in 2007, although Mr. Tory's campaign also ended in defeat. The Red Tories felt very unwelcomed in the party in 2009 when Tim Hudak took over and moved the party again decidedly to the right. But Patrick Brown won in kind of the classic Richard Nixon style, which is to run from the right and then move to the middle. That's what Patrick Brown did. He got a lot of the social conservatives on side. He got the economic conservatives on side. And then after winning the leadership in actually quite stunning fashion, about 62% to 38% over Christine Elliott in 2013, he moved immediately to the middle and started to embrace the sex ed curriculum changes that the Liberals had brought in. He marched in the Pride Parade, which is something that previous Tory leaders had not necessarily done, and tried to bring in a carbon tax as well, which would pay for things like a tax cut, cheaper electricity prices, subsidies for childcare, record investments in mental health. That was all part of the People's Guarantee. You now know the rest of the story. Brown was forced out as leader. That whole platform, heaven only knows whether or not it's still in force and whether the next leader of the PC party will take all of it, embrace all of it, or take none of it, or just take some of it. before going to the polls in 88 days, as we shall be. Let's see if we can sort of set where things are right now. So the only polls that were published during the course of this campaign were done by Main Street Research. And those polls showed something between 35 and 36 support for both Ford and Elliott. They were just neck and neck the whole way. Caroline Mulroney in third place, well back, not even hitting 20% in some of those polls, and then Tanya Granick-Allen in fourth. Now, admittedly, how accurate is that poll? 17,000 sample size, which is normally pretty good, but in a universe of 65,000 voters where you don't know if the people surveyed actually are the ones who will get a chance to vote, you really can't be sure that the poll is indicative, never mind of the popular vote, but of the points as well. Remember, this is a point system whereby the vote is divided on the number of votes you got in each riding. If there's 5,000 voters in one riding, those votes split up and are worth 100 points. If there's 50 votes in one riding, those votes are split up and still worth 100 points, or probably not. In that case, they're probably only worth 50. But if it's 100 votes in the riding, it splits up that way. You could have a situation today where the leader of the party actually emerges with the most points, but not the most votes. And when you combine that with the number of people who didn't get a chance to vote because they didn't get their registration letter in time, or because they didn't get their PIN number in time and therefore couldn't vote, there will be questions raised about the legitimacy of the outcome. I'm not raising them, but other people will raise them, and some people will say, we didn't get a good outcome as a result. If Elliott loses, you can bet some of that will be the case. In any event, we still await those first ballot results. We are told there are lawyers for Team Ford and Team Elliott in the back rooms that are trying to get to the bottom of why the results are so close and what the difficulties in announcing them might be. So far, we have only heard rumors. About a half an hour ago, there was just a sweep that went right across the floor. The Ford section, which is just about 20 meters behind me, all got up with their signs and started to chant the candidate's name. There was a rumor that went across the floor that their candidate had won. In fact, one of the rumors we heard was that he won it on the first ballot, did Doug Ford. That seems highly unlikely given the polling that we had seen showing neither front-running candidate, Ford or Elliott, within spitting distance of the finish line. But again, who knows who voted and who knows how it'll all turn out. One of the fascinating things about this campaign has been how unusual all the four candidates have been. I think it's unprecedented that the four candidates for leadership of the PC party, none of them is a sitting MPP. Christine Elliott, of course, was an MPP for 9 years. She was deputy leader of the party for 6 of those 9 years, I believe, under Tim Hudak. But she's not an MPP now, and in fact hasn't really seriously indicated where she's going to run in the next provincial election, which she swore she would run in regardless of who won the leadership. I believe that in order to be cleared by the Provincial Nominations Committee of the PC party, she had to indicate that she was going to run in a riding. She said St. Paul's as a kind of a placeholder, but anybody who follows Ontario politics knows that St. Paul's is one of probably the top 5 safest Liberal seats anywhere in the province of Ontario. So it seemed highly unlikely that ultimately she would run there, but she put St. Paul's in as a placeholder. I'm hearing that she's going to seek the seat in Cambridge if that does happen, but that was her situation. Another candidate who does not yet got a nomination is Doug Ford. Ford says he's going to seek a seat in the north end of Etobicoke North, which of course is the sort of ground zero for Ford Nation. But again, Doug Ford's plans up until a very short time ago were to run for Mayor of Toronto against John Tory. Doug Ford had insisted that he was going to challenge Tory, as he did last time, 3.5 years ago, for Mayor of Toronto. But when Patrick Brown stepped down, he saw an opening, he seized it, and decided that he was going to go for the Ontario PC party leadership instead. And speaking of Doug Ford, I think we've got a couple of his supporters right here. I'm guessing this because of the massive Ford sign that you're holding in your hands here. Now, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting either one of you two, so would you care to introduce yourselves?
I am Grace Simon from Newmarket, Aurora.
Grace, nice to meet you. And you
I'm
are?
Ramona Benson, nice to meet you.
And which riding are you from?
I'm from Richmond Hill.
Okay, in Richmond Hill, did you voted for Ford on the first choice, obviously. How did the rest of your ballot look?
I just voted for Ford. I actually worked on his campaign.
Okay.
So I can give you some understanding of what we did on his telecom infrastructure, which I was in charge of.
Okay, let me just find out how you voted as well. Ford number 1, but did you fill out the rest of the ballot?
Yes, I certainly did. I voted Tanya number 2, Christine number 3, and Caroline.
And why in that order?
Because Tanya's strong and intelligent and bold, and I loved her courageousness, but she needs some mentoring, and we really need to make smart choices, and Ford is the smart choice. He's what Ontario needs to take over Kathleen Wynne.
I feel obliged to share with you polling numbers that I saw from the Angus Reid organization just a few days ago, which showed that if Elliott is the candidate, is the leader, the potential universe of people who would be prepared to vote PC gets twice as big. Whereas if Doug Ford's the leader, the potential universe of people in Ontario voting PC shrinks by half.
I can actually attest to that.
Please.
I was in charge of his telecom infrastructure. So in terms of the call center set up, the dialers that we did, reaching out first Ontarians, asking for support to see who actually supports Doug Ford, then signing them up, helping them to sign up for memberships. Then we went from the process of signing them up for memberships to actually identifying the voter base for the PC party. There's about 200,864 PC party members, more than 190,000. What we did was we identified the voters. When we could go through the process of that, when the verifications were sent out, our scripts, everything changed to be able to help them to verify.
So let me ask you about Richmond Hill. How many PC party voters are there ultimately in Richmond Hill, do you know?
There's over 1,000.
Over 1,000. What percentage of those will Doug Ford get?
Doug Ford has a majority of that percentage. I can tell you, riding by riding, he has more support from Ontario in general, because if we're going to talk about him in a general election, he has supporters from the ethnic community, he has supporters from NDP, Liberals, you name it, disenfranchised, people who have never voted before. He has proven in this race that he's no longer a Toronto person. He has literally gone all over the province.
How about in Newmarket Aurora, was your riding?
Yes.
How many?
is.
Do you know how many PCs?
I don't know the numbers,
Okay.
but just from talking to the community at large, it was a huge Ford support, and Christine Elliott. They're two great leaders in our area, but definitely from talking to a lot of people, it was Ford and Tanya. A lot of people voted Ford and Tanya.
You heard the rumor that swept this floor about a half an hour ago that in fact Ford had won, but that the lawyers were backstage arguing about it and therefore no announcement yet. Right? You have heard
right.
that.
Oh yes, yes.
What have people been saying on the floor there once that rumor hit the floor?
That Ford's winning this. He's got this. This is the electricity is in this room. You look around the room and all you see is Ford signs being raised, and I've noticed MPs and different leaders from around have said goodbye. They've said their goodbyes and they've left, whereas the Ford people are hanging around, and so that tells you something.
Who have you seen leave?
Oh, I don't want to put any name calling here.
But you're saying supporters of the other campaigns have left the building already?
Yes. Particularly the Mulroney supporters. I've seen them leave a long time ago.
I wonder whether you would take on this question. You've heard two speeches earlier today from Jason Kenney and Vic Fedeli saying that party unity is going to be key coming out of this event. If Doug Ford wins a convention about which there are some legal questions, how much more difficult is it going to be for everybody to come together at the end of the day?
I think the reality is that we have less than 100 days to a general election. This leadership race has brought a lot of people who weren't voting previously, who weren't PC party members or who were disenfranchised back into the game. And from all aspects of the base. I think Doug Ford is the person who can unite, because you know what? What we need to know, he was prepared that whoever is the leader who's announced today, there was going to be no challenges. We were going to go behind that. All the candidates had set a pledge. All the base, all the supporters, they knew, regardless of people getting cut off from verifications or voting and the entire mess that had happened, everybody knew after today that was it. The leader, we are unite behind, and we go forward to with whatever the platform is that we've decided on.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, technically speaking, the People's Guarantee is sort of the operative platform right now. Doug Ford has said he's not for the carbon tax, which is supposed to pay for all the promises in the People's Guarantee. So what are you running on?
Well, here's the thing. He's got great people. All the candidates have great people to put out platform. And what this leadership race has done, they have actually put out platform, and more people have joined the party and have been up for it. So the carbon tax that they've said they're not for, that has actually brought our base back together. So we trust us that this party does have great people, great policy people to put amazing stuff together right before an election. We know that that's possible, and we know, regardless of the consensus, that Kathleen Wynne is not popular, and NDP, we don't believe that they're going to surge in the middle at all.
Well, speaking of the NDP, I've got a nominated candidate who's ready to come in here and share her views about what's going on here today. So I want to thank you two for visiting us here on our set at the Markham Hilton Hotel. Enjoy the day. And if you hear anything about why this is taking so long, come back and tell us, okay?
Come on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the visit. All right, a couple of Ford supporters who seem quite confident that their man will win by the time this is all said and done. When is this all going to be said and done? Folks, they promised we'd be out of here an hour ago. So all bets are off. I have to tell you, though, in all fairness, what they've tried to do in 6 weeks is what most parties take 9 months to do. It's a massive undertaking to sign up new members, have candidates travel the province, raise the kind of money necessary to put on a good campaign, have everybody vote in such a short time period, and then have it all come off just tickety-boo. The fact of the matter is that there are logistical challenges in, I won't say most, but certainly many leadership elections. This one is proving to be no exception. 1971 Maple Leaf Gardens, the voting machines broke down. Bill Davis emerged at 2 o'clock in the morning as the winner of that situation. There are very frequently problems. I remember at the 1985 January leadership convention to replace Bill Davis, the second ballot was so close, 6 votes separating Dennis Timbrell and Larry Grossman, that they forced a recount of that ballot. It ended up taking so much longer than these things usually do. But why am I talking when I've got Marit Stiles sitting here right beside me? Marit Stiles is the nominated candidate for the NDP in the riding of Davenport in downtown Toronto. How long have you been here?
I have been here for several hours.
You enjoying yourself?
Not as long as you have.
You enjoying yourself?
I am enjoying myself. It's interesting to see how other parties do it. It's been a very interesting few hours. I wish we knew more about what was actually happening, but I suspect I'm not the only one in the room who doesn't have much sense of where things are headed.
You're quite correct about that one. I have heard this scenario put forward, and I'd like your view on this. John Ibbitson wrote about this in the Globe and Mail not too long ago. Full disclosure, I wrote about it first on our website. There's a 1990 scenario here, which is that the Liberal Party, after 15 years in power, is discredited. That the PC Party, after all of the difficulties of the last 6 months, well, 6 weeks actually, but maybe you go back further, will also be a tough choice for a lot of people. And that does give an opening to the NDP to potentially be a factor in a way that they haven't been in any election in 28 years. I know you'd like that to be the case, but make the case why that's a possibility.
Well, I mean, a couple of things. Looking first of all at the Conservatives, we have a party in a fair amount of disarray, I would say. We have at least one of the candidates, I think, coming forward would create quite a circus, but when you look at this room and what's been going on around this leadership race, this is definitely sending a signal, I think, to Ontarians that this is a party that's not ready to lead. At a time when, I think it's fair to say, and I certainly hear this even in my downtown Toronto riding, that people are looking for a change very clearly. We also see Andrea Horwath emerging, and she has actually for many years been the top choice for many, many Ontario voters as in likability, as potential premier. So I think that has the potential to translate now into Andrea Horwath becoming the choice for the better, the change choice. And so I think there's absolutely an opportunity here. You know, for me as a candidate and a New Democrat, in my community, I again hear that need for change.
And I also believe that people are looking for, they aren't looking for the kind of change that the Conservatives are promising. They're not looking for $6.1 billion plus in cuts. So I think that there's a real opportunity here for the NDP, absolutely. I mean, I'm certainly not going to count our chicks before they're hatched, though.
If we want to push the historical analogies even further, I think this is Andrea Horwath's third election as leader, and it was Bob Rae's third election as leader in 1990, during which time the NDP finally made the breakthrough. If you had your druthers, which of these leadership candidates would you want to run against the most?
Well, you know, truthfully, I think that, you know, it's not my choice to make. It is absolutely the choice of the Conservative Party. You know, I was just recently the federal president of the NDP, and we went through a leadership race, and our membership made the choice, and that's what's happening here. They're going to choose who they want to put on the ballot up against Andrea Horwath.
But presumably one of these candidates, or maybe even two, or who knows what, would be more challenging for a left-wing downtown Toronto politician to run against than, say, another candidate would be.
You know, I have to say, at the end of the day, I thought I would see more differences between these candidates going into the leadership race. I was actually surprised that they didn't differentiate from each other anymore. I was actually really surprised to see Christine Elliott take some of the same stands as Doug Ford. So I think all of the candidates came forward with a pretty strong argument for cuts and, frankly, for privatization. I think Doug Ford is going to go heavy on privatization of services, and I think that's absolutely the wrong direction for Ontarians, but I think all of the candidates have some privatization in mind and serious cuts. And, you know, to me, all of that is not the direction that Ontarians want to go in. They want to see wait lines reduced in hospitals. They want to see our schools fixed, better schools, not cuts to schools, not cuts to services. That's not where we're at as a province. And so I think that any of these candidates are proposing a lot of the same things that, say, Tim Hudak did last time around, and that's not the right direction for Ontario.
Well, let me push back a little bit on that just for the heck of it so we can have a nice argument here about something. You know, if the polls are to be believed right now, you and the Liberals are basically splitting the center-left vote, and the Conservatives have half the votes themselves, right? I mean, the polls are roughly, I don't know, 48% for the Tories and, I don't know, 24, 22, something like that. I mean, it's pretty close right now. It's not obvious to me that if people are looking for an alternative to a party that they may believe has moved too far to the left, that the answer is another left-wing party. It may be a party that they want to see bring the government of Ontario back more towards the middle, in which case, that argues for these guys, doesn't it?
The Conservative Party bringing people back to the middle?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say this is the Conservative Party that's bringing people back to the middle. I mean, like I said, I think that all four of these candidates have set out a pretty strong, very right agenda. I find it frightening, to be honest, but I think what's really important here is what you said earlier. Andrea Horwath has 3 elections under her belt. She's an experienced politician, and she has a strong team at Queen's Park, and a bunch of really strong candidates, I think, running in very winnable seats. In many ridings across this province, it is the Conservatives up against the NDP. And that's where I think polling numbers sometimes don't really give us the full picture. I mean, we could also debate some of those polls because I think we've seen some higher numbers lately. But you know, at the end of the day, when you dig down and analyze those results, there are many ridings across this province where it's the NDP that faces off with Conservative candidates. And I think increasingly, again, even in where the Liberals have had strongholds in the GTA, we're feeling, I feel it on the ground, and we see it in the polls as well, that interest in change. So I think that...
But that's what I'm saying. If it's a change election, and the premise of the change election is we've got enough of left-wing politics, maybe these guys are the change.
I'm not sure that it's enough of left-wing politics. I guess that's where we might disagree.
Okay.
I think it's enough of Kathleen Wynne and the Liberals. I think it's enough of promises made and broken. I think it's enough of the privatization of hydro. I think it's enough of unaffordable housing, of healthcare wait lines. These are where I think people are really feeling the squeeze. Childcare promises that have not been lived up to. Schools, I'm a school board trustee, schools that are crumbling, really crumbling. So I think that's actually where the promise of Kathleen Wynne has not been lived up to. And people are disappointed, and they're looking for somebody who's going to do one better. I'm not sure that that the lack of interest in Kathleen Wynne and the Liberal Party is about being unhappy with the left. I think it's that they're unhappy with the kind of government they have provided.
That's interesting because you say these guys are, I'm paraphrasing here, a bunch of right-wing nut jobs, and yet...
Oh, far be it for me.
And yet, I know when they did the debate at CVO, I asked them, OHIP plus, anybody going to get rid of that? No. Anybody going to roll back the minimum wage? No. You know, they might not bring in the next increase to $15 as fast as the current Liberal government would, but I see nobody wanting to turn the clock back on that. Yeah, they got a pretty significant disagreement as it relates to carbon pricing, but for, you know, I don't see anybody threatening to end the program that would give free post-secondary education to low-income household eligible students.
So where do they find these $6.1 billion in cuts?
Well,
that's the big question, right? And that's where I feel like they aren't really being very truthful with Ontarians, because those cuts have to come from somewhere. And when Doug Ford talks about finding that additional 2 to 3%, where is that coming from?
Well, he says he did it at City Hall. He said he and Rob, his late brother, did it at City Hall, saved $1 billion without cutting anybody's job.
My recollection of Doug Ford at City Hall was that he wasn't there a whole lot. And in fact, if you look at what they managed to do, it was a bit of a mess, and in fact, City Hall managed without them, I think was what a lot of city councillors would tell you. So, you know, I mean, he stretches his role in all of that quite far. At the end of the day, cuts are not going to come out of those programs. Where are they going to come? Are they going to come out of education? Are they going to come out of healthcare? I think that's what Ontarians are concerned about. They see the services we've counted on dwindling, and they don't want to see them cut any further, and I think that is going to be a big question going into this election.
Okay, Marit Stiles, it's good of you to drop by our little booth here at the Markham Hilton Hotel. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
It's not getting any shorter.
No, apparently not.
And with any luck, we'll be out of here by 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning. Mind you, I think the record still is Dalton McGuinty, 4:30 in the morning the next day.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, and it's not even a delegated convention, and you're still experiencing this,
Go figure, right? So, go figure.
Yeah.
Nice to see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's Marit Stiles, who's a Toronto School Board trustee and the nominated candidate for the NDP in the downtown Toronto riding of Davenport. Currently held, I should say, in the interest of equal time by Christina Martins, who's the Liberal MPP there. Okay, we are in a holding pattern right now at the Markham Hilton Hotel because for reasons that have yet to be officially explained to us, we are led to believe that the PC party is in a complete stasis right now because the results of this convention vote are so tight that Christine Elliott's lawyers are challenging the results, and there may be some concern about whether or not the right votes were apportioned to the right riding, and therefore, since this is a riding by riding by riding vote process, whether the right points were applied in the right way. Remember, this isn't one person, one vote, and whoever gets the most votes wins. That's not how this works. This is a point system. Every riding is worth 100 points. There are 124 ridings, therefore 12,400 points at stake, and half of that plus 1 is what you need to win. Take a look at the floor of this hotel room for a second. We're going to recalibrate and be right back. Okay, everybody, it's coming up on 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and for the interest of those of you watching us in Kenora, Northwestern Ontario, you're an hour behind us, only 5 o'clock there. This convention started at 1:30 this afternoon. It started with a speech from Jason Kenney, who was the leader of the United Conservatives, the United Conservative Party of Alberta. It was followed up by Vic Fedeli, who is the, of course, interim leader of the PC party and will still be the opposition in the Ontario legislature even after a new leader is picked. Those two speeches very much focused on party unity in the hopes that whoever won this battle, the party would emerge united behind that new leader. The fact of the matter is, not much has happened in the 4.5 hours since then to help that process out. What do I mean? We are told that the results are known to the people behind the scenes, but that the outcome was so tight, so razor thin, that the lawyers for Team Christine Elliott and Team Doug Ford are back there arguing hammer and tong over what they have discovered. We're not sure what the problem is. We are reliably advised that it's not a technical problem. It wasn't the case of a machine breaking down or something like that. That has been the case occasionally, at PC leadership conventions in the past. I well remember, for example, in 1971 at Maple Leaf Gardens, Bill Davis winning the convention at 2 o'clock in the morning because the voting machines broke down. They had to run to Toronto City Hall, mimeograph a bunch of ballots by hand, bring them back, have people vote again, and as a result, 4 ballots, 2 a.m., Bill Davis winning by 44 votes. I also well remember in January of 1985 at the, I think that was at the Horse Palace at the Canadian National Exhibition, the Tory party having another difficult leadership convention because the second ballot, which had Frank Miller in first place, Larry Grossman in second, and Dennis Timbrell in third, there was only, I believe, 6 votes, 5 or 6 votes separating second and third place that they had to recount, and that also caused delays. So delays are not unusual at leadership conventions, but we'll see how this one works itself out soon. We are delighted to welcome the Deputy Premier of the Province of Ontario, Deb Matthews, who's the MPP for London North Centre for just a little while longer.
And no longer Deputy Premier.
And you're no longer Deputy Premier. When did that happen?
When I moved out of Cabinet.
How did I miss that? Shame on Kathleen Wynne for taking away your Deputy Premiership. Anyway, okay, thanks for straightening me out on that one. What are you hearing? What's going on here?
Well, I think we're all just telling each other stories. I've been keeping track. I don't know what's going on any more than anybody else.
I have heard this line used 100 times in the last week. I don't know if it's fair or not. You're a fair-minded person, so you tell me. If they can't run their party, if they can't run a convention, how can they run the government of Ontario, which is a somewhat bigger operation? Is that fair?
You know, I don't know. I know you were just talking about other leadership conventions. I think those of us who follow this kind of thing know that it's not unusual to have delays. This one seems to be particularly unusual, but the thing that concerns me the most is what happens if Doug Ford becomes, well, either Elliott or Ford, it doesn't really matter. This is a very conservative party now. The candidates all took very conservative positions, whether it's rolling back minimum wage, whether it's...
Well, hang on, no one's advocating doing that. They're just saying they wouldn't raise it to 15 next January.
We have legislation, we've passed legislation that takes it to 15, so they'd have to introduce legislation that would roll it back. So they want to take that money out of the hands of
it's not rolled back
people.
if it doesn't yet happen.
No, there's legislation that has been passed that would take it to 15.
Okay.
So let's be clear. Nobody's saying it should go under 14, although Christine Elliott wanted to freeze it at $9.50 the last time we had this discussion.
Well,
but
no,
anyways,
she's on side right now for leaving it where it is.
leaving it at 14 and freezing it there. But anyway, the point is, this is a very conservative party now, whether it's opening the sex ed curriculum, turning their back on climate change. None of them want to take action on climate change. That's an unbelievable position to take when our biggest issue facing us is global warming, is climate change, the biggest issue of our generation. So, and they're all okay with a great big hole that they're going to have to fill. You know, it's $9 billion a year that they're going to have to cut from schools, from hospitals. That means firing teachers, firing nurses, firing police officers. It's an unbelievable position that they're taking, and it's energizing Liberals, I think, to work even harder.
Okay, having said that, is there a candidate at this convention? You're the co-chair of the campaign, right? Of the Liberal campaign, the re-election campaign. So presumably you have sort of mapped out how you see the next 88 days transpiring leading to June 7th. Who do you want to run against?
You know, we really don't care. This party will decide who their leader is, but so it doesn't matter to us who we're fighting.
You don't think one of them's more beatable than another?
You know what? They each have their strengths and their weaknesses, but we're really committed. We know who we're fighting for, and that's what we're going to be talking about every day of the campaign.
You know, you said a second ago they don't care about climate change, or they don't have a climate change plan. Their position on that would be, we do, we just don't believe in a carbon tax as a means of funding it. Is that I mean, can honorable people disagree on that?
I haven't seen one of them with any credible plan on climate change. And they're opposed to carbon tax, they're opposed to cap and trade. I would love to see their ideas, and nobody in this whole campaign has come up with anything other than innovation. Okay, tell us more about what that means. And if innovation doesn't cost money, I'd be curious to see what they're talking about.
I'm sure you saw the numbers from the Angus Reid Polling Institute that came out a few days ago, which indicated that if Christine Elliott were the candidate to emerge successful here, the potential universe of people in Ontario who are prepared to consider voting Conservative doubles. And that conversely, if Doug Ford is the candidate that emerges from here, the potential universe of people prepared to vote Conservative gets cut in half. That's the reason I asked you that question before of who do you want to run against. Given those numbers, how do you not want to run against Doug Ford?
You know, I would never want to underestimate Doug Ford. I think it's too many people do underestimate Doug Ford. And so, you know, I really believe, and you know, I've worked on many, many campaigns. Our job is to put forward the best campaign we can with the best platform, and we'll go from there.
I understand that polls are an indication of what people thought yesterday. They are certainly not predictive of what people will do 88 days from now. But if you're a Tory, you got to feel pretty good about where you're at right now, don't you think?
I don't know about that.
Well, they're 24 points ahead of you guys right now.
Which is absolutely meaningless. If somebody did a study, and maybe you can do this study, if you looked at poll results going into a campaign and election day, if anything, there's a negative correlation, right? It just is not predictive at all. Campaigns matter. It's going to matter who's elected leader. It's going to matter what kind of campaigns we put on, what kind of candidates we attract. So there's a lot that's going to happen between today and election day.
Since you're co-chairing the campaign, you will no doubt have a hand in preparing the Premier for the debate, which will happen presumably midway to 2/3 of the way through the campaign. Who's going to play Doug Ford, first of all? I want to know that.
I can't share those things.
Oh, come on, I want to know that. You're not going to tell me that. I think some people were interested in the possibility that there would be 3 women on that stage, which has never, of course, happened before in Ontario history. How does the dynamic of a provincial election campaign for you guys change if you're running against a guy like Doug Ford, whom, let's face it, many people think is kind of a big bully, as opposed to, say, Christine Elliott, who many people think is a kinder, gentler kind of Tory?
Yeah. Well, I think we have to be careful. Christine Elliott came up with some very hard right positions in this campaign, so she's not the kinder, gentler person that a lot of people thought she was.
Humor me with the premise.
So it's true, the relationship, the gender dynamic matters, and it is something we're going to have to work through no matter who gets elected. But you know, Kathleen is strong, and she certainly knows the issues better than anybody, and she's going to do very well in the debate regardless of who she's against.
No, I mean, I've seen a number of the town halls that she's done, and I think there's no question that, you know, of all the people who will emerge as leadership candidates running in the next election, I mean, she knows the issues better than all of them.
Absolutely.
I mean, she does. It's an empirical fact. I mean, the fact that she's been in cabinet, she's been the Premier, she knows the top 25 issues that are going on right now. The question then becomes whether or not the people of Ontario care about that anymore, or whether they've turned a page. How do you know?
Well,
whether they're open to, you know, considering her.
Yeah, and you know, I think that people I talk to are thrilled about the increase in the minimum wage, and I've talked to people whose lives have changed because of the extra $80 in their pay packet at the end of the week. I've talked to students who are off to college or university with free tuition, people who didn't think there was any way that they would be able to go on to college or university because their family just couldn't afford it. They're there, they're thriving, they're excited. So I think people are seeing the difference that our policies are making, and we will continue to move on that progressive, positive approach. There's a fundamental difference between this party and our party. Liberals really believe that government can be a source for good, and that we need to take care of each other. We want to take care of each other, and if that means free drugs for people under age 25, then let's do that.
Mike Harris was in that chair a few hours ago. He said that you've become a socialist government. He said you've made government too big. He said you have reduced the amount of individual and personal freedom that people in this province enjoy today. What's your response?
Well, I would just love to see what he would suggest we cut. If he thinks we should go back to the days when access to post-secondary education depended on your parents' income, I think he's wrong. If he thinks that families should have to go into debt to buy drugs for their kids, I think he's wrong. So I'd love to know what he wants to cut.
Well, I suspect, I mean, he didn't say this out loud, but I suspect he thinks that there are a number of public servants, positions that could be eliminated.
Well, I think we need to see some specifics on this, because, whether it's Doug Ford saying, wow, 4%, that's easy. Well, you talk to hospital CEOs and say how easy it would be for them to cut 4% out of their budgets. This means drastic, serious cuts to service.
Which of the policies that your government, I mean, we've talked already about the fact that they're going to leave OHIP Plus in place. We've talked about the fact that they're going to leave the free tuition for eligible post-secondary students in place. They're going to leave the minimum wage at $14, and Caroline Mulroney, for example, has said staggering in the increases, so not a rollback to 9 or anything like that. There's obviously some things you folks have done that they're on side with. Which is the one policy of yours that you've brought in that you are most fearful that a Conservative government would overturn?
Well, the whole climate change initiatives, we are seeing great results from cap and trade revenues, or as the Minister Ballard likes to say, cap and invest. And we are investing in schools and hospitals and individuals' homes to retrofit, to make their places more energy efficient, fewer greenhouse gas emissions, and lower costs. So I would be devastated to see the end of our initiatives on climate change. The Green On programs, people are snapping up those opportunities to replace their windows and make various renovations to their homes that reduce their heating costs. There's a lot of good stuff that's happening as a result of that revenue, and that would all come to an end. That would be enormously, enormously disappointing.
Let me ask you a bit of a tricky follow-up question, which is at Ryerson University the other day, all the party leaders,
yes.
Kathleen Wynne, Vic Fideli, interim leader, Andrea Horwath from the NDP, Mike Schreiner from the Greens, were all there trying to talk about how to get young people more interested in politics. And I think Western University is in your riding, or
yes,
if it's not, it is in your riding. So this is probably something, and you're a demographer, I think, by training,
yes.
so it's something you have no doubt thought about in the past. David Hurley, your campaign manager, very bright guy, admitted that he had a very difficult task. He said that at this conference, in as much as he's trying to get to young people who apparently want to be communicated to these days on social media in 7-second bursts, not necessarily with the audio up.
With the sound off, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
How the hell do you do that?
Well, I think you need to engage young people. I can tell you that I have been blown away by the energy and the intelligence and the vision and the passion that a lot of young people have. So I think there are that might be one way of communicating, but I tell you, there are a lot of very thoughtful young people out there that are teaching me and teaching people of my generation a lot. And no greater example than climate change, where young people are just looking to us, those of us who have one of the 107 seats in the legislature, and they're saying, this is up to you. You have to decide, are you in or are you out? And when each one of those 4 candidates stands up and says, we're out, we're not going to pay any attention to climate change, that is like, wow. Go talk to some young people, and go talk to some people who really are going to be living on this planet a lot longer than I am, and ask them whether they think government should be taking action on climate change.
In fairness, I mean, we've had a number of them in that seat today. Sam Osterhoff is 20 years old. He's an MPP. He's been in that seat. We've had 2 or 3 nominated candidates, all of whom are in their 20s, in that seat today, talking to them. I mean, if you look around this room, there are a bunch of 20-somethings in this room who are going to be on this planet a lot longer than you and me, and they seem to have confidence in the PC party's ability to figure this out. Are they wrong?
Well, I think they're wrong. I mean, they're wrong in the sense that there wasn't one leadership candidate of the four, not one, that talked about anything to do with that particular issue.
If Doug Ford emerges as the leader, and that is the rumor on the floor right now, incidentally, if you're joining us late, the suspicion is that in the back rooms, the lawyers are arguing over the fact that the results of this convention are so razor thin that everybody's having a second, third, fourth, and fifth look at the numbers. But if in fact Doug Ford emerges as the victor, which is the rumor right now, and you've spoken to this before, which is why I want to ask you again, Doug Ford said during the course of this campaign that he was rather shocked that a teenager in this province could, for example, have an abortion without their parents' know-how. Tell him why he needs to have a more nuanced understanding of that issue.
Well, it's I mean, it's just an example of him talking before he knows the facts. And the reality is, for a long time in this province, if a young woman goes to a doctor, pregnant, needs an abortion, it is a conversation between the doctor and the young woman as to whether or not the parents get involved. In many cases, involving the parents would not be in the best interest of that young woman. So, you know, this is, somebody said to me, you know, don't forget to turn your clocks forward an hour and your calendar back 50 years. If Doug Ford gets elected. On this issue and on other issues. It's, you know, we've dealt with the issue. It's been very divisive. There's overwhelming support for the status quo. Christine Elliott said she would welcome members bringing forward bills on very divisive issues. Doug Ford has said the same thing. I just thought we were beyond that.
Well, some people might interpret that as sort of letting a little democracy bloom here and letting the backbench have its say, not necessarily its way, but its say.
Well, you know, I think it's the responsibility of politicians to bring people together, to find common ground. Those wedge issues, I think you have to be very, very careful with.
Let me ask you about London, Ontario.
Yes.
You represent a city that two premiers of Ontario have come from.
That's right.
John Robarts back in the 1960s, and I think another guy you may or may not be well acquainted with.
Yes, we've met.
For those who don't know who I'm talking about, David Peterson was a premier from 1985 to 1990, and he's married to your sister.
Yes.
So David Peterson's your brother-in-law. How do you see London? I mean, London is often in play in a way that other parts of the province of Ontario are not.
Yeah.
How do you see it unfolding right now?
Well, in my riding, Kate Graham is our candidate. She is spectacular, young woman in her early 30s, terrific engagement in the community.
Who's she running against?
She's out knocking on doors. She's running against Susan Troupe, who was a Harper one-term MP, who's come back to provincial politics. That's the Conservative. And
there's a bunch of people who've done that this time.
Yeah.
A bunch of ex-Harper MPs who are running for the Ontario Tories.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
so that's in North Centre?
That's North Centre, an NDP candidate, a teachers union activist. And the other ridings are still in play.
Well, the NDP hold Fanshawe, right?
And West.
And West.
And London West,
yeah.
yes. And Elgin Middlesex London, Jeff York's riding. So, they will be ridings to watch.
And a lot of three-way races in the City of London, yes?
Yeah, yes. The NDP have got a good foothold there, and we have to work hard to run strong campaigns in all of those ridings.
I'm sure your friend, the Premier, at some point, when you went to her and said, you know I'm probably the best chance to hold on to London North Centre for the Liberals, but I'm not going to run again. You know, I've been doing this a long time and I've had enough. How many times did she try to convince you to revisit that decision?
Well, she would have preferred that I stay, but we're very close friends, and she understood. So we had a respectful and affectionate conversation. But she, I think now that she's met Kate, She's quite okay with me going.
I doubt that. No offense to Kate, but I doubt that. I do remember the last time you and I talked on television, you told me you couldn't wait for the campaign to start.
Yeah,
and I asked
that's still true.
But I asked you when you were going to plan your nomination meeting.
Yes.
And you said, well, we'll get to it, I'm sure.
Yes.
You never did you?
No, I didn't.
And you knew at that time when you were sitting down with me you weren't going to run again.
I was pretty sure.
Yeah, but you wouldn't tell me.
I didn't think that that was the right place to announce it.
Well, I thought it was the right place to announce
yeah,
it.
I'm sure you did.
I'm sure I was a vote of one in that case.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're not Deputy Premier anymore, but I still enjoyed having our conversations, and I'm
Always
glad you could spare some time for us
Always
here
a pleasure.
during our broadcast. That's Deb
Thank
Matthews.
you.
Once upon a time, Deputy Premier of the province of Ontario, now the outgoing member for London North Centre, co-chair of Kathleen Wynne's Liberal campaign, and someone who we were grateful to have on our program here for the last 15 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Former Minister Matthews.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we do it again? Shall we set the scene here? It's coming up to 20 minutes past 6 Eastern Standard Time here at the Markham Hilton Hotel. We have been here. It's going to be coming on 5 hours now. I look around the room. Let me just stand up for a second and stretch my legs and look around this room. It's pretty amazing that despite the fact that there have been no returns announced at all, it doesn't look to my naked eye like that many people have actually left this place. People are still having conversations. They're still blasting the music. Everybody, of course, thinks they're on the cusp of seeing an historic moment here. And of course, they don't want to miss that. But on the other hand, you know, you can sense that there is some sort of fatigue setting in here as we're coming up on 5 hours here at the Markham Hilton, and still no results at all. Usually by the time delegates or members have been at a convention, they got something to chew on after being around for 5 hours. You maybe haven't got the result yet, but you've usually got 1 or 2 ballots. Here, we have nothing. Well, that's not true. We have John Michael McGrath, who's just come back from the floor, presumably with some intelligence. What can you tell us?
Well, the latest news is that Hartley Lefton is going to have an announcement for the conference in minutes. We are being told that he will have an announcement but not results.
An announcement but not results.
Well, an announcement that they don't have results.
Now, Hartley Lefton we had on this program a little bit earlier. He is the chair of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee. He's the guy who has basically had to organize the effort to put 9 months worth of work into 6 weeks, so not an enviable job. He's going to get up there and say, we're having a delay and we can't tell you why?
As you say, not an enviable job. This is all speculation at this point, aside from the fact that we have been told that an announcement is coming in minutes. But you could imagine the kind of things that would stop them from announcing would be things like a legal threat. We just saw the party win an injunction case yesterday with extremely close results and a disputed tallying mechanism. You could potentially go to court to stop the award of the leadership.
John Michael, this is a story that since the 24th of January, with the 1:30 in the morning apparent resignation of Patrick Brown, has gotten crazier and crazier and more unprecedented by the week. And you're telling us that there's the possibility that the results of this convention are going to be challenged by lawyers. Oh my goodness, here we go again.
Well, it wasn't going to end like normal, right? We knew it was not going to have, nothing about this story has been normal from, as you say, 1:30 a.m. On that Thursday morning. There was no reason to think that it was going to end normally either.
My goodness gracious, I don't even know what the heck to talk to you about anymore. Things are so unsettled here at the Markham Hilton. It's just a very, very unusual time. I guess to some extent we ought to have some sympathy for what they're going through right now, in as much as the deadlines that this party put on itself in order to host another leadership election were very, very tight. So perhaps not at all surprising that so many things have gone wrong.
Yeah, and that was kind of the argument against holding the leadership race to begin with. They could have, there was nothing requiring that they have a permanent leader in place before they went into an election. They could have left Vic Fedeli in place as the interim leader right up to Election Day, there are some obvious political risks with that. You go to the voters and say, we don't actually know who we're presenting as your premier. And certainly the Conservatives were very worried about that kind of a political attack. There was also the feeling that, of course, the membership should have the right to choose the next leader, and that if they had let an interim leader lead them up to the election day, nobody would have a realistic chance of challenging them after an election. How do you unseat somebody who's given you your first premier in 15 years and would have presumably had the support of the caucus?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's sort of evocative a bit of the arrangement that Stéphane Dion made with the Bloc Québécois and the NDP back during the Stephen Harper days, where the argument was going to be, we're going to make Dion the prime minister, and then we're going to have a leadership convention. Dion will step down, and we'll put the winner of the convention in as the next prime minister. I mean, I guess technically you can do all of those things, and technically the Ontario PC Party could have done all those things, but at a certain point,
it would have been asking a lot of the voters.
It is. Okay, John Michael, thank you for that update. As we say every time, take that headset off, go out there, find us some more information, and come on back.
I'm just leaving it on at this point.
Okay. We're going to get somebody else up into this chair here and have a conversation with her. We're going to be introducing Lisa Raitt, who is the Conservative MP for the riding of Milton, that of course in the Federal Parliament of Canada. Lisa Raitt has been part of Caroline Mulroney's team almost since day one. She is a Member of Parliament for the riding of Milton, and we're happy to have you here on our set today. Nice to see you.
Great to be here, Steve.
What the hell's going on?
I don't know, but as Minister of Transport, at least when you're kept on a plane for more than 3 hours, you ended up getting free snacks.
And you haven't today?
No. I had no one to complain to, though.
Do you, I mean, presumably the Mulroney campaign has people in the back rooms sort of observing or scrutinizing. Have you heard anything from anybody as to what this delay is all about?
Absolutely not. I have no knowledge. I mean, you're hearing lots of rumors out here on the floor, and I'm sure you're hearing them as well. But what I do understand is that there's going to be some kind of announcement in the next 10 minutes or so. But I don't think it's going to be who's the winner.
It's not going to be results.
I don't think it is.
No.
It doesn't seem like it is. It doesn't feel like it is. But the good news is people are still here. They're milling about, and different people from different factions are all talking to one another.
Well, let's talk about your candidate. Oh,
and
stand
there we
by.
go.
Stand by, Lisa Raitt.
Take your seats at this time. Come on in from the lobby. Please take your seats.
Okay, Lisa, I'm going to ask you actually, Lisa Raitt, to sit tight. We'll get this announcement when we get it, and then we'll get your reaction to the announcement whenever it comes down.
Boy.
I want to ask you about your candidate while we have a moment here. Have you had a chance to talk to her recently on the floor today?
No, I haven't. In fact, I came in late, and obviously I'm talking to a lot of folks in the media, so I didn't even get to sit behind her like I'm supposed to for Jason's speech. But I sent her a note into the room where she's with the kids right now. But you know,
I just wonder how she's holding up under all this. You know.
I know.
I mean, for all of them.
I told her that I'd send her in some McDonald's if she needed it. So. But you know, they're busy. There's a lot going on. So I've been in that position, right? At this point, you want to be with your family, and you just want it over. And this has been a long wait.
The conventional wisdom on her campaign, and I'd like your view on whether you agree or don't, is that she came in, first of all, like a champion in fundraising department. You guys, your campaign's raised a ton of money. But when it came to actually being out there on the stump, people were underwhelmed. What's your take on that?
My take is this, that the curiosity factor was there. And I think the campaign was very solid. I think they did a great job on both in tour and having her across, and her message was great, right? Her message really resonated with people. And as far as getting out there and giving stump speeches, she's been thrown into this from a very high height very quickly. I'm proud of how she did. I thought she did great. She speaks like she always speaks. She was authentic, she was honest, she didn't try to put on airs, she didn't try to be somebody she wasn't. And she ran a Caroline Mulroney campaign, and I think it was really good. And you know what? My first campaign was my first leadership campaign as well. So it's not a bad experience.
Well, let me share some feedback I got at the Hyatt Hotel event that you guys did at the Economic Club.
Yeah.
And part of the feedback I got was, and just for those who obviously didn't see it, you know, she gives a speech and then she goes and sits down with you and the two of you have a conversation, and and it's an opportunity for her to be seen in a somewhat more casual setting. Except that you're really good at that stuff. and she looked not as good as you in comparison. And while the opportunity to afford her a chance to sort of strut her stuff was there, she didn't take it, and in fact, that format seemed to favor you because you're obviously more experienced and described as a mentor of hers and so on. I get the reason why they wanted to roll that out. Did it backfire?
No, not at all, and I don't buy that. I mean, look, you're very personable. You overshadow a lot of people that you interview, but the interview still goes ahead and people want to get their message out. Caroline got her message out. And I think people in the room are receptive. I'm a known quantity. They know what I'm like. I've been like this my entire life. Very loud, very outside. I say that I'm the golden retriever bounding around the room. Caroline isn't. And I don't think it's bad necessarily to show you somebody who's composed, who's somebody who answers thoughtfully. And not everybody is going to have the same kind of, for me, bombastic kind of personality. And I think I was really happy with it. And I don't think it was a bad thing at all. I think it showed her, and it showed her what she is. And I think Ontarians in a general election, I think they would like that, quite frankly. I think they're tired of drama, and it's time to have somebody who is going to be running the province for the benefit of Ontarians.
Well, that was that word ready is very important because, again, at that luncheon that you did at the Economic Club, and I stayed afterwards for 15 or 20 minutes and talked to people to get their views on how they thought she did. And most of the people said, not bad, next time.
Okay.
As in not this time.
Sure.
Fair point?
Don't know. I don't believe so because she has my vote, number one. And look, this is the way I look at it. There's a lot of people out there who are going to say no to a lot of young people coming for a job interview. And they're going to say, yeah, you don't have the right experience. I look for talent. She's talented. She would give us a number of back-to-back elections, is my opinion. I think she's got the stuff. I think that she is someone that people can relate to and would like. And she can show and prove herself in terms of managing a province. This election is ours to win. It is absolutely ours to win, and I think she'd be a fantastic premier, but I don't think that's going to happen tonight. It seems that the rumors are about Doug Ford and Christine Elliott, and whoever wins, we're going to be behind them.
Well, that was my next question. If it in fact is Doug Ford, is he okay for you?
He's my leader. He's going to be the leader of the party if it's Doug Ford, and now I have to say, being part of a campaign for leadership is a lot different than being part of a campaign for premier. And I really have to go back and talk to my leader, Andrew Scheer, and make sure that my duties in Ottawa are not going to be something that's going to be diminished as a result of being involved here. But I'm going to help my local candidate, Parm Gill, in Milton. That's who I'm going to focus on. So I wouldn't read anything into it not being as overt as my help with Caroline, sorry, Christine last two times, Caroline, but it's really just a factor of trying to figure out how much more time I can give up.
We obviously know that you voted for Caroline Mulroney as your first choice.
Yeah.
Did you fill in 2, 3, and 4?
I filled in 2, yeah.
And your second choice was Elliott?
Christine Elliott.
Okay.
Yeah, I supported her the last 2 times as well.
Was she disappointed that she didn't get you a third time?
I never talked to her.
Really? That's strange, isn't it? Did she not reach out to you, or you didn't reach out to her?
It just didn't happen.
Just didn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing what the latest announcement is. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, they said they were going to get ready, and we're still not getting ready. So it's
because nothing's happening on time here today, as you can tell.
But are you not surprised how many people are still here? Quite frankly,
truthfully, I'm not surprised.
Okay.
Because if you're here, you're committed.
Yeah.
And not only that, if you've hung in this far, you want to see history made, don't you? I mean, I think you do.
Yeah, you do, for sure.
Let me ask you about your candidate's father.
Yeah.
Again, people I talk to say it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Brian Mulroney is one of the most talented politicians in Canadian history.
Yeah.
Obviously helped his daughter raise a lot of money. On the other hand, that name's box office poison for some people.
Yeah.
I presume you were involved in the discussions in the back rooms of the campaign to decide how to deploy the former Prime Minister. Can you share some of that for us?
Well, I think everybody first always says, why are you using your name Mulroney? And the reality is that she's always been known as Caroline Mulroney, and if she came out as Caroline Mulroney Lapham, everyone would say, well, you're trying to hide that you're a Mulroney. So that's a fait accompli. And I think the same applies to her dad. Everybody knows who her dad is, and he wants to help her, and he wants to be part of it. And you know, he came out and people were really pleased to see him. And to let you know, when I was Minister of Labor, I reached out to Brian Mulroney for advice. A lot of us reach out to Brian Mulroney for advice. So he's always ever present, and I think having him stay away from the campaign probably would have caused more eyebrows raised than him doing a handful of events.
Yeah, you'd be. I mean, if you did try to marginalize him from the campaign, people would have commented on that as being very bizarre.
100%. So it made a lot of sense.
Lisa Thompson.
Here we go.
We got a different Lisa coming up to the microphone. Let's see what she's got to say. This is Lisa Thompson, who is the caucus chair for the Ontario PC Party at Queen's Park. Let's listen.
What a day we're having. The PC Party in Ontario is alive and well. And congratulations, there's so much energy in this room throughout the entire day. Well done, members. I'd also like to specifically thank our 4 amazing candidates. Tanya Granick-Allen, Christine Elliott, Doug Ford, and Caroline Mulroney. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in showing these amazing 4 candidates our appreciation. They have gone to every corner of this province, and the thread that binds us all together is that our candidates have heard loud and clear, Ontario is done with Kathleen Wynne. So thank you, candidates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have been so gracious. We love your commitment to our party, and we ask for you to stay with us for 30 minutes. You have all been following social media. You know what's going on. So let's keep this party going, and in 30 minutes, we're going to hear from Hartley Lefton. Thanks so much.
Let's just be clear about this. We were just told in 30 minutes we're going to hear from Hartley Lefton, who's the chair of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee. We didn't hear that we were going to hear results.
We did not hear results at all.
So my inference that we're not anywhere near the end of this is probably correct.
It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't. But I'd like to be proven wrong. In this case, I'd like to be proven wrong.
Lisa Raitt, you've heard this observation before, and I'd like you to comment on it. If they can't organize a leadership convention, if they can't run a party, how are they going to run the province?
This isn't a bad leadership convention. This is a good leadership convention. It's got a lot more people than before, and I know the volunteers are working hard. They put a voting system in place very quickly, and candidates got up and running and raised, I don't know, $2 million all in, $2.5 million. Hey, I would have loved to have been able to do that kind of fundraising over the long period of time. I will tell you, personally, I really like this short format. I think this is so much better than doing an 18-month.
longer.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Yeah. Focuses the issues, makes people pay attention, and it actually is more economical at the end of the day. So I think this is a great convention. I'm very happy with this leadership convention. I love the fact everyone is here. I love the fact that more people are buying memberships, and there's a greater energy than before. And the new leader is going to have to unite everybody and move forward. And we don't have a lot of time, so let's get this going.
I do see all those things that you just mentioned. However, I also, as I'm sure you have talked to a lot of people over the last week who didn't get registered, didn't get their pins, couldn't vote. My goodness, there was a court case yesterday because, I don't know, whatever it was, 160 or so people wanted a class action lawsuit against the party because they didn't get a chance to vote. Does that, in your mind, raise any questions about the legitimacy of this process or outcome?
No. The process is good. We had more voters than any time ever before in a leadership race. Everybody was able to cast their vote in the way that they were able to cast it. If there's any difficulties coming out of this, we're going to hear about it. I am sure, like we did ourselves, I am sure this party, after it's done, will do, for lack of a better word, they will go over what happened in the last number of weeks, and they'll make sure that if this ever happens again, although I can't imagine this confluence of events ever happening
Not a
again,
chance.
but who knows?
Yeah.
I think they'll go through it and there'll be lessons learned from it, but we're going to have a leader. It's going to be a legitimate leader. It's going to be the leader that leads us into an election in June.
How many leadership conventions is this for you?
Sadly, it's my second. Mine was the first. Yeah, I was nonpartisan for so many years when I worked in Toronto. So I got involved in my own, obviously, and Caroline's, and I love it. I love being part of a leadership campaign, and for anyone out there thinking of a leadership campaign, you go ahead and ask me. I'm really excited about these things. I like it. I like it a lot. I like when people put themselves out to be the leader of our party.
But when you ran for the leadership of your federal party, how long did that process last?
Well, we started in November and we concluded in May, but Kelly Leach and Maxime Bernier were out there in April.
Right.
So they were out for 13 months, and it was a long process. And some would say that the night of the election in October 2015, there were people out already, you know? It just, it was too long. 2 years was a long time.
Yeah.
We got a great result, very happy with it, but now that I see the shorter one, I quite like it.
Next time for you.
No. Because we're going to win majority.
Well, he's not going to be there forever.
We'll
see. We'll see.
Do you know something I don't know, Steve Bacon?
Actually, I shouldn't fill in the blank as to which he I was referring to there.
Oh, okay.
Thanks a lot for dropping by.
Thank you very
It's nice
much.
to see you, and all good wishes.
Glad I could be part of it.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much. That's Lisa Raitt, former cabinet minister in the Stephen Harper government, and a leadership aspirant herself of the Conservative Party of Canada in the race that was eventually decided for Andrew Scheer over Maxime Bernier by, if I recall, about 1 percentage point. Boy, that one was a tough one. How many ballots did that one go? I think about 13 or something like that. Okay, just getting you up to speed here. Let's remind you that in a leadership convention that was supposed to be over by 4:30 p.m. Because all the votes were in and all they had to do was push one button and it was going to automatically collate all of the results. We are now here at 6:40 p.m. 6:40 p.m., so that's 5+ hours later, and we still have yet to receive a single ballot's worth of results. And the reason is, as I introduce Jacqueline Dobson, returning to our set here, the reason is, I gather, that the results are just so close and that the challenges from the Elliott campaign, legal and otherwise, are in, that they've had about a 2 or 3 hour conversation about how to handle all this. Is that right?
This is the rumor mill here. If you take a look out onto the floor, like, you don't need to go to Twitter. Everybody's saying something different. I've heard a couple different things. I've heard that the machine that was supposed to count the ballots electronically stopped working. I heard that it wasn't delegating them properly to 100 points per riding. I heard that it came down to 1 riding, then 3 ridings. I then heard that there was going to be 2 different weddings here tonight and we were going to get kicked out. So honestly, I don't think anybody has the right answer except those that are locked in the room right now.
Well, I think for sure we ought to have the wedding right here. I mean, there's lots of room on the stage there.
There's
lots of people here. I mean, I'm sure they can.
We just need to get some food. Everyone here is a bit hangry.
Yeah, that's the thing, eh? They're not serving any food here, which is very unusual for leadership conventions because that's some place where you can make some money. Let's just remind everybody coming in, maybe who didn't see your previous hit, which is about 3.5 hours ago. Tell us how you voted again.
Sure. So I only included 2 people on my ballot. This is a ranked ballot, so it's a bit different than other parties that do delegated conventions because when somebody falls off the ballot, then all of your support goes to the next person. So I view that it's only right to put the people on your ballot that you think are best to be the leader. And in this case, the best person to go up against Kathleen Wynne in less than 2 months for an election. So I voted Christine Elliott for my #1 choice and Caroline Mulroney for my #2.
And did not vote for Doug Ford or Tanya Granick-Allen at all?
I did not include them on my ballot, no.
Okay. How does this party, I mean, we saw 2 speeches about this earlier today. One from Vic Fedeli, the interim leader.
Yeah.
One from Jason Kenney, the leader of the United Conservative Party of Alberta. Both of whom said, whatever happens here today, everybody's got to emerge united and focus on the main mission at hand, which is defeating the current government.
Exactly.
How much more difficult does that become when you've got 4 hours of lawyers' meetings happening behind the scenes because one candidate clearly wants to challenge the outcome that has happened. And I don't know, again, one of the rumors we heard was that Christine Elliott, when she saw the results, left the building altogether. Not confirmed, but that was another rumor that we heard.
Yeah.
How does a party emerge united from all of that?
Well, hopefully they settle all they need to settle in this room, and that's why we're waiting so long. I mean, if we wake up tomorrow morning and we hear there's going to be another injunction, or there's going to be another debate, or another contestant, that's where the problems are going to be. So if we can get this all done now, everybody bring your sleeping bag if we have to, and we can just get this all done tonight. So tomorrow when we wake up and get ready for, I guess it's a break week actually coming up. The legislature's not sitting this week, but you know, we got to get ready and get the show on the road. We have, you know, I don't mean to sound a bit like a negative Nancy here, but there's a lot of stuff that has to happen after today to get ready for the day that the writ is dropped. Not only do we have to get behind a new leader, caucus has to become united, we have to create and essentially cost a new platform, right? And especially now with what we heard with the budget being tabled at the end of the month with an $8 billion deficit, that's something that they're going to have to account for as well. And then we have to get everything ready in terms of what has to happen for a normal election, right? A bunch of new lit, a bunch of new messaging. So there's a lot of things that need to happen. So that the sooner we can get this show on the road, the better.
Indeed. I do wonder, though, that if, you know, Christine Elliott has run twice and lost already. If she runs a third time and loses, I mean, that's a huge challenge for Doug Ford, presumably the victor, to keep her people interested, on side, and, you know, rowing together for the cause.
You know what, I disagree.
You don't think so?
No, because up until a year ago, I was working at Queen's Park under the tenure of Patrick Brown.
Who were you working for?
I worked for MPP Michael Harris from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Conestoga, okay.
Yeah, or Mike Harris 2.0, but now I might have to say 3.0 because
his
son maybe aren't. Yes,
you never know.
Exactly. And the majority of caucus all supported Christine. I did not work at Queen's Park during the leadership. I came in post that leadership. But when I was there, everybody just came in line with Patrick, and it just happens. And there was no rift. I mean, obviously, there was, as we've learned in the media, there was some things that happened and some things that upset some caucus members and others. But when you're working at Queen's Park and you're in this Pink Palace bubble, everybody has the same guideline and the same goal of just trying to beat the Liberals, right? And at that point, Christine Elliott had left. She had become the patient ombudsman, which I think was a fantastic role for her. There was no rift at that point.
Well, and of course, as soon as crisis hit, and Patrick Brown found out that he didn't have the support of his caucus that he thought he had, in fact, there was almost nobody prepared to go to bat for him, as we learned from that conference call that night. It makes me ask the same question about Doug Ford, which is, if he becomes the leader of the party, with as few endorsements as he got from nominated candidates or MPPs, sitting MPPs, how does a guy lead a party when he's got virtually nobody who backed him?
Well, you know what? That was one of the most disappointing things that I found about that night that Patrick Brown had to resign, was how quickly caucus turned on him. I don't think there was a right answer of how that could have happened in such unprecedented times, but I don't think that had to do because the majority of caucus didn't support him back in the leadership. I just think that this situation came up, as you had to experience yourself a couple months ago, right? And you just have to deal with it. And when you're this close to an election, I understood the reasoning of the MPPs, knowing that they couldn't go into an election with that type of baggage over their own heads and their own ridings, right? So it was a tough situation, but I don't think that was because everybody backed Christine Elliott back in 2015.
Now, we saw Lisa Thompson come out here a moment ago, the caucus chair and member of the Ontario Legislature, and she said Hartley Lefton, the chair of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee, will be out here in half an hour, so probably 15 minutes from now, with an announcement. She pointedly did not say with the results. She said with an announcement. What do you think he's going to say?
Well, he's got to say something because people are starting to get anxious. People are starting to get a bit rowdy.
But I don't think he's got results.
As I said, it's all speculation right now. I think the only people that know are those that are literally locked up in that room, of which I am not jealous to not be in.
Yeah, no kidding. The room still seems to be fairly full, though, which is surprising. I haven't seen very many people taking off so far.
No, because people here are committed to their candidates, right? A lot of these campaign teams have been in the trenches for the condensed, even though it was a condensed leadership period, just think of that just hypersensitized, right? the amount of work that would have had to go into an 8-month campaign had to go into, what was it, 10 weeks?
6 weeks.
6
Maybe
weeks,
even less,
yeah.
What did you do over this past 6-week period?
So I did a lot of listening. As I said, I worked at Queen's Park under the tenure of Patrick Brown. I was very committed to the People's Guarantee. I was actually part of a team that drafted part of the platform. So I was very committed to that. So when everything kind of blew up, I had to take a couple days to figure out where I felt about all of this. When I actually heard he was coming back, out of anybody, I was most motivated to actually join his team in that time, just because, you know, there's two types of currencies in politics, right? Votes and loyalty. And when you work for a politician that you have had certain professional experiences with, right? And we were building up so much momentum with that platform. But anyways, that didn't happen.
Is that platform dead?
You know what, I don't think it is dead. It's obviously going to have to be different. It's going to be a derivative of the People's Guarantee. There's going to have to be someone else's face on it. But I think the majority of the ideas, minus the carbon tax and this and that, depending on the candidate, will still stay. That is, if the Liberals don't try to take all those ideas and put it in their budget at the end of the month. But what did I do for the past 6 weeks? I did a lot of listening. I didn't know any of the candidates particularly well. I listened to all of their different platforms, but mostly I listened and watched and observed how they interacted with each other during the campaign, because as I mentioned in our previous segment, that tells me a lot about how somebody will lead a party and lead a party into an election based on how they deal with their own kind.
Gotcha.
And I thought some people did that better than others. But as I said in our earlier segment, no matter what the outcome is today, we have to unite behind that new leader.
Gotcha. Jacqueline Dobson, it's good of you to visit us again here on our set at the Markham Hilton.
Yes,
and,
thank you.
You know,
happy to be here.
Heaven help us if this thing goes on much longer, because I think the people in this room, you know, who have really been champs, sitting around waiting for a result, you know, they're really entitled to get some information.
Or some food.
Or some food, one or the other, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Absolutely,
nice to see you
thanks
again.
for having me on.
Okay, that's Jacqueline Dobson, Conservative Party pundit, the voice of a millennial generation, I think is how she put it last time she was here. We're going to get another person in that chair in a second and just see if we can get some more information for you about what is transpiring here at the convention. If you've joined us late, you haven't missed anything, actually. I hate to say that. Imagine that we've been on the air here for 5 hours and we have no numbers to share with you yet. The thinking is that the lawyers for Team Ford and Team Elliott are behind the scenes hammering it out. Allegedly, the results are just so razor thin close that the lawyers are having a real intense look at things right now to see what, if anything, can be announced in the next little while. Here's a guy who I hope has some information for us, but we shall see. There's Ken Zeiss, who is one of the co-chairs of the Provincial Nominations Committee.
Yes.
Is that right? So this is the committee that vetted all of the leadership candidates.
All but one, well, yes. Carolyn Mulroney last year, yes.
Carolyn Mulroney, because she's a nominated candidate in the riding,
yes.
and then the other 4 more recently.
Yes.
Do you have any more information on what's going on right now?
Only that I'm confident that no information has left the count room.
Because no phones allowed in there, and therefore they're doing their work, and
it's a one-way trip. If you go in, you're signing off that you're not leaving.
But if you come out, you can't go back in?
You're not allowed out.
Oh, you're not allowed out. I
no,
see.
We were here in 2009. I was the chair of the process then. We had everybody in the basement, and you were not where we were counting the ballots manually from all the ridings sent their ballots to the Markham Convention Center. We started Friday at 6 o'clock, finished Saturday at 12 noon, but nobody was allowed out.
Ken, if that's the case, how did a rumor get out that Ford had won this thing and it went through this house like a lightning bolt? And
I'm confident that no information left the count room.
So the people who are, I mean, we had numerous people come up to this podium and say, we've just heard the word from the back rooms, this is what they're fighting about, Ford's won, Elliott's challenging.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe it?
No.
Okay, so this thing is still undecided as far as you know?
Absolutely. I don't know why. I thought, to be honest, that we were waiting for the 6 o'clock news.
Oh, so that you might want to drag it out just to hit the 6 o'clock news?
Not that we would ever play the media.
Ken, I got bad news for you. You missed the 6 o'clock news.
There may be another reason, but I don't know what that reason is.
Okay. Do you want me to take that right now? Yeah? Okay. And we're going to reboot and then start up again? Good. Okay. Back with Ken Zeiss in 30 seconds. Stay with us. Okay, we have rebooted the machinery, I guess, and we're back here on the floor of the Markham Hilton Hotel. just north of the 416. We're here with Ken Zeiss, who is the co-chair of the PC Party of Ontario's Provincial Nominations Committee. That is the committee that has to vet every candidate that wants to run for the PC Party under its banner in the next election. Of course, they vetted Caroline Mulroney earliest because she's the only nominated candidate of this bunch. But then they nominated they vetted the other 3 candidates as well, Ford Elliott and Granick Allen, and they all passed muster, as did, frankly, Patrick Brown, who passed your committee process as well. He got in, then he got out. We're left with the 4 candidates who are here right now.
Yes.
While we were off for a second there, I want you to just tell everybody what you told me, which is that whatever rumors are going across this floor about what people think they know about the results of this, you say that's not possible?
No one is allowed to leave the count room. If you're privy to the results, you're not allowed out. No cell phone, no communication. The candidates do not know the vote totals.
So do you have any speculation as to why a half a dozen Ford people ran over to our booth 3 hours ago and said, we got this thing won?
Wishful thinking, positive thinking, but if this convention is run like 2009, not possible.
2009, you were in the back.
President and chair of the process.
And you were in the back rooms.
Well, no, I wasn't. The vote was being counted below. If you were in the basement, you knew what was going on. If you were above ground, you had no idea. And I did not know until they brought the envelope.
Okay, Ken, we heard Lisa Thompson, the caucus chair, come out about 15, 20 minutes ago saying in half an hour, meaning in about 10 or 15 minutes, the chair of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee, Hartley Lefton, would come out with, she didn't say with results, she said with an announcement. What does that mean?
I have no idea. And I don't want to speculate because I have no idea. I was hoping we were waiting to break into the 6 o'clock news cycle.
Well, we've missed that, to be sure.
Absolutely. But, so we'll see.
Here's what...
It may be that it's so close that there's recounts going on, and...
That's what I don't get. How do you recount when all you do is push a button and the computer algorithms take over?
They may analyze riding by riding to get those extra points, and they have to verify. They may say, let's take a riding, and this is what the computer says, let's do it by hand. I don't know. It should be straightforward when computers are involved, I agree.
Does this whole experience make you yearn for the days of the old-fashioned delegated convention?
No. This allows everybody to participate, and it doesn't disenfranchise our volunteer backbone. Riding executives used to run for the delegateships in their home riding, lose, and have to watch the leadership from home and on TV, and they'd quit and walk away. They took it personally. One member, one vote allows everybody to participate evenly, and everyone can participate. And
in some respects, though, they don't participate evenly because if you are one member, one vote, voting in a riding that has 100 members, your vote counts for a whole heck of a lot more than one member, one vote in a riding with 5,000 members.
True, but the same could be said about the delegate selection meeting where you needed to bring out 100 people versus 10. So it's all, you know, if you live in a strong riding where typically you get 200 people at a delegate selection meeting, you know, you're going to have to work a lot harder to get elected to one of those delegate spots than in a small riding like mine, Hamilton, East Stony Creek, where it's, you know, it's a weaker riding for our party.
Yep.
We have dozens, not hundreds come.
I want to ask you, since you had a front row seat to the vetting process of the leadership candidates, I know there are a lot of people in this province, a lot of people love Doug Ford in this province, a lot of people are terrified that he will, if he wins this thing, bring a kind of chaos to Queen's Park that was a feature of his brother's administration at City Hall. You interviewed him, your committee interviewed him before it greenlit him as a leadership candidate. Tell us what happened in those private meetings.
Well, I can't go into anything that's private, but I can say that he passed our interview with flying colors, and we'd be proud to have him as a candidate. He pledged to support the winner. He pledged to support that leader's policies. If he weren't the leader, he said he'd be a team player.
Now, when you say he passed with flying colors, give us a little more of the flavor.
We asked him. We pointed at the time. I pointed to the one document that we passed last fall, which was the People's Guarantee. And I said, hypothetically, if we have a leader, someone other than you, and that document doesn't change, will you support it? And he said he would. He would support the leader and follow the leader's direction. He would be a team player. And that, I think, put a lot of people's, calmed a lot of fears.
And obviously you guys believed him because you gave him a green light.
Absolutely.
And he spoke credibly when he said that.
Yes.
Okay. Christine Elliott also went through the same interview process.
Yes.
She also, I guess when you asked her, you got to run somewhere, where are you going to run? What did she tell you?
We didn't ask the leadership candidates to firm up on that. That's a strategic decision. We want to make sure it's a good fit with the voters and a good fit for the leader.
Did she give you I'm told she told you she was going to run in St. Paul's.
I can assure you no decision has been made.
Okay.
All of our options are on the table, open, no decision has been made that I'm aware of.
I think there are only 20 plus ridings still available?
That would be correct, but all options are on the table.
If you were advising her, which riding would you suggest she has the best chance of winning?
Having been party president under the leadership of John Tory, choose carefully.
I understand the reference because he chose a riding in which he ultimately lost.
He did,
yeah.
And that caused us many headaches following. He should have stayed in Dufferin-Simcoe, or Dufferin-Caledon.
Dufferin-Peel-Wellington Grey, as it was then called.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Good
instead
memory.
he decided to come into the city and challenge Kathleen Wynne and lost.
I like the spirit, I don't like the result.
Yeah, I hear you. What has your, first of all, will you tell us how you voted?
No, I swore an oath of neutrality.
Did you vote for all 4 candidates?
I did.
You did rank all 4?
I did.
Okay.
I always do.
You know, of course, that many people only could find it in their heart to vote for 1 or 2 or 3. And that's okay, I guess, under your process, isn't it?
Most people I know voted for all 4.
Okay. I do have to ask you the question about the legitimacy of the result. And that is, you have heard, and of course there was a class action suit yesterday in the courts of this province that suggested that because so many people did not get a chance to vote because of the tight timelines, they felt disenfranchised, and they are less than charitable in their conclusion that this result does not have the legitimacy they think it should have. What's your view?
I've been involved in many leaderships over the years, and we've had challenge with people coming in person and being, you're not on the list. And we've turned people away before. It's disappointing. Obviously, I wish we got everybody in by the deadline, but that didn't happen. And
ladies and gentlemen,
we just
ask that you return to
putting
the
our best
hall
foot forward and ask for people's understanding. But I do know that the Federal Party had a record month in membership sales in Ontario. A lot of people went to conservative.ca rather than ontariopc.com. And that is something that is consistent with every leadership I've ever been involved with. When people come in person, like in 2009, sorry, a federal membership does not allow you to vote provincially. And that's, I think, a lot of people were disenfranchised because they went to the wrong website. They participated last year, they bookmarked conservative.ca. I think a lot of people thought they had a membership when they didn't.
Can I tell you who told me that very story earlier today?
Sure.
The former president of your party, Ruben Devlin.
Okay.
Who said his membership had expired. He didn't know it. The party apparently doesn't automatically send out notice of a renewal.
Exactly.
Therefore, he wanted to vote, discovered that he actually wasn't a member of the party and couldn't vote.
Yep.
I mean, how crazy is that?
It's disappointing. We need to do a better job with our membership database.
Ken, let me ask you one last question, which is, because we just heard the call to get people back into the hall.
Yes.
The announcement is coming. You've heard this observation before. If they can't run a leadership convention, if they can't run a party, how are they going to run a $140 billion company, which is the government of Ontario?
Well, I remember when Dalton McGuinty was elected leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario. I think they declared him the winner at around 3 o'clock in the morning.
4:30, I was there.
I apologize, I wasn't. We have our challenges. We've done a leadership in record time. The leadership that I chaired, we did in 3.5 months. That was a record. This is, just over 1 month. So I think you've seen that we've been able to try new technologies, and we have a record 64,000 500 people have voted. That's 2.5 times participated in 2009.
And I guess probably twice as many as who ultimately voted for Ernie Eves to be premier on the last ballot in 2002.
Absolutely. So you can look at it positively. We have a record number of people participating. We wish we had everyone, but we couldn't extend voting. If we extended voting, the Constitution would have required us to open up memberships again. And it would have been, as Gina Brennan, our party lawyer, said in the court, it would be a never-ending story. And we set a deadline, we had to honor it.
Well, Judge Archibald was pretty clear in his ruling, saying if you extend the deadline, you adversely affect the 65,000 people who are already in and who have every expectation of finding out who the leader is going to be today. Yeah. Except I'm not sure we are going to find out who the leader is today. We shall see.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Great.
Ken, it's good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us here on the set.
Thank you very much.
That's Ken Zeiss, whose role throughout this leadership election has been to co-chair the Provincial Nominations Committee. That was the committee that vetted all of the prospective leadership candidates. You heard him say, in case Doug Ford does win this contest, you heard him say that Doug Ford presented extremely well before the committee, that Ford pledged to support whoever was going to win, that Ford pledged to support the platform if it wasn't him or his, and that they were favorably disposed to obviously greenlight Doug Ford and let him run. That committee also, incidentally, greenlit Patrick Brown to run again for the job he once had, but of course Brown decided to, after getting in, drop out 10 days later. John Michael McGrath, a familiar face in these parts, is back. You got anything?
We know that obviously there's an announcement coming soon, again, I guess. And Doug Ford has just sent out a fundraising email to his supporters saying that it is too close to call and asking for people to donate even, as little as $1. So that suggests that the scuttlebutt we've been hearing that this is not ending tonight is probably right. That, it's just going to keep going.
The guy who just sat in that chair, Ken Zeiss, co-chair of the Provincial Nominations Committee, said, and he has run these conventions in the past, said that there's no way that the rumor that spread through this place a few hours ago of Ford's victory can be true. He said it might be true, but no way anybody here can know it, because if you go into that recount room, nobody gets out.
Right.
No phones allowed in, and no people allowed out.
Right.
So that rumor that spread through here, he said, was wishful thinking.
Well, people may not have come out of the recount room, but people have been coming out of the various campaign rooms. That Elliott's people are holed up in one room, and Ford's people are holed up in another, and people have been leaving those rooms. And I don't know how much they're able to connect with people on the inside of the recount room, but it's been frustrating as a reporter because they keep saying that there's no official comment coming out, but all of these people seem to be leaking like sieves.
Well, we do know that about a half an hour ago, Lisa Thompson came out. She is the chair of the Ontario PC Party caucus at Queen's Park, has remained neutral in this race, and she did say Hartley Lefton, the chair of the LEOC, Leadership Election Organizing Committee, would be out here in a half an hour, she said 40 minutes ago, with an announcement. She didn't say with results, she said with an announcement. That pretty clearly indicates to me we're not going to have results. It also suggests to me that Mr. Lefton is probably going to say something like, we got a hung jury here, we got lawyers who are looking at it, we may not have an answer for you today, everybody go home. That's entirely possible.
I think that is very possible, and the crazy thing is, if you look at some of the rules for a PC leadership race, if the result is so close as to be effectively a tie, some of the rules say that it should be settled with things like a coin toss. So you can just imagine a party trying to go into the next election against two other challenging parties who will be able to say that somebody wants to be a premier because of a coin toss.
That is absolutely astonishing. I think one of the candidates, I think it was Caroline Mulroney, who just walked into the hall.
Yeah, somebody over there got excited.
A spurt of energy over there. I do have to hand it to the people who have actually stuck around this hall, because the fact is, most people have been here now for going on 6 hours. They have had absolutely no results whatsoever. most of the rumors haven't been all that helpful either. To the best of my knowledge, there's no carts with food out there either. So
the bar's been doing a brisk trade.
The bar has been doing a brisk trade. Okay, good for that. But so far, you know, there's a few empty chairs in this hall, but frankly not that many considering how long people have been waiting around. I guess if they're in for a penny, they're in for a pound, and they're hoping that they're going to be witnesses to history if they stick around a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, it's been frustrating for us, and you know, I think the reporters are relatively well connected in this place, but I've been frankly quite surprised at how little communication there has been from the party to the party members. You know, until 45 minutes ago, I wrote and filed a story in between Lisa Thompson's announcement and now. 45 minutes ago was the first time in hours that the party had communicated anything really publicly. There had been a few tweets from people, you know, connected to the party, but it has been a very long day for all of these people, and you know, a lot of them have worked their hearts out for 6 weeks, and they got almost no real communication from the party itself.
Yeah. And I think we also have to appreciate the fact that a lot of the people in this room aren't necessarily from the Greater Toronto area. They've come some far distance to be with their friends today and celebrate in what they expected to be a very happy announcement a few hours ago.
I had people pull me aside from Thunder Bay to say what a great job our regional hub as editor John Thompson has been doing, but that just gives you an idea of how far some of these people have traveled.
That's a long way to come. Let me, you'll forgive my rudeness for a second here. When the music stops, I tend to sort of, I spoke too soon. The music stopped and I thought maybe that meant we were getting an announcement, but then the music started up again, and so it doesn't look like an announcement is in the offing. I do want to touch for a second on this notion of if you can't run a convention, how can you run the province? Yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is that lots of conventions have been logistical disasters, but that the candidates who won and emerged had very successful premierships.
Right.
I mean, that does happen. So for that criticism, that if you can't run a convention, how can you run the province? Do you see anything to it?
Well, I think the thing that occurs to me as we talk about this, obviously a lot of people have made comparisons between Doug Ford and Donald Trump before now, but if Doug Ford wins, he's going to have even less support in his party than Donald Trump did. And it's not, what I am sort of thinking about it as we talk about all this, is not so much the Tories can't run a convention, because as we've said a few times today, this was always going to be an incredibly tough thing to pull off in 6 weeks. What is more concerning, I think, is the fact that they didn't come out with a clear result is going to leave the party, I think, very divided. I think one thing that we're going to probably talk about a bit more as the days go on, especially if Doug Ford is in fact confirmed as the leader, that the party had 3 women to choose from, and they picked a man with not a really great political experience or resume behind him, and specifically that, you know, Christine Elliott, a woman of really substantial experience and qualifications, was you know, you may very well yet lose to a less qualified man. That's going to resonate with the voters the Liberals most hope to reach. Young people, young women especially. These are people who are already big fans of Kathleen Wynne, but you know, these elections can be won on the margins, and if this unfolds the way it is looking like it may, there are going to be people who, you know, in days to come are going to see these results and give the Liberals, I think, a better look.
It is a great reminder. It's a great point, John Michael, and it's a great reminder that no contest is won by the person with the best resume. Necessarily, I should say. You know, leadership conventions at the end of the day are about signing up members and getting them out to vote.
Yep.
And the fact of the matter is, you and I have both seen conventions where candidates who appeared to have better resumes than other candidates didn't win. I think the last one that this party had would be a good example of that, where you had Christine Elliott, had been an experienced MPP, knew the issues around Queen's Park, had been a one-time candidate already, lost badly to a guy who had never been a cabinet minister, never been a parliamentary assistant, never been a committee chair, had basically been anonymous on the backbenches in Ottawa on Parliament Hill.
Yeah.
That was Patrick Brown, and he won because he just signed up more people and got them out to vote.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, if that's what Doug Ford manages to do better than the other 3 candidates, well, then he gets to win.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things that is, I think, a bit shocking about this, even, you know, as close as it is, one of the things that is shocking about this is that some of the people who really helped Brown win in 2015 went to go work for Elliott, and she had shown a really improved hustle, for lack of a better word. And you know, she had done that work that she hadn't done in her prior races, and may not have mattered for her, unfortunately.
As we consider, now, because we got so much time to kill here, we're going to play a little bit of the speculation game here. You know, all of the candidates have said they're running. Mulrooney's the only one who actually has a nomination right now, and we know she is going to run on June the 7th because she's been out banging on doors for 6 months already and has a nomination. It is within the realm of possibility, even though they've pledged to run, that if Doug Ford becomes the leader, Christine Elliott could very well say, you know what, I'm not going through this again.
Yeah.
And chooses not to run.
Yeah.
On the other hand, she doesn't have a job right now.
Yeah.
And something tells me she can't go back to being patient ombudsman. So maybe she does run because that's a job.
Yeah.
Doug Ford, on the other hand, if he were to lose, I know he said he wouldn't run against John Tory in October for Mayor of Toronto, but that was his original plan. And who knows, maybe he goes back to that.
Well, and since we are speculating, let's have some fun with it. If this is getting settled in a smoke-filled back room instead of by the membership because it's so close, could you not say to Doug, you know what, if you drop out, be a good soldier, we will have volunteers at the ready for your mayoral campaign. John Tory is not, you know, universally beloved in this party anymore. He's been, you know, he's had a very productive and collegial relationship with Kathleen Wynne for the most part, with some obvious exceptions like the road tolls decision.
Sure.
But you could, if you were in a deal-making mood, as President Trump is, you could hypothetically get him to walk away quietly if the party was willing to, you know, make staff and resources available for a mayoral run.
The expectation, of course, is that Doug Ford is going to run in Etobicoke North, which is currently held by the Liberals' Shafiq Qadri. Christine Elliott has said she's coming back regardless of who wins the leadership. The other reality is there are only about 20 plus ridings left that don't have nominated candidates.
Yep.
And Elliott doesn't have an obvious connection to any one of those ridings. And you'd have to assume that all of the ridings that would be easily winnable for a progressive conservative candidate are gone.
Yeah.
Which means that wherever she runs, it's not a slam dunk. It'd be a tough road to hoe.
Absolutely, and you know, there's been talk of her running in Cambridge. Maybe that in the scenario where the Tories are looking to, you know, romp to victory, Cambridge might be a winnable seat for them, but I'm not sure, especially if she's not the leader, I'm not sure why she would sign up for that particular, that riding and that job, especially...
Well, Cambridge has been known to go conservative when the wheel turns.
Yeah.
When Mike Harris was premier, they held Cambridge.
Yeah.
I think when the NDP won the election in 1990, they took Cambridge. The Liberals have not held it, funnily enough, I think before Catherine McGarry, for 72 years. So it was a riding that didn't go Liberal for whatever reason. It seemed to alternate between the Tories and the New Democrats.
Yeah.
So if the Tories end up forming the next government, it's not a bad choice for Elliott to run there because they'll probably win the seat.
Apparently,
so goes conventional wisdom.
Apparently she had also told the Leoc that she was considering St. Paul's, which seems like crazy talk. I really don't think the Tories are going to carry St. Paul's, no matter how well the next election turns out for them.
If the Tories win St. Paul's, it's because the Liberals have been reduced to 2 seats.
Yes.
And, you know, I suppose anything's possible, but I wouldn't put a lot of money on that. No. Okay, John Michael, we're going to put somebody else in that chair and send you back out there and see what else you can find out.
All right.
With any luck, we're going to have some kind of announcement coming soon. John Michael McGrath. Go to tvo.org if you want while you're watching this and read his latest stuff. It's all there. We're going to get somebody else in this chair. I should just let you know that about 45 minutes ago, the caucus chair, Lisa Thompson, who's an MPP, said that there would be an announcement from Hartley Lefton, the chair of the LEOC, Leadership Election Organizing Committee, in a half an hour. Nothing, of course, has gone according to Hoyle today. It has been way more than a half an hour, and yet we still don't have Mr. Lefton on stage with an announcement. Okay, Amanda. Here's Amanda Galbraith. Once upon a time, worked for John Tory, the mayor of Toronto. Now working in the back rooms of Caroline Mulroney's campaign. Have you talked to your candidate in the last half hour?
I have, yeah.
How's she doing?
She's great. Listen, I think, we're all a bit frustrated that the results are delayed, but regardless, she's going to be united behind whoever the next leader is, or hopes everyone will be united, and she's looking forward to knocking on doors tomorrow in York Simcoe.
This has got to be just a massive pain in the you-know-what for all these 4 candidates, wouldn't you say?
I think the last 5 weeks have been challenging for everyone, but I think regardless, they all remain really focused on defeating Kathleen Wynne, and I think that's the one thing that will unite this whole party starting tomorrow, hopefully.
Do you have any insight into what the delay is?
Please welcome Chair of the
Here we go.
Okay.
Saved by the bell.
Sit tight.
For Huron-Bruce, Lisa Thompson, PC Party President Jag Badwal, and Chair of the PC Ontario Fund, Tony Miele.
Much bigger full court press than we were led to believe would take place 45 minutes ago. They're bringing out all the heavy hitters, and let's hear if we're in fact going to get results or something else. Hartley Lefton.
Thank you very much. As a BC Party President, I thank you very much for your patience and for being here today. With me is Fund Chair Tony Miele and Caucus Chair Lisa Thompson as well. And as a party president, fully support the decision that LEOC has made and its Chief Election Officer. Having said that, I will pass the mic to Hartley. Hartley.
Thank you. We apologize very much for the delay. I know that we're all very, very excited. There's a review underway about an allocation of a certain list of electors that needs to be resolved because it may have an impact on electoral votes. We expect this review to be resolved in the short term, and by that I mean as soon as practically possible. Unfortunately, we do not have access to the hall any longer. Members, I ask you to please go home to await the results. We cannot stay here. Media cannot stay here either. And I invite the media to go to the media room upstairs. We'll issue a press release and we'll advise members as soon as possible once the results are available. Ultimately, what I can assure is a continued fair election, an accurate results, and a new leader who will lead us into the next election and who will win the next election for the Ontario PC Party. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Okay, Amanda, we've got to tear this one apart and let's see what's going on here. Translate into English for us, if you would. There has been a review of certain electors. What did he just announce?
Their understanding is that there are certain electors who are, because of their postal code, could be in one riding or another, and that review is underway to see where they would reside.
And because this election is 100 points per riding, it matters significantly to the outcome what riding those points are allocated to?
Yes.
The other thing we heard is that there's supposed to be 2 weddings in this hotel tonight.
That's actually not true.
Not true?
There are no weddings. Apparently there was allegedly a fashion show rehearsal, but no weddings.
Why are they kicking everybody out of the room here?
I don't. You'd have to ask LEOC about that.
Okay, but presumably you only rented the hall till
I would imagine,
8
yeah.
o'clock
I mean,
or whatever.
honestly, like, we'd be happy to have the results as soon as possible, but obviously, that's not available right now.
Amanda, I've got to ask the question. I mean, I know you know what happens. It starts with an S. Stuff happens when you're trying to do in 6 weeks what it normally takes 9 months to do. But people in the province are going to look at this and they are going to say, if these guys can't run a convention, how can they run the province? What do you say?
Fair enough, but you could also look and say, when Dalton McGuinty was elected, I think it took until 4 a.m. for those results to come in. So, listen, politics is complicated, it's messy, you know, once see how the sausage is made, but at the end of the day, it's really important. And frankly, I think the party should get it right. Is this ideal? Absolutely not. But is it the right thing to make sure that those results are in and people are probably counted for? Yeah. So, you know, unfortunately, it's too bad that everyone's got to go home tonight. I mean, I wanted to have the results this evening. I know Caroline wanted to have the results this evening. But I think the important thing is no matter what happens, everyone unites behind the next leader.
I hear you. These people waited 6.5 hours to see a picture of Vic Fedeli and the new leader and the president and Hartley with their arms aloft.
Yeah.
You know, celebrating.
Or, well, a speech or something, or what's the person?
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been
They're
here
going to get nothing now.
I mean, they're not going to get that tonight. I think regardless, we will have a new leader, and I think that's an important part, and regardless, we will have an election in less than 90 days, and we need to move forward.
Do you worry about the kind of drum this gives the other parties to beat you up with?
I mean, I think it's not ideal, but at the end of the day, I think the Conservatives and the way the Win Liberals have been in the polls right now, there's a poll just last week, 80% of people want her out of office. People are very frustrated. I know, I'm from a small town in Ontario.
Where are you from?
Amherstburg, Ontario, outside of Windsor area. So my mom and dad are frustrated. My boyfriend's parents, who are lifelong Liberals, are frustrated. People are frustrated. And I think at the end of the day, people are going to look at this. It's a Saturday. We'll all move on. We'll move forward with the leader, whoever that person may be, and we'll run to an election in June.
I mean, you know it was the case that a lot of people, I talked to Bob Runciman, a former interim leader of the party the other day, who said that he had serious reservations about the legitimacy of the outcome of this election campaign because of all the problems with registration and PIN numbers not getting in time and all the people who were not able to vote. Doesn't this just make the legitimacy of the election of the leader even more problematic?
I think it's challenging, but I think regardless, there are more people that voted in this election than did last time. I think that is important. And I think, you know, we can look at and review the process, and I think we should do that. But regardless, a vast majority of the party will have voted. We will have a result, and we do need to unite behind whoever that person is. I mean, we can look back and rethink things. We could do that, but bottom line is there's an election in June, and we've got to fight that, and that's the time period that we're in.
Last question.
Sure.
You voted for Mulrooney on the first slot.
Yeah.
How'd you vote after that?
I voted for Mulrooney.
That was it, eh?
Yeah.
Just one name only.
Yep.
Got it. Okay, Amanda.
Thanks so much for having me.
Nice to see you.
Yep.
Friends, what do I tell you? Normally when you're on the air for 6 hours, you've got something to show at the end of the day, and unfortunately we don't. We had a lot of nice conversations, met a lot of nice people. I think we had a better understanding of how this process unfurled. We now know that the reason that we are not going to have any results at all tonight during our broadcast is that there is a review by the PC party officials in the back rooms of certain electors. And we now understand that to mean that there are some people who voted and they don't know which postal code to apply those votes to. If you don't know, it means you can't apportion points to a particular riding. And if you can't do that, you don't know how many points to give each candidate as a percentage of the votes captured in that riding. Remember, one person, one vote, but 124 ridings, meaning 124 different contests, and the votes apportioned depending on what percentage of the vote you got in that riding. And that's what they can't figure out right now. This is a story that started on January 24th in unprecedented fashion with the middle of the morning resignation of Patrick Brown. And here we are, all these weeks later, not many weeks by the political clock, all these weeks later, at 7:30 p.m., 6 hours after this convention began, and we still don't know who is going to be the leader of the PC party going forward. One thing we will know, Vic Fedeli is still going to be the leader of the opposition at Queen's Park after March break when they have the next question period. He is still Her Majesty's loyal opposition. I brought a couple of visual aids in, guys. Give me another 2 minutes, because here's what this is all about. Stand by. Okay. I brought this in because this is an old election poster. Let me hold this so that you can see it. That's George Drew. That's a poster from, I think, the 1945 Ontario election. And George Drew was the first guy to use the expression big blue machine. He said, we need to send a big blue machine of support across the province of Ontario, from Windsor to Ottawa to the north. And of course, the big blue machine really came into vogue during the 1970s and 80s when William Grenville Davis became the 18th Premier of the province of Ontario. But this is the guy who started the 42-year-long Tory dynasty. And the Tories, who have lost 7 of the last 9 Ontario elections, have desperately been trying to find the next George Drew, who can bring them back to power and start another dynasty. They thought they were going to be able to do that today. As it turns out, we're not sure if they will. There has been a glitch. They don't know where some of the votes ought to be counted, what ridings they ought to be counted in. And as a result, finding the next George Drew is going to take a little bit longer. Okay, I got one more thing I want to say. What does that sign say? Oh. Okay, let's also say, Jane, come on over. Come on up here. Let's also say that I really want to thank 2 people who did yeoman service on this. Here's Jane Burke, and here's Harrison Lohman. Sarah, you're our intern, right? You've just started a week ago.
She's doing great. She's
well
doing
done.
really great.
Let's just say this. We got people behind the cameras here. Chad Castle, Tony Burkus over there, Diane Rowe, who did makeup. There's Peter Bethlen Felvey, who still doesn't know what's going on here, as none of us do. It's your first convention, eh?
Oh yeah, it's
How'd
my
you
first
like
convention. It was, I wonder if this is going to be the standard for the next few. I think it really well prepared me for the future.
Put the mic in front of Sarah's face. What'd you think of today?
It was long.
Yes, it was. It was long. Harrison, what'd you think?
There could have been catering. That could have been a thing.
Let me end this on, I think, a bit of a sad note, but I want to do this anyway. The Ontario PC Party lost somebody this year who was a real swell guy. His name's Chris Stockwell. He was the Speaker of the Legislature. He was a cabinet minister in Ernie Eves' government. He was a great guy. He was a former Metropolitan Toronto City Councillor as well. And he died of cancer very recently at the way too young age of about 60. And throughout the day, I just kept on thinking about how much Chris Stockwell would love to have been here today, how much fun he would have had, even though we don't have any results to show after being here for 6 hours. But I miss him, and I know a lot of Tories in this room miss him as well.
And his smiling portrait still hangs in the legislature.
It sure does, Harrison, it sure does. As a speaker, he would have got a portrait. It sure does. Guys, thanks for everything today. Thanks so much for your help.
Thank you, Steve.
Pleasure to be with you. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
That was a lot of fun, even though we had nothing to report all day long.
It's like a Seinfeld episode.
It is. It was about nothing. It was about nothing. Anyway, let's sign it off. I'm Steve Paikin on behalf of all of us here who came up to the Markham Hilton for 6 hours on a Saturday afternoon in hopes of bringing you some news and some numbers on the next leader of the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party. We're sorry. We're not going to be able to do that tonight. We sign off now. With any luck, they will figure this out. They will make an announcement. Alas, they're kicking us all out of here. The room has only been rented for a finite period of time. Everybody's being asked to leave and clear out. The party will do its continued due diligence. Presumably there will be an answer later tonight. We will know who the leader is. But media coverage, live coverage, I'm not sure that's going to happen. With any luck, we will have the leader of the Ontario Progressive Conservative Party on the agenda Monday night at 8 and 11 p.m. I make that promise to you knowing full well that none of the promises that this party has made so far about announcements or anything else have come to fruition in the way that we thought. So we'll keep our fingers crossed and see what happens. That's it. I'm Steve Paikin. Good night from Markham.
The Agenda with Steve Paikin is brought to you by the Chartered Professional Accountants of Ontario, helping businesses stay on the right side of change with strategic thinking, insightful decisions, and business leadership. Are you on the right side of change? Ask an Ontario CPA.